Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the NECC Rainbow Six Siege Emergence Division Grand Finals. My name is Binks, and I'm joined by my great friend Lightrose. And of course, we cannot forget to mention the teams. We have the University of Rio Grande taking on Lebanon Valley College.
Yeah, these two teams, they actually have met before. Lebanon has actually lost to Rio Grande, and it was an 0-2 loss, and that one's going to be a pretty big one. But it was all the way back in week 2, so they've had some time to kind of settle down, about 7 weeks really to stoke the flames of that. But yeah, it is definitely going to be a good one tonight in the championship. But we got to know how we got here. We got to see that bracket right in front of us, see what these teams fought and how they got here. You can see right here. And these semifinals, those were close. Both 2-1s all the way down to the very end. So you cannot say that the two teams that are here right now do not deserve to be here.
You are indeed right in that regard. These teams have proven through tooth and nail, through every single gunfight interaction that they face, that they have a shot. And what are the stakes? What's going on? This is grand finals. They're clearly fighting for something. They are going to be fighting for the grand finals trophy, of course, for the Emergence Division. A bunch of t-shirts, as well as an auto invite to the Rainbow Six Siege NECC Nationals. So I don't know about you, but if I were one of these teams, I would love to have a ticket, have that guaranteed entry spot, because any sort of comfort, any sort of safety, knowing that my team is going to nationals, I can sleep well at night.
Yeah, definitely. You wanna fight for all that you can get, especially having that trophy as a good signifier of how far you come and who you beat. But right now we are gonna see who these teams are. First up is going to be Rio Grande, not Rio Grande. Gotta make sure that we make sure Rio Grande. We got Caboose, Captain Clutch, Azura, Terminal, and Quixie. And right now you can see that about 4 of these people still got a bit more in college to go. 3 of them with freshmen, so we could definitely see if Rio Grande wins this one tonight, we could see them continue on through the couple years.
Yeah, a much younger roster. Rio have proven that throughout the season. They might be new. They
Mhm.
might be really new to get onto the field, but they have what it takes. They have a record of 7-1 throughout the regular season. They have proven that they have what it takes. They have every single bit. They have, with their limited time together, that bit of chemistry that is so very much needed to work and become such a successful team. They wouldn't have this success if they weren't in finals. They've proven time and time again they are here to fight, and they are coming in as the David to, or sorry, the Goliath to our David, where it's going to be a much bigger uphill valley for our other competitor of Lebanon Valley College.
And now we can see what Lebanon is bringing to the table. We've got Mr. Davis TV, Syrup Seed Duck, Liquefy, the Senate, and McStuffins. And that is not the Emperor, he is the Senate, of course.
Yeah, if we look over at the other side of the spectrum, this is going to be your David team, which means they're going to be in an uphill battle. They have a record of 5-3, which means a lot of their matches could have gone the other way. It was a really big tooth or nail fight. We do see that there's a lot more experience on this team, that they have a few sophomores, but you look, it's still a very young roster. And I think this does speak absolute wonders to our Rainbow Six Siege division. We have new players coming out onto the scene. And even within these new teams, they're making it to the top. They're showing that, hey, I'm new to college. I came here to play esports, and it shows great development within the scene.
Yeah, it means that we've got a scene in front of us to go. As long as Rainbow Six is, going to continue on as an esports, there will definitely be people to play in all of the divisions and in the emergence one right now. So these two teams, they are definitely looking pretty good in terms of how they want to fight, how we saw them on the rosters, each of them stacking up. And now, Binks, we have the map bans. We need to go. We have a best of five. We could be here for a while tonight.
Now, you guys want to get your popcorn, get into a comfortable seat, get a glass of water even, because I know I need to have one next to me. But if we look over at our map bands, Ban onto Bank and Chalet, those are quite typical when you look at any sort of map. If you look even at our Emergence division, they're a lot more complex. There's a lot more layers and verticality when you play either of those maps. So going over to a first pick of Oregon is a lot more comfortable. With the verticality on Oregon, it has clear ways for you to be able to decide, okay, we're pushing towards this site. And I think a really good example of that is going to be the basement. If we see that chosen throughout the entire series, if they go to the basement on Oregon, they'll be able to show, oh, right, we have can show a narrative. And that's what I'm looking for these teams as they continue out onto Villa. If you're able to convey a narrative of how you're trying to push or defend a site, then it makes it so much easier for the entire team to have an idea of where they need to go and what they need to do.
And I'm super interested to see how those first two maps are going to go. If Rio Grande kind of goes through these first two maps relatively easily, Coastline kind of seems like a breeze at that point with how kind of strategic heavy. You might think that Oregon and Villa are one of the most strat heavy maps right now in this pool when Coastline is not. And if Rio is out, if we got to remember it's American Rio. If Rio is out fragging Lebanon Valley, then you got to really wonder about that map three. So Lebanon Valley has to make sure that they either win Rio's map pick of Oregon or they win their own because they do not want to go to Coastline down 0-2.
Yeah, it seems like Coastline is going to be a really big turning point, as within any best of five, that third map, that's when players start to, that could be our, depending on how long our maps go for, that's the third hour of play. That's when fatigue really starts to set in. And we're looking to see these players have to continue on to show time and time again through possibly five consistent maps, 5 consistent hours, that they are here to fight and they want to win this entire series. But we have to look at Cafe and Clubhouse. They play very similarly with how you clear. Cafe, you always have to go top down, or if you go for a little bit of a weird push, you have to understand the holes that you're leaving within your attack. On the defensive end, that roam is so very pivotal. You have to be able to maneuver around the map, and the same can be said for a decider of Clubhouse, with some small differences where you have exterior walls added to the mix, as well as defenders needing to make sure they get back to the site. Otherwise, they risk being cut off at every single turn.
Yeah, we've kind of seen operators like Nomad and Gridlock. It feels like they've kind of been pushed to the side. It's more about droning and less about operators dedicated to kind of sniffing out that roam. A lot of times you'll just see some soft destruction, some hard destruction, maybe vertical play. But in terms of what we've seen, I think it's going to be a lot about that droning is because you're going to have see that those certain operators fall out of play. Droning is going to be extremely important, and with Rio Grande on that attack on Oregon, we're going to see firsthand how their droning is going to be compared to Lebanon Valley.
Indeed, the information game is going to prove a pivotal role. If these teams aren't able to understand the whereabouts, the exact position of their opponents, it's going to come down to a lot of unneeded in game skill, having to listen for audio cues that I think if you've played Siege, you know that they're going to be inconsistent. You might make a small human error or even a server side error. So there's so many different variables, and we're
Mhm.
looking to see a lot of structure. You don't get to the finals without having the structure that you need within a team to show a constructive narrative as well as approach to any sort of attack or defense.
Yeah, right now I think it's you have to start out strong. Whoever kind of gets the ball rolling, and it's Rio Grande is kind of Rio Grande. Gotta get that out of your head.
It's,
Rio
it's a tough one.
Grande. Yeah, no, Rio Grande. This is their map pick. Now Oregon is kind of a general map that a lot of teams are expected to play that, but with Rio Grande, them kind of picking Oregon straight off the bat, they are definitely expected to get these rounds going. And a lot of that might depend on where Lebanon Valley decides to go, how they kind of want to set their defense up, whether it is that second floor, whether it is that basement. It's all going to depend on kind of what plays out here.
First ban, without a surprise, is going to be that Thatcher. Thatcher has a lot of ability to get rid of different util that could be on a wall, and especially on a map like Oregon, you can throw it on or above the site and disable a lot of the different characteristics. Lots of EMPs, Jaeger devices within it, including Cade Claws, Jaeger devices. Next up is going to be that Finka. No surprise, Finka has a universal ability. When I say that, I mean you can click a button from any side of the map and you affect every single one of your teammates, and to be able to have a constant healer on the attack that gives different uh, ADS boosts. You can see reload speed getting a nice buff while having an adrenal surge, not to mention the quick revive. It's no surprise that both those attackers are being taken out. And if you look towards the defensive end, two more very standard bans, Valkyrie for the information, and Mira also provides a really key aspect of holding down in the basement when you want to have these one-way mirrors to have all of that peeker's advantage on your opponent.
Yeah, and Kaid is going to make it through along with Maverick. Those two are two peas in a pod at that point. And usually, if Maverick is banned, Kaid has to go through, but they are both going to make it through. So that means that getting through Attic, getting through Closet is going to be a little bit easier. And as the defense, you don't have too many options for trying to deny that Maverick other than. Some good old fashioned bullets, some C4s, everything like that can't really rely on something like a Kaid, like a Mute, just to keep the site safe.
Jumping into our first round, I'm expecting to see Lebanon Valley go for a much more aggressive approach to their defense. If we look over at the operatives they selected, you might be deceived to think, well, they took trap operators. They're just going to sit back nice and passive. But that is a grave misconception. When you take a trap operator, especially one like Malusi, you don't want to be playing those banshees just for information. You want to put them into key positions that once they open up and can be shot, it leaves the attackers much more vulnerable. As a rework, when it came out, you had to get up and melee it, which made the trap much more difficult to deal with. It was oftentimes just taking up utility like a Gone 6, or you have to use a Zofia charge on it. Long gone are those days, and now you have to make sure that you have line of sight and you can shoot it, which means every single one of the defenders should be taking a much more proactive stance, using the advantage, using the limited amount of information that those Banshee devices will give them.
Oh, Psyduck. They don't have the shotgun. Instead, they do have that MP5K, and they're just shooting out these drones, just trying to use the natural cover of that armory. They got to be very careful. They prep a C4. Are they going to throw it out the window? It's not going to find anybody. It's not even going to go out the window. It's just going to hit the window sill. Some bullet's going to be fired, but it's only Psyduck who takes a little bit of damage. We see feeling good about taking this, but eventually we are going to see the trade happen. That is definitely something good there for Psyduck as they seem to be on the losing end. As we see the first trade and the first kills of the entire match, and we're at a 4v4.
A great entrance thus far from Rio Grande. They've been able to take full control of Master, whether they know it or not, and I have to applaud Captain Clutch. They're taking time, especially as the Flores. You're going to be responsible for trying to find some of these Cade Claws and all this utility that Rio Grande is finding. You have to make sure that you follow up on these drones with someone using this relevant information. So that means that Quixie, as soon as they push in towards this breach, is something that they're going to have to be aware of, where they assume someone was behind that shield. And oh, get out of there, my friend. Careful with the nade, but regardless, they have to use this information to get current picks. That's exactly what we see Azura doing, taking out the Senate. That gives them the man advantage going into the final minute and 20 seconds.
Yeah, now you're going to see that Master Ball get opened up, and they are just going to try to root out whoever is hiding underneath. It's just going to take one Habana pill, but it doesn't even matter, as whoever was hiding in there is gone, and now you just have a 2v4. Rio Grande having 3 members compared to the 2 of Lebanon Valley, and right now we're already seeing some bullets firing. Rio Grande losing a couple, but now that we just see McStuffins alone, they're going to try to fire. That is a clone, my friend, not a person. And now here comes the diffuser, but McStuffins still just in dorms. There isn't really much that they can do to try to root this out. There's 3 members available. They find the headshot of one. That is going to be terminal down, and they still have a decent amount of HP. The Terror going on forward. It is going to find the precise information of where this Jaeger is. Bullets firing. That is Captain Clutch down. We're in a 1v1 in the first round of the entire match. Could we end up with a clutch? Diffuser in the corner. McStuffins has that knowledge, has that natural cover that the site gives them. Are they going to try to stick it? About 5 seconds left. Quixie going to go sneakily on forward. They're going to have to go quickly, and they're able to find it at the last second. A clutch almost in the making, but they're able to qualm it at the last second and stop that counter defuse.
Way too close for comfort if you are cheering for Lebanon Valley. It's a matter of understanding how exactly you want your players to play. It was a phenomenal attack from Rio Grande. They were able to manipulate every single player on Lebanon Valley once they were pushing in through that attic. And I want to highlight the Habana play, where, as you mentioned, none of those pellets actually detonated. They're all shot by the defense. But you hear Habana pellets going on behind you. Your attention is not going to be on where the primary line of sight is coming from. It's going to be very difficult to say, all right, I have time. I have time. It's like standing next to a nade and say, I have time. I'm going to get this killed and run. Get this killed and run. And the longer you sit there, the more tension builds up. The more you start to twitch. You have to, like, is it open yet? Is it open yet? You're moving your mouse sporadically. In that case, they weren't able to rotate out, and that forfeited all of that control, all of that power to Rio Grande. And as they moved their way towards site, every single hole just fell, pushing McStuffins all the way back. Going into this next round, what I need to see is more proactive plays from Lebanon Valley. If they are going to play this passive nature, then they have to set up a clear constructed trap. If you're going to say, all right, once they get attic wall, that's when we spring the trap. That's where we have a player flanked down below. You have to have every single aspect of that round planned out, even if you come up with it during the round and trying to find those holes, because if you don't find those holes, you have head-on gunfights, and you're giving yourself a disadvantage.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
It is Lebanon Valley's second attempt at this site. They're still going on that second floor, still trying very similar strategies. Instead, Psyduck isn't going to trade out. They're just going to find a kill straight off the bat, not take any damage. So that is possibly one of the best starts that you could have, and they're just kind of running around the lobby. So that was essentially a free kill for them and a free head start here.
This puts a lot more pressure on the Maverick, who's going to have to do double hard breach duty. Thank goodness he has 5 canisters, but with the way they're opening up walls, it's going to be a lot more difficult to have an idea of where exactly they'll push in. Is this going to limit the push in through Master? But it seems to be quite a cookie cutter attack thus far, which is quite reasonable considering how effective it was in the past.
Yeah, we are seeing that Rotero go in, but it's not going to be able to fit. It is just too big. That Kaid Claw is going to be able to zap it. Caboose actually going to be stunned by their own Gershmon. And now you have that LMG, but they just have to be very aware. They could find a huge repick or huge kill, but they could also die, and that would just make the gap between these two teams so much bigger. McStuffins, almost the hero of last round, is holding very tightly on that door all the way back in the bunk.
Minute 20 ticking down. It seems like the trap has been sprung as Psyduck is able to collect onto Caboose. That gives a even farther man advantage on the side of Lebanon Valley. And look at the control that Rio Grande has. It's all limited. They don't have control of Attic the same way they did before. Terminal's all alone pushing in through Trophy. All of these choke angles, no matter where they push, they're gonna have multiple eyes on them. But Quickie, they have an idea. She wants to get their team into the site, swinging around each corner. They have to carefully construct. How are they going to pick apart this defense? The question is, do they have the information? What do they have to go off of? Not much time. That doesn't say much, but regardless, 30 seconds. What are they going to do? Pushing in. They have brief coverage from the picture and the frame for the plant. C4 gets thrown out. Does it connect? Yes, it does. A triple kill for Psyduck. Unable to be shut down, but Quixie once again has an answer. Senate swings around. They're trying to find their kill. Terminal, final player live. They have to find 3 in 15 seconds or get this plant down. Everything seems unlikely. They'll find the first headshot. Limited ammo count, 13 bullets. It doesn't even matter. Mr. Davis swings around, and there's Lebanon Valley coming in the second round, evening it out.
Yeah, and that was a great shot onto McStuffins, but the margin was just too big. It just did not seem like it was gonna be a Rio Grande round, even at the beginning, because once you lose somebody so early in the round, especially someone so pivotal as Azor, unfortunately, she wasn't able to, really counter what Psyduck was doing, what Syrup Psyduck was doing, because they kind of just went off on that round. They felt like they needed to hold down the fort, and that's exactly what they did. So now that they have won that second floor, they can go all the way down to basement. And actually, they're not bringing any sort of denial. It's just going to be really this Aruni, this Ella, everything like that.
Going forward within this round, I mentioned this earlier within basement. Rio Grande has done a great job constructing narratives. So I want to see if they're going to be able to construct the exact same thing for this basement. The switch from Ying to Blitz does give me a little bit of concern, especially when you see that there is a Thorn that has been taken by Psyduck. It's a very questionable lineup for Rio, and I think that they have to make sure they have good use of these shields in combination with the Flores in order to clear out any sort of roaming presence and get their attention turned towards site as fast as humanly possible.
Yeah, we got to look at the USA in play as well. USA has seen a little bit of a resurgence. A lot of teams do like to bring her because, if you set those bulletproof, crystal clear shields in the right place, it is very hard to deal with them because a lot of teams don't really bring in packs. A lot of times we'll see a bulletproof, a C4, a deployable. So you don't really have explosives that you can deal with those shields. So you just kind of stay out of the line of sight. But sometimes that is not an option. Already we are seeing that shield being deployed, but Liquefy could do a huge play here if they are not caught by that Jackal. But that is the pivotal play here, but they are caught out and unfortunately really not able to do much, not wasting time and not really able to take that much HP off of Captain Clutch as well.
All right, let's go and look at this round through Rio Grande's perspective. They've been able to clear the entire second floor. Now they have to talk and say, all right, we know we have this clear. What is our next step? And it seems like it's going to be all 4 of these players getting ready to go in towards the side of Freezer. It is quite worrisome because of all the different angles they're going to have to contest. But you have to understand that their thought process here is that if they are able to take control and push their way in through these clear critical choke points, they're going to have a lot more options. Not to mention the fact that Quixie is able to find a pick onto Psyduck, which does eliminate another rifle. I mean, it's a 5v3. This angle and this push becomes more and more plausible with every kill. Kabust also securing a cross angle, but they're going to have to wait for the right time. Mr. Davis clears things up, and piece by piece, everything will fall. Zero finds her headshot, and it all seems to be going to as planned. McStuffins lit up to 50 health. They know exactly where the push is coming from. They'll be able to secure 1 kill. That's the headshot. Goodbye to Rio Grande's flawless round, but Quixie is there once again with a Jackal's PDW 51 bullet magazine to find the kill, and without a doubt, that was Rio Grande's round.
Yeah, from the start, they just kind of pushed on forward, didn't even take the time to really drone it out or just be cautious. They just pushed on forward. And that really won them their own. The aggressive plays, the mechanical skill kind of got them there, especially for me. I am looking at that one fight between Freezer and just right outside that reinforced wall. With Rio Grande winning it, that was kind of the nail in the coffin right there. And we're going back to basement. This is the second time that we have seen Lebanon Valley lose a site and then go immediately right back to it. Now, they were successful the last time. And are they going to be able to keep that 100% track record when it comes to winning those sites so far in this game?
I got a question for you, and I'll get to it in a very quick second.
Mhm.
Is when you look at Lebanon Valley's defense of this site, I feel like you have a lot of clear things, a lot of great decision, like the holes that Mr. Davis is making in the wall. But you have to adapt to each and every push that comes your way. And I feel like the push that was selected by Rio Grande was exactly the right way to put pressure onto the defending team. Do you think that within the defense in Lebanon Valley, they can reconstruct, use the exact same setup to adapt and be ready for that push in through Freezer?
Personally, I don't think they have a very good comp for this basement side because they can't really the operators that they have, they can't really dedicate themselves fully to the basement. But sending someone else to Rome hasn't really been that all successful. Last time we saw it, immediately taken out. And if Quixie has 7 kills right now, they are going to be able to root that one player from server who's just going to skedaddle all the way to the basement, Mr. Davis. So now you've got 5 members all in that basement side. And the last time we were here, Rio Grande just completely put their fist through that defense and completely steamrolled them. And right now, what we've seen with just the lack of roamers, it's kind of looking like the same.
It depends on how exactly Lebanon Valley plans on being able to get into this site. Caboose taking massive amounts of damage trying to get this hatch. Now that's the problem when you leave the Cade on the board. Hatches are his greatest strength, as there's no way for you to get any sort of damage below, especially when Thatcher's off the board, and Cali oftentimes won't do the trick either. So with a minute 45, this push from Rio Grande does not seem as grand as the previous round. They haven't been able to get the man count. They haven't been able to secure as much control, and even as they turn their attention right back towards this Freezer side, that's one more gun barrel than last time, and I can almost guarantee that on the side of Lebanon Valley, they're ready to establish a cross angle.
Yeah, here we go. We are seeing those Roteros just blow open holes, blow open sight lines, and that is going to be the first start. Whoever gets this first pick has such a big advantage, and right now, Rio Grande are trying to set themselves up for success. Captain Clutch pushing those Roteros forward. They're going to be able to destroy that deployable shield, and that's going to be very big. McStuffin's going to fire some shots. Not going to be able to hit a single one, so they're just going to kind of have to retreat just a little bit, and that entire laundry side is void of Lebanon Valley. The first kill is going to go on over to Mr. Davis, and the frag grenade of Caboose going to be dropped instead. So right now, things are not falling Rio Grande's way, but it can change in a heartbeat.
39 seconds there. It's a critical ping and will help Captain Clutch to secure the kill. Quixie swinging around from the freezer door, collects onto a second headshot. The defense of Lebanon Valley picked apart one by one. They have to defend for 38 more seconds. Meanwhile, McStuffins gets the refrag. Azura is there to continue to collect. 3v2, a huge triple kill from McStuffins. They've been droned out though. They are displaced by the Flores drone. The Senate, as well as McStuffins, they only have to find Captain Clutch, but it's in their name. They're supposed to find this, aren't they? Swinging around, they're not expecting the cross angle, but they maneuver themselves in. Get off that shift key! McStuffins with the 4K. And once again, we see the defense of Lebanon Valley succeed on the second attempt.
Yeah, and I think that is definitely a testament to that strategies. A lot of times we might see that type of thing fail, especially not with 2 times in a row. That going back to the same site, you're going to win it once again. So, and because enough time has passed, you're able to go up to that second floor. So things kind of are okay for Lebanon Valley. You've definitely kind of equaled it out in terms of how you want to go up against Rio Grande, how you're trying to kind of counter what Rio Grande is bringing to you. Because right now it's just counterpunch to counterpunch is kind of what it feels like between these 2 teams. Is that Rio Grande wins that first round, and then Lebanon Valley comes through and sort of counterpicks what Rio Grande brought on that first round, and then they're able to win the second. Are we gonna kind of play this back and forth do-si-do all night, or is one of these teams just start to adapt somewhat, whether Rio Grande changes their strats the second time that they go to a site, or Lebanon Valley is just able to start winning those first rounds.
10 seconds to insertion.
And we've seen a great predictive nature between these two
5
teams.
seconds left.
Now I want to see something a little bit more proactive, where you can predict, but if you take that prediction and continue to sit on that information, it's not going to do much for you until the very late round when you're saying, all right, so this is what they're going to do. Now we're going to do what we have to do to counter it. That's a lot more reactive, where you wait to get a pick or you wait for them to get a pick onto you. You can't wait that long, especially not on like going back to this bedroom site. They have to be proactive. They might have to swing an angle that they aren't as ready to swing as soon as they have the information. Because by the looks of it, Rio Grande have not been setting up clear choke points. They haven't been setting up traps for Lebanon Valley to go into. It's been largely, we take control, we're going to keep pushing up. We take control, and it's a lot like the policy of appeasement, where we have the defense saying, okay, you can take that thing, but nothing else. You can take that thing, but nothing else. And once it gets to a critical boiling point, they don't have the resources to be able to defend properly.
Now, Armory a lot of times has been a very critical place that Lebanon Valley has tried to place somebody. We've seen Psyduck over there, and this time it is going to be Psyduck once again. They're not going to have a window to try to defend from. Instead, it is just going to be this bedroom side that is soft, mind you. So if Psyduck, if they're able to possibly find a hole in the chaos, if Rio Grande creates a hole of their own, Psyduck is just waiting on the other side.
Attackers have dropped the bomb
And
diffuser.
right now, the time is ticking. We are seeing Quixie try to open up some holes. Liquefy is going to be the first frag, and that is actually going to be the laundry. Quixie going to push on up. They were just not prepared. Quixie just opened it up and then ran all the way through, absolutely surprising the hell out of Lebanon
Attackers
Valley.
recovered the bomb diffuser.
Minute 15, that is a phenomenal start for the attackers. They've picked things apart. But look at this. Psyduck is down below. They have a C4 ready. They'll even be able to spot out the drone. Whether or not anyone is on it is yet to be seen, but it does not look like that. All the rifles were up. Azura is going to be the first person to fall on the attacking side. That doesn't even things up. There's still a player advantage on the side of Rio Grande. They're already looking to begin their approach to site, but it seems very one-sided, and that could be absolutely devastating. Mr. Davis
Attackers have located
able
a
to
bomb.
collect onto Caboose, but the plan is going down. Where's the C4? Where is the audio cue? All these players rotating up, not aware of the angles. Captain Clutch to find their kill. The C4 a little bit late, will be able to catch the refrag. With 40 seconds to go, McStuffins and Psyduck are going to have to go for the retake. But look at this perfect angle. This means that on the attacking and defense side, the roles have completely swapped. Rio Grande, including their amplified scopes, are able to just sit comfortably, but caught moving. McStuffins finds the first kill. It's gonna be all left up. The Terminal looking around for the Jaeger, won't be able to find him. McStuffins with the triple K, a 3K even, and 13 seconds to go. Psyduck gets the defuse. A phenomenal retake from Lebanon Valley in a round that seemed so clearly going towards Rio.
Yeah, so McStuffins kind of seems to be the clutch master. Like, we have somebody named that in our lobby, Captain Clutch. And it's actually McStuffins that we would really call Captain Clutch in this scenario because they have gone through in at least 2 of these 5 rounds. They have really put the scenario on their shoulders and just rushed on forward with it. They weren't successful before, but they were definitely successful here, and that is going to make sure that we at least end in a 3-3 scoreline, and that is good for Lebanon Valley because the way that they've been able to counter what Rio Grande has brought, they are looking a little more successful right here on Oregon. And once that attack starts, if they do have a decent attack and able to counter what Rio Grande brings on the defense, then they could possibly take Oregon, which is Rio Grande's map pick.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought, a different theory to think of. But a great use of the attacker repick is what you're starting to see right now. As soon as they notice that it is going to be a kitchen as well as a meeting defense, they're going to switch the buck over to Sledge because there's no point in trying to go below in this site. There's nothing below that is destructible. Sledge brings a lot more nades, which means that they're going to be able to switch into a vertical aspect where they break the hole, throw the nade down, as well as the thermite, where you say, well, Hibana can go from range. A lot of times, the walls you're going to be getting for these two sites are ones that you have to go and stand right next to while being protected by your team. Now, if you aren't protected by your team and you're more vulnerable, then that is going to be a very scary concept to think of. But I like to think that Rio Grande has great control, especially once we see this early push of both Quixie as well as Terminal moving very quickly towards the freezer stairs.
Oh, Mr. Davis hiding behind that reinforced wall. Seems they are going to be droned out pretty quickly. Yep, Captain Clutch is able to spot them out, so they aren't really going to be able to hide there much longer. Seems they are going to try to stay there, as we are going to see Azura. She's going to go on up, and they're going to open that hole, yep, using that nice little trick. And on the other side, it is going to be Saida. They're going to be able to get caught. We're going to see another engagement happen between Terminal and the Senate, and that one's going to end up in a little bit of a stalemate. Both taking about a decent amount of HP. As Quixie, who has 11 kills, is going to try to avenge their fallen teammate, but it's not going to happen. It's instead going to be caboosed in a 3v3. A lot of HP taken on both sides, but who knows? That Rook armor from Liquify could come in clutch here.
I never like to acknowledge the fact that Rook does have a place within the meta, but I can't deny that Liquify taking the Rook has been a decent selection, especially for this map. They have the amplified scope on that MP5 as well. With a minute 25, McStuffins will be the first to go, giving the man advantage towards Rio Grande. Liquify running up. They'll find their first kill of the game in a very critical time. There we go. Plant going down. Azura has the coverage from their teammate. Caboose is just waiting, but they can't see it when they're crouched. Flicking around, a huge double kill there. Snap right onto the head. All left up to the Senate. Can they alone accomplish what their teammates could not? Even setting up for a post plant, Rio Grande using the use of those exothermic charges. But this gives a great audio cue. It gives great awareness to the side of the Senate to know, all right, they're going to be playing a longer angle. Whether or not this has been predicted, they have to deal with the hole. Can they long arm it? Not able to see the hedge of the sledge. And there's Caboose with a 3K. And look at that. A prediction that I believe you made. Rio Grande were able to win their first attacking round on a site.
Yeah, there we go. Finally, and now we are going to see those sides swap, ending up at this 3-3. And I think right now it is just a toss-up between these two teams that any of them could run away. And a lot of that is going to depend on how strong their defense is, how strong their attack is, and how that's going to play out for, honestly, the rest of the match. Because we're kind of seeing a little bit of a mini preview here, because I think Oregon is a very good decider of what a team could be, what their potential is, how they might perform on these other maps. And right now, what it's looking like, using this kind of mini preview that Oregon has, is that we definitely might go more than 3 maps. If we don't, I will be surprised, because in all honesty, I think that these maps are going to be very close. And right now, I could be wrong, honestly, because with Rio Grande, them being on the defense, Lebanon Valley on the attack, one of these sides could be so much better than the other at defense, at attack, and we won't know. We'll have to wait and find out.
Looking over to the defensive composition, we see more of an operator lineup that is extremely reminiscent of something you'd expect to see on Cafe pre-Mozzie, as well as Jaeger with my nerfs. The reason why you take a lineup like this is it denies a lot of information on the other side of Lebanon Valley. They're not going to be able to actually make it into sight to collect. Not to mention the fact that those ADSs as well as Wamai pucks are going to be able to catch any sort of throwable projectile. So if we look at everything that is equipped from the attacker side, 2 sets of smokes, 1 set of nades, as well as 4 shootable Sophia grenades, I have to wonder, is this too much? Is there a better operator that could have been selected to counter all of this information?
And now just the drones are being waited out, but I think that something that's important is the mute and the Mozzie. So that Twitch is going to have a very, very big problem. I think Lebanon Valley should be very glad they're not running a Flores as well. I'm surprised that Senate even stayed with the Twitch, even though they saw the mute, saw the Mozzie. Still sticking with that Twitch. Will she have any semblance of usage in this round? I think is the question. Is right now we are seeing these sparks flying out. The mute jammers might need to be shot out. And still just waiting out to see if any roamers are going to get caught out. Nope, it's actually going to be the roamer who's going to find that attacker. So Quixie getting this first one out. 12 kills to their name so far.
Yeah, that's a show of force that we can't let slide under the radar. Their counterpart of McStuffins holding the top frag role on LVC is still alive, so we could see an interaction between those two later on in the round, but that is still yet to be seen, as this entire site, it's not looking too good for LVC. They have shown that they have the ability to gather information, but they're getting droned out by their opponents. It seems like their push is very well read by Rio Grande, and they are sitting very comfortably within a site. McStuffins is getting the wall open, the Senate to be able to even out, taking out Azura on the site. Caboose with the refrag, SMG-11 long shot, nicely done there. But here comes the rotations, here comes the Toxic Babes. Whether or not they're able to get into the site and control these key choke points are yet to be seen. A beautiful spray means Liquefy takes out Caboose. No more Toxic Babes are going to have to be contended with for the rest of the round. 3v3. But look at this. Quixie as well as McStuffin still on the board looking to get more frags.
Oh, that Claymore is going to take out Quixie. That's going to take out that top fragger. And that is going to mean that that equal man count is completely gone. It is going to be a 3v2. Lebanon Valley is going to be able to put down that diffuser. Psyduck's going to take a little bit of damage, but that doesn't matter because that diffuser is down. So many bullets firing every which way. Liquefy has 90 bullets in their box magazine of the LMG that they are able to use. And right now, Rio Grande's backs are against the wall. There's not much that Captain Clutch or Terminal can really do. There's still two Jackal Pings as well, but they're able to find one. Captain Clutch pushing on up to the closet is actually very big. If Terminal could cover from the closet, but they're not. That is a huge misstep. They're pulling out the pistol. Are they able to find the shot? They're going to be able to find the shot. Are you kidding me? Terminal is going to counter defuse. I did not see that coming. I thought that was Lebanon Valley's win through and through.
Defenders win.
Oh my goodness. I didn't see that one coming out of anywhere. The C4 had already been expended by the Mozzie. They're spraying their gun earlier, but that's just a key part of information being relayed from their teammate. Where if one of them didn't stick it, the pressure on the attackers would not have been there. That was extremely well played by Rio Grande. And Lebanon Valley just fumbled the ball on that one, just unable to win their gunfights. And I think once they lost that player situated inside of closet, they should have changed their setup. They shouldn't have had two players waiting on the balcony, because Sheriff one runs out. You have two angles looking at it. I think a better way to go about it is putting a safe player on the balcony, as well as someone playing inside a trophy, and even pushing up towards like out of master into trophy, having the cross angle, having all these different routes, mean that as soon as one of the defenders or even both the defenders try to swing, you have so many insurance policies. And once you have an insurance policy, you're guaranteeing a refrag, which means you use the man count, win your ones. Hey, 3v2, we win that out.
Yeah, I'm honestly still just kind of questioning why Terminal wasn't looking at the balcony from the start, because Captain Clutch, the communication should have been there that there was people out there.
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe they just didn't know that both of them were out there. That could be the one thing, but nevertheless, it is Rio Grande, and they are able to come away with it. And that is going to be a huge thing, giving them the lead on this defensive side. That means they're going to be able to go to the basement, still utilizing the smoke, still utilizing the Mozzie, and now they've got the Kaid to kind of shut down these hatches. Lebanon Valley is not bringing a Maverick, and that could be the difference between loss and defeat, because these hatches just might be shut down.
This is, that's when you have the Jackal has worked great at assisting the roam clear, but when you don't take the ability to adapt throughout the round, where Psyduck has a clear ability, spot out some players, do exactly what a drone would do in a lot of cases, you need to have two hard breach. The same way when you have a Thatcher Thermite, that Thatcher gets swapped out onto a role that can clear things out. Flores would have been more acceptable, because now as soon as these Twitch drones get in, you are hinging on this Twitch drone. And it does look like the Kate Claw was able to get shot, so the hatch is obtainable. That this is an absolutely huge blunder on the side of Rio Grande. They've completely turned their disadvantage into an advantage. I can't even criticize the Cade Claws anymore, and the lack of a Maverick, all from the inability to counter a Twitch.
Yeah, and they still haven't found them out. They're gonna be able to yellow ping all day. They finally are able to spot the Twitch drone. They're gonna try to shut that down. The hunt has begun.
What?
I think Quixie took damage
What?
from Azura's shots. That's a big.
Oh, that is painful. And although this Twitch run has taken so much control, we're at the minute mark, and all that util gone is it's a great thing. But what control does LVC have? Liquefy is still on the second floor. They haven't made it any presence in the basement besides a Twitch drone. It seems like once again in this round, there's a great introduction, but following through with action just isn't there. They'll have to swing and take a disadvantaged peak terminal to find their pick. Mr. Davis on the side, a freezer will be able to find one. Azura finds a refrag though, and this push is once again mirroring the push of Rio Grande, gone almost entirely towards the freezer side, spraying out not in the right direction. Azura finds her second one on the round, side up with the refrag, back and forward it goes, but it'll ultimately end with Rio Grande taking the round based solely off the ability. They have so many more guns, so many more barrels looking at the same angle.
Yeah, that's the thing, is the attack of Lebanon Valley going through that freezer was kind of just tossing a coin there. They were hoping that they were going to find the shots through the walls, through the soft walls, having those angles, and that they were going to be able to win it out simply by firing 150 bullets at an area and hoping that they would connect. But they did not. And that means that Rio Grande, they're going to be able to get a 2-round lead, the biggest that we have had so far in this map and in this match subsequently. So I think that is a very big margin so far. You know, they've essentially doubled the lead that they have had before by 100%. And if they're going to continue to go off that, if they are able to win meeting, then they might almost guarantee themselves Oregon. And that is something that you really want to get if you are Rio Grande, especially if you're able to win these next two rounds, ending in a 7-3 scoreline. That would be pretty friggin' good after what we saw in the last half, ending up in a 3v3, and what seemed like these two teams were back and forth. I want to mention something actually, Binks, is that in the losses that we saw before of Lebanon Valley against Rio Grande, both of them were 7-3. So just keep that in mind.
That's actually a really good statistic to look at. Where will Lebanon Valley be able to hold out? And that could definitely be a testament to their ability to attack versus their ability to defend. We have yet to see them win an attacking round, where at every single turn, and it might not be at Lebanon Valley's inability to attack, it might be Rio Grande's amazing counterplay ability on the defensive side, where they have a very clear idea of how they want to play, and that is demonstrated by the fact that these drones are being shot out. This is a telltale sign that there's not enough information being spread. But once again, my words will prove to be wrong, as the Senate is pushing right behind these drones, and they might be able to catch this live Captain Clutch off guard.
Yeah, this room is going to be very big for Captain Clutch. Wherever they fight, they're going to be able to find a headshot onto the Senate. A great shot. Terminal's going to be able to back them up. And it seems like Rio Grande have this one. If McStuffins is able to be taken out in trophy, that Wamai is still just holding it very, very tight. Mr. Davis is going to try to fire some shots. It's going to be Caboose who gets taken out. Terminal is down, but Captain Clutch is still out there currently. They are looking very nice. They have a little 3K going on for them. Are they going to win it out? Nope. It's just Mr. Davis up against these two members of Rio Grande. One of them has gone onto the same floor, and one of them is still holding onto the site. This could be map point. We're just going to have to wait, and we're going to have to see how Mr. Davis tries to take this.
The defenders have no reason to continue to contest. They can play a really passive angle, listen for the audio cues that this lonesome buck is going to make. They have two drones still on the board, which means they should probably get on them. Psyduck doing a great job, while even off the board, they are checking the cams. They're providing information towards their teammate, an absolute necessity whenever you are on the attacking side and defending side. With a minute to go, they'll get spotted out. That's relevant information they'll be able to run up back to the second floor. I want to see the skeleton key from Mr. Davis Hughes. You have to have at least a little bit of displacement. You have to be able to isolate a 1v1. And when you go for these clear constructed door angles without making something of your own, that's very hard to do. Spraying out, they have the one, but it won't matter. A zero will win it out in a spectacular fashion. Swinging, and I have to applaud Rio. They've made their way to match point, winning their tertiary bomb site.
And we are going to have a TO. It seems that in the chat they're calling for just a little bit of something. I don't know if that's going to be granted to them. We're going to see a little bit of that, but I think it is something that is, if you're going to take something, might as well take it now. 6-3 match point. You've lost 3 in a row. It has not happened at the entire game. It seems like things kind of changed once we swapped sides. It was close. It got less close, and then that round should have been a lot less close. It should have probably been more Rio Grande sided, but he still won it in the end. So how is this last round gonna fare if Lebanon Valley aren't able to adapt?
Let's look at it this way. If we try to look at the defensive end, this is Rio Grande's map pick. The defensive end, they get to set the narrative. They are the first ones that have spawned in. The defense do their prep phase, and they know exactly.
Yeah, should be getting into it. Should be getting into this last game. As finally we are going to see kind of how this last round is going to end up, because it is a pretty important last round. It's kind of that final hurrah for Lebanon Valley on Oregon. They want to break the cycle of the 3-7. And right now, they're staring down their own destiny. And they have the ability to change it. It's in their hands. And, I mean, Rio Grande, I think the hard part is they have this elusive defender repick.
Mm-hmm.
You can see on your screen that Crixie was actually able to swap to the Kaid, which is that unreleased feature coming next season. Defender repick.
Oh no, that's too much. That's too much. But regardless, different visual bugs aside, this could be the final round that we have here on Oregon. Rio Grande proving to not drop a single defensive round. Now, the last time we saw them actually choose this attic, it became quite a close round, but it was constantly shut down in a beautiful clutch up from the Mozzie of Terminal. So I don't want to see it come that close. If they're going to win this match 6-3, I want it to be convincing. I want them to prove to us why Oregon is their map. If you're cheering for LBC, they need to show us in every single round now. They can't give anything else up. Why Oregon should be theirs. They are fighting. They have to show that they've learned. They've seen each and every single one of these setups. This is the second time they get a go against all of them now. Have they learned? Have they learned from every single one of their mistakes? And I have to highlight, Terminal has been able to acquire a Mozzie drone, which means that they are sorry, not a Mozzie drone, a Twitch Mozzie drone. So on the defending end, they were able to go and rotate around and shoot the other attacker drones, other attacker gadgets. They could position it into the closet. And it looks like the Senate does not have any ability to even get in.
Yeah, the drones of Lebanon Valley are the big thing here, but the Twitch once again. It's something that feels so easy to counter as a defense, but it just doesn't happen. That's twice now that a Twitch drone has been able to get through and just zap it out. There's a Mozzie in play. There are teams that you have to find a way to counter that. And just the fact that they weren't able to, I think, is just it's rough.
Interestingly enough, we have not seen too much pressure and map control from Lebanon Valley. They do have their sights, their barrels towards the actual site, but it's quite concerning as the Kaid is still down below, rotating right on around. If they aren't able to take them out, this could be absolutely devastating. The Thermite clearly getting ready to push in. This is where the pressure starts to mount. There's a minute to go. Lebanon Valley has to make sure they understand exactly what they're going for. Mozzie drone continuing to mount continuous information towards their team. Quixie on the Roman Cade will find the first opening pick of the round with 45 seconds to go. Refrag by Mr. Davis on the Jackal, doing a great job spotting out those footprints. But look at all these toxic babes. They've been detonated early, which means the push will still be possible. And it is going to be very two-sided. As Mr. Davis has control of White Stairs, your trophy, as well as bedroom. Every single player has to be extremely cautious of the angles that peak. Mr. Davis collects onto their second one. Third and final toxic canister is thrown out. Smoke grenades even being used. Liquefy will step into the smoke, but it's get downed. Caboose having two all of a sudden. What are you doing, LVC? The Senate having to go for the crutch plant. 10 seconds to go, assisted by Mr. Davis. Caboose with a triple kill, almost surely confirming the map for Ryo. And what are you doing, Mr. Davis? It's not the time to go and check Angry Birds. It's time to win the match. Oh my goodness. New iPhone, who dis? New iPhone Ryo map pick.
I don't understand. I'm bamboozled. I'm flummoxed at how that attack just fizzled away in the span of 10, 15 seconds. Like, the fact that you had Thermite, who, the smoke was gone. The smoke was still there. They were still on 20, 25 HP. They just decided, yep, let's just go on into the smoke. Nothing will happen. Instead, they died.
Oh,
You had your
sorry.
lion die. Twitch would
I'm
have
getting a
follow
call.
up.
Sorry.
Oh, you get what's the call, Bings?
Hello? Oh, hi, LVC. No, get off your drone. Get off. No. Play the round. Sorry.
Yeah.
The round is over.
Yeah, I understand that you got some calls to make, and sometimes that was the wrong one. It was wrong call to make, and I hate to see it because we saw how close this game could be in that first 6 rounds. We were at a counterpunch to counterpunch 3-3 scoreline, and then it just kind of took off. That defense from Rio Grande, they just completely outmatched LVC.
They surely did. And all jokes aside, LVC did have a lot of great attempts there, but it was those little things like not being able to clear out enough utility prior to their push, like that toxic canister securing the kill into the Thermite. That was easily the TSN turning point of that match as well as that round. So next up, we are going to have Villa. So we're going to have a nice short 3-minute break. Do not go anywhere. NECC Rainbow Six Siege Emergence Grand Finals will be back in 3.
Yeah, Villa is Lebanon Valley College's map pick, so that could be the difference. But I am still a little bit hesitant in how this map is going to go because, in my mind, 3 for 3 in all of the maps that these two teams have played with each other, it has ended up in a 7-3. That's honestly a little impressive that you have ended up all of these in a Lebanon Valley College loss in ending in a 3-7. So right now, that is your first goal, is getting beyond that. I think they definitely have the ability. It is just all going to be down to how their attacks start because they are starting on the attack. So they need to make sure that they do not end up in a massive hole. Okay, well, we're having some audio issues, so right now I will be taking over, and right now that is going to be the Jackal off the board actually for Ryle Grun. So now that we've gotten Jackal gone, that's a pretty big ban. We saw a lot of Jackal being played on Oregon, and with Villa especially being pretty roam heavy, that is definitely a little bit of a play to try to get these attackers going in some sort of different direction, whether that is a zero, whether that is something other than just simply trying to find those footprints, pinging it out, making these attacking teams do a little bit of work. And I think that's really good by Rio Grande. Rio, there's so many. Why is it still getting me? It's so funny that it's just like, it's 2 words, yet it feels like there's a billion ways to say them. And it's crazy.
Well, you know what? As as all my American friends must know when talking to Canadians, there's always a different way to say it. If you look at
A
our
more
great
American
spectator,
way to say it.
well, you know what? Well,
Yeah.
you know what? If we look, we can look at our call. We have so many different backgrounds here within the NECC. Where I'm from Canada, I believe you're from the United States. We have Zay Show from Cuba, as well as our observer, the unnamed gamer, across the great big sea. And I feel like that goes to show how different every single accent is, how you have different languages. But speaking of communication, every single player on these teams, and I have to highlight this, they both demonstrated that they have a phenomenal ability of
Attackers need to
communicating
locate
and
and defuse the
conveying
bomb.
exactly what they plan on doing.
And right now, what did make it through was the Finca. And that is something that could be a difference between these two things. Is that with Psyduck on the Finca, you're going to allow for more heals, you're going to allow for frag grenades, and you're going to allow for a little bit of a boost for these teams. And that is something that they might need. And the boost, just having that reloading, a lot of times it comes down to
10
mechanical
seconds
skill
remaining.
a lot of these times in these 1v1 engagements. And a lot of times you're not having on the attacking
5
side
seconds
Lebanon
left.
Valley come away with them. So is the Finca beyond just those health boosts
Attackers are moving out
actually
to
going
locate
to
a
help?
bomb and defuse it.
I I'm not too sure. I think that's yet to be seen. And I think we're gonna have to see the exact intent that Lebanon Valley has. But interestingly enough, within this half, we're really looking to see if Rio Grande, look what you're making me do, um, has the ability to continue their. I think this is 3, 4. So they have a
Attackers have
4 round win
located a
streak,
bomb.
and I want to see how long they can continue this for, because it's 4 rounds in a row that Lebanon Valley has not been able to secure.
Oh, they've got to break that streak somehow. That is the one thing. Is not only do they have to break the attack round loss streak, they have to break the map loss streak that they currently have against Rio Grande. And we're going to keep tripping up on that. But right now, it is not starting out well for Lebanon Valley. It is going to be the Senate going down first. There is going to be an immediate refrank onto Caboose. But you're still going to lose your Twitch and your Smoke. So right now, it's just you lose about equal terms of power here.
Yeah, I think that the Smoke has a lot more late round potential, but if Rio Grande is able to deny any sort of push before it gets to that point, that will be very pivotal. Quixie swinging around, about to catch someone lacking. Get off your phone. New iPhone. Who this? New iPhone. Mr. Davis making up for their mistakes. Nicely done there. And they are going to guarantee the man advantage towards Lebanon Valley. Captain Clutch also lit up. It doesn't matter. They'll be able to find the kill onto Liquefy. Goodbye to the hard breacher of Ace. And that leaves these 3 remaining players stuck trying to find these kills, with 2 of them already being lit up a considerable amount.
Yeah, and the problem for this defense, and I was going to say it's Captain Clutch's health, but they don't even have a health pool anymore. It is completely gone, and Lebanon Valley have offered themselves an advantage. 3v2. They have 2 frag grenades and 2 hard breaches if Mr. Davis opts to use them, and it's all going to be up to Azura. She's going to be able to fire that Alda. She's also got to worry from 90, but Mr. Davis, you mentioned how they were really redeeming themselves, and I think nothing is more true than the round that they just had.
I think one of the key parts that didn't work for Rio Grande was their ability to force Lebanon Valley to play the way they wanted them to, where they could say, all right, you don't get map control. And that's a very powerful thing on Villa with the buffer rooms being in play. It means that there's almost a guaranteed aspect that the attackers are able to get into the building and feel safe to some degree and covered from every single one of their teammates. Taking that power away from Rio Grande meant that they are constantly not able to say, all right, you guys are pushing to this door and you're gonna like it. You guys are forced to push up these stairs. No, there's so many different routes available. So a good change from Rio Grande that I need to see within the side of Planes and Games is that they are able to hold main stairs and get these long angles and control them. They can give up different buffer rooms, but they have to choose exactly where they're going to make their stand and not give any more of it up.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't it be just kind of funny if we just saw like a repeat of last map, but the sides were swapped? Like it was the defense
That would be so weird.
of Rio Grande that was just going tit for tat, and their attack was the one that just completely blew LVC out of the water. That would be funny, I think.
I think it would be maybe more poetic than funny. I think poetic would be a very good word there.
It depends on your definition of funny, I guess.
I find
Humorous, comedic,
going and finding very poetic things and good balance in the world. I find that very, very funny and entertaining. But that's just me. Regardless, 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go. And a great information gathering on the side of Lebanon Valley. LVC has proven that on the side of Villa, they have a great ability to, 1, collect information, and 2, to make good on that information. But with so many players stacked out on this balcony, this is where things start to get a little bit more tricky. You're sending out all your information. If you get rid of all of them, you only have 6 drones in total remaining. You have to be able to have late round information with 2 minutes to go. They don't have nearly enough. And you just lost another Twitch drone. The Senate, those things don't grow on trees.
I want to see the Twitch drone zap. I want to see Mozzie bring it out and zap an attacking gadget, please. It's all I desire. Right now, though, like you said, you're losing these drones left and right. Right now, the Senate just got nothing from the Twitch, and I think they might have got the gadget, but not before they were taken out by Quixie, and that is the much bigger thing, that Quixie was able to find 2 on that first floor. There is going to be Captain Clutch taken as the lone player from Rio Grande, but Terminal is down, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to get picked up.
Yeah, they're in a very inopportune position, but that doesn't mean the refrag is not a possibility, as Zero's going to be able to use their key position that has not been compromised on 90. But regardless, Caboose able to find the Senate and brings it down to a 3v1 liquefy on the ace, AK-12 in hand. Whether or not they'll be able to find it is yet to be seen. They have so many different cross angles to contend. 90 corridor has not been cleared. They still have a drone, however. They'll be able to drone themselves in, leave it for a teammate to watch. But they didn't even spot out the player on main stairs as they push out 3 different angles to contest. They'll be safe for the first one. Never mind. Azura wins out with that headshot. Rio Grande fight back, taking it round for round.
And there we go. Aviator in games is complete. We should be now going over to trophy statuary for round 3. And actually, I was wrong. Dining room kitchen. That is a interesting choice coming out from Rio Grande. That, you know, the site surprise is completely gone. There's no real ability to surprise your enemy because the attacker repick has been introduced. So I'm guessing Rio Grande, they have something up their sleeve, something different. And I really want to know what it is that they choose to go here over trophy statuary because, you know, in terms of stats, trophy statuary is a better site for the defenders.
It is. This is actually one of my favorite sites in all of Rainbow Six Siege.
Really?
Yeah, for the key reason that it shows a lot of different layers within the way that an attacking team can actually go about it. Buffer rooms do a great job, but I can tell you off the top of my head 3 key ways that you can clear it, and all of them can be put together. You go for a rush through kitchen pantry, or you even push only through kitchen pantry as well as laundry to have a very horizontal push, or you can even go from the other side of mudroom, try to go from mudroom into the kitchen doorway. And finally, you can add the vertical aspect into that the entirety of the site is all destructible, which means both the defenders as well as the attackers are able to use explosives as well as the C4s, but only one C4 on the side of Rio Grande, which is really concerning, to be honest, is a lot of teams opt to a lot of different vertical play, especially opting for a operator like Pulse.
There is the first of Senate's drones gone. Are they going to try to get the second in there? Try to get anything? It doesn't seem like it. I think that's the smart play because the Senate's Twitch on Oregon really has some use. We saw a lot of times they were able to sneak that drone in, but so far on Villa, it just has been shut down. Caboose is going to back out of bathroom, go right back into bathroom, try to still hold down these angles, try to surprise Lebanon Valley to get some sort of advantage, and I think that is something that really could lend itself to Rio Grande here. If they're able to get an early kill, still just take control of bathroom, and by proxy master bedroom, that could be big as Azure is going to be able to find the first kill. So it's a big kill from them.
Really great ability to take control of the map. It will be refragged, however, by Liquefy, and that means that all of this vertical control is in the hands. I stand corrected as the Jaeger of the Boost is able to hold up above. They're inside of Astronomy, and every single second that they kill is absolutely pivotal. And it's interesting to see if this Jaeger is going to opt to save their life or to really take this gunfight. It looks like they're going to go for the gunfight. Quixie on the Oryx is going to get lit up. I'm not sure where, but it doesn't really matter. As Caboose is able to find their kill onto McStuffins. Beautiful frags on the side of Rio Grande, and they've almost single-handedly shut down the vertical approach of Lebanon Valley.
Yeah, but they're still kind of allowing that destruction because Rio Grande had to back off. That means that now you're going to have this floor is going to be able to be destructible. But I think that the big thing here is the time. Is that, yes, you may be breaking the floor open, but if you don't find any kills, you don't find any advantage to it, then that is the big thing, especially with just how much time that these roamers have wasted off. With Azura in coat check, Liquefy is in for a world of hurt. That is the diffuser gone. Azura is just going to completely flood away, and now it is just one player left, Mr. Davis, who is not ready for the world of hurt coming their way. I'd be surprised if they survive the next 5 seconds. They don't.
Wow. You might be a soothsayer with how much you were able to predict that one, but I have to applaud you with the way you were able to look at that round. It's really reminiscent of how we saw Rio Grande in the previous map choose what they want to hold and choose where they make their hold, and that's apparent from Caboost's choice not to rotate back down towards the site and take the gunfight up above. They were able to secure the control for their team. Then you could also further that to think about exactly how Lebanon Valley adapted throughout the round. It was constantly a reactive nature where, oh, we can't do this, let's try this. We can't do this, let's try this. It wasn't proactive to say, okay, if we're not going to get this, we have to already start rotating to have our backup ready and catch the defenders off guard in this case.
And with Rio Grande going up to Trophy, is this kind of where we're starting to see things go their way? The tit for tat style, is that still going to ring true? It's starting. A lot of these interactions between these two teams is patterns. You notice a lot of patterns in kind of who's playing where, how the rounds start to play out, where the teams kind of want to go as well. It's just it's a lot of math, statistic, patterns, everything like that, and it makes for a really cool style of match between these two.
This is I don't know how I feel about the different roams that I see from Rio Grande. If they get droned out with sufficient droning, then they won't be nearly as effective, but based solely off the approach that Lebanon Valley has taken, and this is clear from the learning aspect of going back to statue, that Rio Grande lost this site, which means that they don't have as clear of an idea. Great use of this Gemini replicator to be able to spot out Terminal or Caboose, but it's a matter of which one do they spot out. If they find both, then they'll know, and they'll know that there is a cross peak that has been established. Now, here's the question. As an attacker, do you go and try to contest these angles, or do you set up a trap elsewhere when they need to apparently rotate back to site?
I mean, that is something that Lebanon Valley needs to ask themselves, whether they want to kind of commit this. They want to potentially risk players. Mr. Davis taking a whole bunch of damage. That Psyduck is potentially going to have to heal right back up, but that's still a lot gone. Azura has been so good at finding these very, very crucial kills in these rounds to swing the momentum one way or the other. And the big thing is Mr. Davis, the lowest HP player on the team, is still alive, so one bullet is just going to continue to swing this, but still a great shot by Azura.
Yeah, they're going to be looking for a third on the round. They've done a phenomenal job shutting things down. Quixie on the other side of the map is going to be the first to fall. Captain Clutch trying to rotate for the refrag, and you have to applaud the effort, as if they are able to find these two picks, their teammate will be revived. Instead, they'll opt to play the safer route and rotate down to red stairs, as that's a much harder position for the attackers to contest, especially with their limited knowledge. And never mind, they rotated back towards trophy entrance with Terminal holding the cross angle, an even better way to approach it. But Quixie, time is ticking down. It looks like they don't know they were down. They'll actually be able to survive. Azura finding a triple kill on the round. The ace is still within the realm of possibilities, but do they know that both McStuffins and Mr. Davis are on the other side of the map? Cross angle favoring the defenders won't actually work as they're looking the wrong way. Almost three. Mr. Davis finding them. Terminal finally there to get the refrag. That could have been absolutely devastating. C4 cooked out, should connect, and boom goes the dynamite. Terminal finding the C4 pick, as well as Rio finding their third round.
And now we've kind of started to see the momentum really kick off for Rio Grande. And with Aviator Games kind of getting opened back up, Rio Grande has the opportunity to just kind of keep on keeping on. They don't really need to change much. I think this is the only site that is possibly in contention because Lebanon Valley did win this one previously. Rio Grande, I think that is just the advice, honestly, is just to kind of be consistent with kind of how you've played. Make sure Azura is there for refrags, because they just kind of, they're kind of the refrag lord right here. They have been so good at making sure that any death by Rio Grande, any kill by Lebanon Valley does not go unpunished.
It's a real test to say how I'm going to get this right. I am going to get this right. Here we go. How Rio Grande. There we go. I got this. Rio Grande is able to
10 seconds remaining.
really maneuver around the map. I think it was not apparent in the first round. It was more feeling the waters. But now this is 3 consecutive rounds that they've been able to win. And this fourth one is going to be back on Plains and Games. A site that they won extremely convincingly, all off the cross angles. What I want to see from LBC, use 90 corridor. Either go for a split push and go either one player waiting on the side of study, and then the other one's coming towards the side of master bedroom. But as soon as you go for that, get a player on the 90 repel. Why not? It gives up so much freedom. Even if you break that barricade open so they have to be aware of turning their back, it gives you the ability to push up towards that crucial intersection in this site and take control of so many different angles, so many different walls that can be open or even pre-open for you to use to your advantage.
I'm honestly like, with the Senate hasn't had too much of an impact recently. Talked about how the Twitch drone really didn't do much, and I thought that it wasn't going to there with Captain Clutch there, but nope. Twitch drone's going to be able to get rid of those bandit batteries. Azura is going to be able to be shot down, and now the only person who's kind of in a decent position to shut down these roamers is going to be Quixie, who might actually be making their way back to the site. So Caboose trying to hold an angle onto study, but also trying to hold onto those stairs. They have a really tough job in front of them.
Time ticking down. Does not seem like Lebanon Valley has as much control as they would like, but I will be able to see that they have been able to get their frags, and when there are frags, it means there are different holes, different openings to be taken, as Mr. Davis collects onto another kill, 2v5, favoring the attackers, as it seems if they push into any aspect of the site, it will work, and I'm questioning if any of these kills even happened on the actual site. Captain Clutch now left in a 1v5, extremely unfavorable. There's many questions to be asked of how this will actually be accomplished. Swinging up, it will be the Gemini Replicator to spot them out. Captain Clutch taking all this damage. It is a flawless round as the Senate collects onto the final kill.
And there we go. It didn't even mean strategy. They didn't even need strategy to win that. Rio Grande just kind of gave Lebanon Valley those kills. It was, like you said, it was all off-site. And now, once again, Lebanon Valley has won their second round on AVG. Rio Grande opting to not actually go back to Aviator in games, going to Kitchen Dining Room, which was the second floor hold was really the pivotal impact. The roamers, whether it was Terminal, Captain Clutch, Azura, Quixie, all of them were kind of rotating between back and forth, the first floor, the second floor, and that meant that there wasn't really much that Lebanon Valley could do. And even when they had the time to finally bust open the floor, there was just so little time left that they did not really able to capitalize, and it was pretty close to a flawless round.
I don't understand Rio Grande's choice to throw bodies. It's it's a real testament to how patient they can be in sight. They've been taking more and more aggressive approach, and it worked for the 3 consecutive rounds, but that gets old really fast. And if you're playing on Lebanon Valley, their approach is exactly what they need it to be. They have the ability to constantly clear out roamers, and they take control of something. They don't plan on giving it up. As soon as they take control of a long corridor and have the entirety of it cleared out, we've seen this on every single one of their maps. There's no chance of Rio Grande going for any sort of C4. They couldn't go for a retake if they needed to. You have to secure your site, because that's where you have the angles you can control.
I think the Twitch drone is Rio Grande going to be able to shoot down the Twitch drone. I think that is something that if we were able to bet on things, that is a betting margin that you could have. And right now it looks like it's not going Lebanon Valley's way, because Caboose, they're zipping back and forth right now. Astronomy, Trophy, bathroom right now. They are kind of the sole defender. Actually, a pretty close shot there to almost finding the person who's running over to that walk-in window. I think Caboose could absolutely go on a tear here, or they could walk away with absolutely no kills. We're going to see what fate has decided for them.
Swinging around left and right, Caboose is going to find the first kill onto McStuffins. That is going to be your Ayana and your ability to create any Gemini replication. Second Twitch drone will also be dispatched and taken care of. Psyduck going for an interesting repel into landing. They have the spots from the Mozzie. This should be a guaranteed kill. They'll be able to find it, almost getting a team kill, but they don't have to worry about that. And we should see a Finka boost to get Liquefy right on up. But regardless, a minute 10 to go. The stakes are mounting. Lebanon Valley needs this round to be able to secure even half.
Quixie slinking up those red stairs. They're going to be actually not find a kill. Instead, it's Caboose who's able to find one, whip their head around, and find the second. They currently have all the kills in this round on the side of Rio Grande. And they're going to go back down the red stairs and have their eyes on the diffuser. They want the ace, and it is calling to them currently. The frag grenade is going to be thrown out. Not going to do too much except push Caboose off of those red stairs. And I think while the ace might not come all the way, I think it's really fair to say that Rio Grande has this round. If as long as they do not play silly, play stupid, they should have this round, especially because they know where it's coming from. Azura is able to find one, able to rotate, and there is the diffuser plain as day. That frag grenade isn't doing nothing. Mr. Davis isn't going to be doing much either. And now we are going to see Rio Grande take a 4-2 round lead.
Really interesting how the push of LVC constantly morphed around the longer the round went on. It once again showed that reactive versus proactive nature. They were responding in every single aspect to how Rio Grande was playing. And in that situation, what you want to have happen is you have the pings, and so you say, this is how I'm going to push because I know the defenders are positioned in this certain way. It seemed like there's a really big inability to get a sufficient clear onto the side of vertical. We didn't see nearly enough presence taking care of or even going for a laundry push. Pantry wasn't contested. All these different routes that I'm mentioning, kitchen and dining is so cool because of all the different routes you can go to attack and defend it. But it felt very one-sided, even though there was a three-dimensional vertical aspect in play.
And now, currently, LVC has not hit that crucial 3-round margin. So we gotta give one to make sure that they're able to hit the 3rd round. So Rio Grande is going to have essentially a lot of advantages on their side. They have the Finka of Quixie, who in the right hands, a Finka is so scary because she has that LMG, that 100-round LMG. She's got frag grenades. She's got the ability to quickly reload that LMG. She's got the ability to resurrect her teammates. So right now, Quixie hasn't been the one who's kind of been all crazy in terms of kills like we saw last round. It's actually Azura who's having the diffuser. So we're already going to see this window being opened up, and I think that is going to mean that Mr. Davis really has a choice to make here.
I want to see how exactly Rio Grande goes about this assault. It seems like they have a lot of different natures. They have a lot of different abilities to work with. And I love this Florist Rotero pick because that's 4. Although you're working with a timer, you have so many different options. You have walls that can be opened up. And they are going to go and utilize that on the corner going in towards Astronomy. Castle Asada has been spotted out too, so they know what their objective is, and it's just a matter of properly clearing it out.
We're going to see some shots being fired on out. No damage being done just to anybody yet. Psyduck having the UMP is actually trying to take this. Not the gun you particularly want in these scenarios, but sometimes it gets the job done. Castle's got that 1.5 that you're able to utilize, and all you need is one bullet to head of the opponent. So we are going to see some shots being fired. There we go. Terminal finds the first kill. McStuffins and Psyduck is gone. This is not boding well for Lebanon Valley's defense as they have both of their roamers gone. Mr. Davis, the only one left, all the way back at Astronomy Stairs. And if Rio Grande are very quick in this, that roamer could mean absolutely nothing.
I'm ticking. Gemini Replicator will do its job. C4 cooking out isn't going to be able to find anything. Liquefy shooting a Gemini Replicator that clearly gave them a heart attack. Thinking about what it could have been. Shooting shots. Mr. Davis alerts the Prevent. Quixie also knows that the Senate has been dispatched. They don't have to have any control of the round thus far. Mr. Davis finding their kill. Caboose to find Liquefy, all left up to the lonesome Lucy, trying to retake a site that was once theirs. Not able to find the head. Bust with the LMGE. We'll find it spraying out in a rather spectacular fashion.
And I mean, the Lebanon Valley's defenses have, when they've gone back to the site that they were previously, they did find success with it. And that's exactly what they're choosing to do. They're choosing to go to the same place, and they're choosing to bring very similar operators. We're going to see Liquefy on that Frost Kaid with the Senate. I think the difference here is kind of what Rio Grande has to offer in terms of kind of attacking power. We've got that Osa of Terminal instead of the Yana, so I think that is mostly a difference in terms of information gathering. You're going to see Terminal just walk up probably with an opponent behind them, opposed to just kind of throwing that clone out there and hoping to find somebody.
Bomb located by attackers.
I don't like there's something about this round that I don't like. It's an exact cookie cut. It feels like a cookie cutter defense of Lebanon Valley. The castle still being selected. It feels like there's a lot of different versatility that is missing. I do like that the barricade is being placed in that 90 window, but when it's placed in a way that doesn't assist nearly enough, that's when you have to start wondering, why are you going for this same site? What adaptations are you going to make to the point where not every single player on their site is going to get picked off, leaving your roamers as the only ones, which is a sheer contrast to what we saw on the Lebanon Valley attack, where they were able to clear out all the roamers and have the site completely cleared. It's just a very different ideological way of holding a site.
And once again, it's not even 30 seconds in the round, we're already seeing that window has been blown open. The frost mat has probably been seen as well, so it should be as well. It shouldn't be a surprise. But Psyduck is going to be able to drop down just as the window is being punched out. Pretty lucky right now, as the windows and the castle barricades have done a good job at kind of soaking up some utility. But now that Osa is starting to push up, this is where things could really start to get dicey for the defense. If Terminal's able to put the shields in the right spots, let's say on overlooking 90, possibly overlooking Astronomy Stairs, there are just sidelines that you really cannot contest as a defense, and that is the scary part.
Great angles being held so far from Rio Grande. With the Habana getting ready to jump into, there's no way for them to deny this wall. They may have the Kaid, but it has not been placed onto that vault wall. And a very clear narrative is in place. Liquefy getting caught off guard by Terminal, as well as vault wall being open, and it looks like just enough of those pellets were able to stick on the wall to be able to get in. Set it to find their pick onto Azura. That was the repelling Habana. Meanwhile, Captain Clutch will also fall to the castle, getting their kill. But not to worry, Caboose is there. Up the main stairs they go. They've taken control for their team. Senate now left inside of the site. They have Case down, which is a lot of information to go off of. And this will be a great use of the Ricochet ability. I don't know which one they're going for. C4 is going to be shut out, but the ADS will be able to catch it. Round and round we go as this utility gets countered and caught. But whether or not Rio Grande will be able to make it into sight is yet to be seen. The Jaeger contesting an Osa that they couldn't see, not looking the right way, won't be able to catch the player they're looking for. Meanwhile, Psyduck finds their second one. 2v2, 30 seconds to go. Terminal has control of Vault, but do they have enough control, and do they have Casey at the plant? Judging by the indicators, it does not look like it has been recovered. It's 29 meters away, and the Senate still knows that they have monopoly over it, as that's going to be a triple kill now for Psyduck. They have almost single-handedly turned the tide of the round. Senate still waiting patiently, holding the wrangle. It's all going to come down if they're able to find this Finka. They are not. Case has been able to be recovered. 3 seconds to go. Start planning, my friend. You didn't grab the case! And that's going to be the round going the way of Lebanon Valley, all off of time.
I mean, that feels like the appropriate response. Is just to stare at it. And that is something that, because you have to pick up the diffuser, I have found trouble with this myself, is that sometimes in the heat of the moment, you just don't grab it. Now, if they had, potentially we could have seen it go Rio Grande's way, but I mean, it would have been a very, very close call simply because they would have had to stick it, which would have a lot of time for Psyduck to run all the way and take them out.
Going forward, I need to see this from Rio Grande. If they want to keep this pristine 7-3 scoreline that we've talked about way too many times, I absolutely must see that they have different cross angles and they are constantly aware of the rotating, that their ability of the defenders to rotate away from sight is something that they do extremely effectively, especially on Oregon. And Lebanon Valley, touching into the different field of playing on the defenders, it cannot be forgotten. It can't go unshadowed. That was an absolutely beautiful flank from Psyduck, which turned the entire thing around. And I have to wonder what would have happened if Rio Grande was able to understand, watch their flank to a more sufficient level. Let's say even if they took a Nomad or Gridlock.
Yeah, but I mean, we can all look in hindsight. A lot of things we can all look in the past, say what if, what if. But now I have to look at the future and what is going to happen. Right now we are seeing Lebanon Valley on trophy side. An IQ being brought by the side of Rio Grande. So I want to see how Caboose is going to try to utilize that. Where they're going to go underneath, possibly take out the Kaid Claw. They're going to have to be very, very wary of any roamers down there. And we can see that is why the drones are there. Why Quixie has gone and excuse me. As Terminal's able to set up a very, very clear line of sight now to make sure that Master Bedroom is all the way clear.
This is a great use of IQ's electronic detectors. You may not have a Thatcher, but you do have the ability to go down below, locate exactly where the electric claw has been placed, shoot through all of the destructible floors. Almost the entirety of the first and second floor of Villa are destructible. Psyduck opening the round with a huge kill, but they're going to get refragged by Quixie. They only took out the IQ, which is not too pivotal of a pick. They already did their job. They got the Kaid off the board. Now you're left recovering all of these pieces and saying, all right, we took care of the biggest thorn in our side from the previous round. Where do we go from here?
And actually, Senate had another Kaid Claw that they were actually able to deploy. So now, no, Caboose actually did not do their job. I guess they did do their job initially, but because Senate had another one, that kind of counteracts the damage that they done. But with Terminal placing that shield, that is actually going to be a pretty big one, because now you're going to be able to see at least who's all the way on over. The C4 should be able to destroy that shield. Now that's going to allow McStuffins to do a little bit of a rotate. Senate taking a lot of damage, but Azura taking even more. The frag grenade's so close for taking out the Senate, but it still just isn't. But Thunderbird, Doc, that might not even matter. They should actually be able to get healed up all the way to full health. Yeah, there it is. And man, sometimes that Doc doesn't help you at all. It definitely helped you there.
Well, it doesn't give you glass protection like Warden does, but it doesn't matter. Even with the stun, it is going to appear that Captain Clutch will fall. Luckily, there is also a medic in the form of Finka on the side of Rio Grande. Mr. Davis rotating around 90. They'll find a kill onto Quixie. Liquefy to find their kill onto Captain Clutch. All of a sudden, it's all left up to Terminal, all alone. And the Senate has gone from being at a point of no return to having an over-maximized amount of health. 10 seconds to go, shots firing from all these different angles. McStuffins with Jaeger's carbine will be able to find the final devastating headshot blow. And LVC really showing that they have a lot more to contend within this matchup.
Yeah, and I mean they've broke the ceiling that they kind of put on themselves with that 7-3, and actually it's a lot closer as well because it's 5-4 currently. We're not on match point yet. It is still completely possible for Lebanon Valley to take this one in regulation too, but they still have one more before they have to tie it, and two more if they want to get to map point, excuse me. That fuse. I like to see that fuse, Binks.
Fuse is one of my favorite operators to talk about within the current meta, especially on a site like Kitchen where it's all very destructible. They can throw a fuse charge onto a reinforced hatch, they can throw a fuse charge onto a reinforced wall, depending on what position they opt to take, and the fact that these mute jammers are placed in a cone shape or a dome shape where it doesn't cover the entirety of a reinforcement. It gives you a really interesting interaction, and I really hope to continue to see Quixie take this fuse in a lot more of these interactions where the vertical pressure is not their only strong suit. And I believe, depending on what Quixie took as the secondary gadget, either breaching charges, in this case it is the right choice, or you can also take that secondary hard breach.
Yeah, well, there is one hard breach in play. That's the Habana. So we'll see kind of what hatches they choose to get, whether they want to get laundry, whether they want to get any other kind of hard walls besides, that main hatch that everybody's looking at. I think the one player to look at, and yep, our observer definitely saw it, is Sida. That roamer on that second floor is going to be pretty impactful, but Liquefy taking out Azura. And they've got the Hollow truck, the Cybertruck Hollow as well, so maybe should have brought the hard breach in hindsight.
Hindsight, as one of my very wise friends once said, hindsight is 20/20. You can't always see everything, and I think that's exactly what is coming to fruition here. And 2 minutes to go. I'm very, very concerned for Rio Grande. They have the ability to use all 4 of these cluster charges up above, but there's no pressure on site. Where is the displacement? It doesn't do anything to harm your opponents when you aren't issuing any pressure. You have to be looking into site. C4 will be attempted to be thrown out. It's not going to be able to collect onto anything. No damage has been done to the defenders. They're running the double healers. Even though Psyduck is lit up, they make it back to site. They're going to be right back up at that 100 health score line. It is nowhere near where you want to be if you're attacking the site.
Yeah, I mean, right now with the lineup that Lebanon Valley is bringing, you literally have to get the kill, because if you don't, that opponent that you just shot should be able to get back up to almost full health. Psyduck's Kona stations, they're going to be able to refresh, and Liquefy still has 3 stims in their pocket. So right now it's kind of either get a headshot or don't get a kill at all.
Time ticking down. Every single amount of pressure on the side of Rio Grande it's evaporating. They have no pressure. These sledge holes are just being opened a little bit too late. What pressure are you mounting here if there's not any players running around because they're displaced by a fuse charge being detonated below you? Terminals checking the basement. There's no control. There's no idea of where players are. A quick flick will allow them to even out the score count, a man count down to a 4v4 with Psyduck already hitting the ground, but there's no control. Where are they going to push? Where do they look? What control do they have? Quixie first to fall. They're looking for the second one. Plant is successful. It's being attempted. Kabus to be able to find their frag. Is there any C4 to deny it? Terminal to fall. Defuse successful. Suddenly we have a round, ladies and gentlemen, swinging out, and just like it, as fast as it came into fruition, it dissipates, and we have a clear round going towards Lebanon Valley.
And you just had, literally as soon as you talked about it, it was over. Just like that. And we are going to see a timeout come out from Quixie. It is currently 5v5. And I think this is, like we saw last time, this probably is the best option for Rio Grande. I'm going crazy, kid. Rio Grande. With what they have had in the previous rounds, that taking a pause, making sure you kind of know what you're doing on this attacking side, how you're going to counteract some things, whether it's Psyduck's healing, whether it's the Doc who may or may not be played in this round. Something has to change because Rio Grande have it in their pocket. They know what to do. Right now, it is just about execution.
I know you say it's about their execution, but even when they go for those executes, it feels almost as if they aren't able to execute because they have to look at the entire round. And we can go and look in a reverse sort of mindset here where, all right, we want to have a clear execute onto where are we going next? Aviator games. I want to have a clear execute onto games. All right, well, how am I going to do that? Well, I need to make sure I can't be swung for main stairs. Okay, I need to clear main stairs. Okay, so how are they going to be assisting a clear for main stairs? Well, they might have someone from 90 and they might have someone in study. All right, so then we'll start our approach from clearing 90 and study. Is there anywhere else that I want to take control of? Well, hey, maybe having control of red stairs as well as everything around landing should be a good idea. All right, so then we have a clear narrative. From there, all right, we need to clear main stairs, but we want to go and get control of 90 as well as the astronomy bedroom side first. So you're going to be able to start, study, bedroom side, clear through there, as well as a player even going on the 90 repel to apply more pressure towards the defense. From there, you then apply pressure onto your next point of interest, which would mean taking that 90 repel player after 90's been controlled, maneuvering them back down to the lobby, and they have so much more freedom to clear out the entirety of the site from going pressure from below, pressure from the side. Where do the players on defense go? They have nowhere to go, and you're able to secure your kills either through outright kills or through refrags.
Yeah, ever since we've gone on this attacking side, Azura hasn't had the impact that they did on the defensive side. It's been Caboose who's kind of taken up that mantle, but the fact that you lost somebody like Azura in terms of fragging power is something to note on. On the defense, you got a lot of people have really made their way. Liquefy, I think, is somebody who really has kind of put in the work on this defensive round. Mr. Davis as well. Basically, Rio Grande, they've got to get an advantage somehow, and they have to keep that advantage.
That advantage could easily come from an early round pick secured through information. We haven't talked with the vertical holes that can be made inside of planes and games. Those are being clearly demonstrated by LVC and how it is their map pick. All these holes, especially the one that we just saw, the Senate, and as well as Mr. Davis looking through, go right towards that first floor lobby. And if they are able to catch these players off guard, Caboose could be in for a very rude awakening.
We're seeing a frag grenade being prepped. It isn't going to do too much. Instead, Caboose is actually going to take a lot of damage. They're going to have to retreat down those main stairs, and now they're kind of caught. They can't really go all the way down, but they don't have the information to go all the way up, so what are they going to do? They're just going to kind of wait. We're going to see a Rotero go on forward, and it is just going to stick itself right onto that camera. That's a nice shot. So now you have lost some information. If you are the defender, Quixie in 90 is going to make a big impact. That frag grenade is going to shut down Psyduck, and this is what Rio Grande needed, but a great play by Mr. Davis in countering that. Terminal preps a frag grenade, and that's the thing, is the ADS doesn't catch that, but Liquefy doesn't even need grenades, doesn't even anything. They only need bullets. As Captain Clutch, they are going to be able to find an equalizer to the kill from Liquefy themselves. We're at a 2v2 terminal. Are they going to be able to find the shot? The shotgun. He's going to be able to put that Yana onto the ground. A 1v2 is not where Captain Clutch wants to be, despite the name.
Captain Clutch has a lot of abilities. He's going to try to flash out, seize the head of the mute, poke up. They have to be aware of where the Jaeger's rotated to. You know they have the Mossberg. You also know that, oh, it's not even a Jaeger, it's a Maestro. But regardless, they are able to win it out from the vault door using the great spray of that Alda. In a very tremendous round from Lebanon, as they are able to secure a match point, as they have the ability to win out their own map pick within regulation. And this really shows that they are fighting for it. This map pick of their very own, the tides have turned. They have such a clear understanding of how they want to play. But Rio Grande, they have shown within that previous round the execute's possible, but they have to maintain control. And I want to bring this up once again, maybe switching out, taking that Nomad, get a guaranteed flank watch in the form of a gridlock, and you no longer have to worry about a flank from main stairs. And it's all these little things that you have to account for when preparing.
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
Well, you've seen a lot of round streaks currently in these two maps. The last map, it was Rio Grande, and in this one, it is Lebanon Valley who have gone on that streak. Because currently, it is a 4-round streak that they have been going on, and right now, with map point currently on the horizon, Liquefy on the dock seems like the best choice. You want to keep what's been going well for you. You want to keep that kind of
10 seconds to go.
heal combo that for some reason is
5
just
seconds left.
stunting Rio Grande's progress onto the site. You're dedicating 2 operators simply to heals, and Rio Grande just haven't been able to break through that defense.
Yeah, I think it's been a really solid fortress, but within every single aspect, it's shut down. So as we go towards our final round in regular time, I need to see that information is being acted upon quickly. So look, Quixie is moving towards this 90 corridor, spotted out by the Legion. Oh, great! You know where Legion is. So what? So what? What is it gonna do? You know that there's possibly a player here. They still have the default cam, so they have all this information ready on you. Swing out, it goes the way of the Legion easily because they know exactly where you are. The information you collected is so very old. McStuffin's also able to collect onto their frag. And just like that, the opening minute has been an absolute disaster for Rio Grande.
My question is why the default is still up. It's still up. That is what caused the death of Quixie, was because the default was not shot. So the information that Mr. Davis had was just completely fresh. They were know that Quixie was coming down and were able to pre-fire it and able to win that engagement. The flashbang is going to go to red stairs. It's going to kind of, or actually the frag grenade, excuse me, is going to push Psyduck kind of away over towards the other set of stairs, as Liquefy still has Astronomy. We're still seeing Senate on this site really holding down the fortress. Like you said, that is what this defense is, with the amount of heals being brought from it. The C4 still in the hands of Psyduck. Senate does not have theirs anymore. So right now, just going to be bullets and whatever Doc and Thunderbird have to heal their allies.
Final minute in what could be our final round on Villa. Not too much control for the attackers. 90 still has not been cleared out. This gives Psyduck so much capability to shut down this Iana of terminals. They're not even looking the right way. They won't be able to catch them. There's the frag that Rio Grande could not afford to lose. And now the remaining 2 of Captain Clutch and Azura have to find a plethora of frags. 2v3 as Azura will be able to connect onto one, and Captain Clutch being lit up, doesn't even know from where. Case is now fallen, all left up to the lonesome Hibana. 11-7. They have the scoreline. They know that they can get the frags, but whether or not they're able to find it is yet to be seen. Instead, it's going to be Psyduck to win out the long angle that they were holding, and that's going to be the round, or the match. No, just the map. Round map match. Oh, regardless, it's going the way of LBC.
And so at least we're going to be here for 2 more maps, because we're currently 1-1. It is a best of 5. So strap in, take a little bit, because that was a very, very close match, the 5-7 scoreline. And I'm super interested to see kind of what is going to go on forward, how this third map is going to go. I honestly can't really say, because the mechanical skill has kind of been a little back and forth between the two. There hasn't been, one team that's really taken the charge in that.
Hmm. So Coastline is going to be our next map, and I want to see a lot more fragging potential from LVC, where they proved within Villa that they have the ability to maneuver around the map. They continue that onto Coastline. I think we could see some very convincing things, but we're going to take a quick 3-minute break. Go fill up your water bottles, run to the bathroom, and we'll see you very soon. Welcome back, NECC. Time goes by so slowly, but tick tock on the clock. We got a party, and it's not going to stop now. We have Coastline as our next map. Hopefully, we don't get copyright strike for using song lyrics, but that's okay. They were completely unrelated. My name's Binks. I'm joined by Lightrose, and we have our third map in our best of 5 series. It's 11:26 p.m. Eastern. This one's going into the wee hours of the morning.
Yeah, definitely, because we at least got two more, and that's at least probably 45 minutes each. So we're gonna be here past midnight, possibly 1 a.m. and maybe even longer. So hopefully you don't have a paper to write, and hopefully, well, we'll see. We'll see kind
Or,
of
or
how,
work in the morning.
or school in the morning. I
Oh
mean,
no.
don't worry about that. Well, we have Coastline coming up next, and this is going to be a map that I think we're going to see kind of how these teams start to set up when it comes to really fragging out, because we saw a lot of weaknesses on those teams. We saw definitely times where they could really improve on, and I think it really, for Rio Grande, their attacking side really felt lackluster, especially when it came to just kind of peeking regular angles, watching their corners as well. They just weren't really up to snuff with somebody like Lebanon Valley.
Yeah, you definitely have a point there. So as we go towards this frag heavy map, Jackal is not someone that you want to be contending with on defense because of how close these corners are. It's almost guaranteed he even breaks open a single window panel and you'll be able to see where you've been. And having to prone crawl around to avoid leaving footsteps is not something you want to do. Osa, the second attacking operator, seems very much like a target ban by Lebanon Valley to make sure that they don't need to contend with any more of those pesky crystal clear shields. And you're probably wondering, yo, Thatcher escaped the ban phase. Oh my goodness, Thatcher's not banned. On a map like Coastline, Thatcher bans are not nearly as important because it's much more frag orientated rather than that support centered meta that you see on maps like both Oregon, Clubhouse, and Villa.
Yeah, of course. And this last one might be Valkyrie. Yep, that's exactly what I was expecting. So to have her off the board is kind of pretty standard, especially on Coastline. But with Rio Grande coming up first in terms of defense, it's hard to say who kind of has this advantage because in the last map, the defense was where Rio Grande shone. When in the first map, it was the attack where they did well. So it's not really up to us. We can speculate all we want, but currently what we have seen in front of us is there hasn't been too much consistency with how good or bad each of these sides have been.
That's what I want to see. I want to see a clear
Locate and
division
defuse
here.
as many bombs as they can.
Third map. I talked about this within the opening aspects when we were looking at that map ban veto.
Attackers.
Trying to see exactly third map is when we're going to see these teams' true colors start to shine. You can have a great opening act, but if you can't maintain it, then that opening act was all for nothing, as you will be able to you'll be swept under the rug from all these new and improved, this longer lasting team. So what are the foundations? What endurance do these teams have and bring to the board? That's what we're about to find out as the final 10 seconds tick down in this prep phase.
5 seconds to go.
And right now, with some changes on the board, there is not going to be a blitz, but there is going to be a Lion of McStuffins. We have seen that the Lion has had some impact, whether it's kind of just keeping these defenders still. Somebody like Quixie, who Oryx is very, very speedy. Got that Rima dash, going through walls, jumping over hatches, zipping back and forth. If you can kind of stop that, even for just a second, you might be able to capitalize on it. But already we are seeing the Sabata charges being deployed, wanting to get inside of that Hall of Fame just so they can make sure they have vertical presence. Whoever's in there, they got to be ready to fight. Terminal has to be ready here.
Yeah, you want to win this opening engagement. It's great for confidence, great for understanding how you're going to push. What I don't like is how much they are not willing to sacrifice drones. They're still trying to get the Twitch drone to be the first one in there. Twitch has a drone. I don't know why they're not trying to sacrifice that. The Mozzie of Terminal will be spotted out, swinging up undetected to the Habana. Can they find a second note? That's going to be a quick refrag from the Senate, who did do the initial droning, just not able to reciprocate that information soon enough. McStuffins will be able to get Quixie, who is going for an aggressive Rama dash right on into VIP. But once again, the refrag game is here and it's here to stay. Azura finding the Senate, and we're evened out to 3-3.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
And will the vertical play start to come in? There is no buck. There is no sledge. Mr. Davis all the way over in Summers is trying to get an angle inside of that kitchen, but that prox alarm is starting to go off. That's going to indicate that somebody is not where they should be, and that right now they have to back off. That means that Mr. Davis has to be a little more apprehensive with where they want to play. But right now, we're a little calm. We haven't seen too much happen in the last 45 seconds, but that prox alarm is still going off, and there we go. Mr. Davis is eventually going to be able to take that out. Just fire a Gon 6 into that site. Not really going to do too much to this defense. And overall, there we go. With now that gone, oh, the smoke is gone, but not before it has been deployed.
Yeah, Toxic Canister isn't able to deploy in the desired location either. This leaves Captain Clutch having to swing into No Man's Lander, possibly territory that's a lot more controlled by Lebanon than they realize as Mr. Davis collects onto their kill. It's all less up to 0, trying to find the Ayana, not able to do it, but they light them up a considerable amount. There's still one Finka boost remaining. That's a headshot, one more player off the board. They only have to find 2. These are both of the quarantine operators. We remember them from R6 extraction. They're key in dealing with any sort of virus, and that virus is going to be Rio Grande, and they'll disperse of it extremely efficiently. They'll win the opening round here on Coastline.
And now their attack, is it going to start to snowball with Rio Grande? They're going to go to Hookah, actually, probably the smarter of the sites, especially if you want to start out with a victory. The operator lineup, in terms of just kind of this defense, it's a little different, especially for something like Hookah. There's no smoke. There isn't a castle. There isn't an Aruni. And there's the Kaid, which is probably designed to shut down quad wall, but there's nobody on Lebanon Valley who's really gonna be breaking that open anyways. So right now, simply looking at the operator lineups, Lebanon Valley has the advantage. And my question is it gonna kind of be that way all throughout Coastline?
I genuinely think that we have to take the first round as a possible outlier, as a lot of teams are trying to feel how they like map, and oftentimes, even within pro league games, that first round, it can set the pace from the winning team,
5 seconds left.
or it can just completely backfire, and we see that everything switches where each of these teams have now decided, okay, perhaps we need to change our attack, our approach in this particular way, and we're all set. For the defenders, that could be a more substantial roam game, or taking different aspects of the map and saying, I'm playing my life here, or I'm going to play this gadget here. And all these different backups, understanding how Lebanon Valley is going to change their approach. It's a very much give or take method, and I do believe the first round starting on defense can be a lot harder.
Oh, Caboose! Gonna actually be able to escape those bullet tracers. They're still gonna try to hold on to VIP. And it's honestly, I just think it's a wonder that nobody even took any damage through that VIP door. I am shocked. Right now, McStuffins has been able to locate that Thorn, and Caboose is still alive. Nobody's really been trying to hunt them down. Now Azura has been found out. She isn't going to be staying there for too much longer, as right now the drones have just been doing a great job at kind of spotting out these roaming defenders.
Captain Clutch taking a devious amount of damage, same with Quixie, as they will both have to retreat to a much safer location for the rest of the round, as they still have utility to contribute to the round. With a minute 30, the push from Lebanon has been really, really substantial. They have control of bedroom, and they are already trying to pressure out the Thorn player right inside of VIP. On the rotation out, Caboose will be dispatched, relegated to the bench for the rest of the round, as Quixie, rotating down below, will run towards White Stairs. But the problem with running is that you alert the attackers to your presence. So as much as Quixie is trying to be stealthy, it is something that can be easily countered. But you have that Vigil Scanner. You can continue to move while the EE1D is activated. Sophia, turn around. The flank will be successful. Meanwhile, Sadek is able to collect on with a nade. Looking for all these kills. Captain Clutch. You can give them a limited amount of HP, but you give them an SMG, they're going to find that head, and they will put you right into the ground, send you to the grave. Pushing in, watch your corners, LVC. You don't know what might be lurking. Azura able to collect onto their frag. 3v1. It's all up to the Senate. Can they do it alone? Find out now with 30 seconds to go. Swing around, they'll find the first kill onto the Vigil. Head up, looking for the Malusi, but nope. Not going to be good for 2. Azura capitalizes on their kill, and it's 1-1.
So we're definitely going to be in here. Are we going to see another Villa where it's a 5-7 scoreline? Imagine if we go through a best of 5, Binks, and a majority of the maps are full regulation round, if not overtime rounds. Can you imagine?
I don't want to. I'm not gonna lie. I do not want to. It.
You know, like staying up till what, 2:30 a.m.
Oh no, please. We're not going till 2:30 a.m. We're gonna be up all night. The party does not stop here at the NECC. We keep it going 24/7, and I think both these teams are proving to us. Well, as much as I don't want to see it go back and forward, I feel like that's exactly what we are going to get, and I'm both thrilled and concerned. What I want to see is, I don't want a back and forward of, you made a mistake, I'm capitalizing on your mistake. No, these teams are both better than that. They are both better than using mistakes to be able to do well. I want to see both of these teams take control, and it should be off of using the advantages, using and learning, adapting from every single previous round. That is how it's going back and forth. Otherwise, that's not the back and forth that I want.
Yeah, I mean, it can kind of get a little stale with like that if you're constantly having the same sort of mistakes being punished, or you're having the same sort of, you know, plays being taken over and over, but the defense or the attack isn't just doing anything about it. So you're kind of just, you feel like you've seen everything 1,000 times, and you're kind of just waiting out the hours, and obviously that is not what we want. We want an exciting Rainbow Six match, and already we are seeing some X-Kairos being made. The Mute Jammer, because it is that orb, it's not going to be able to cover that side, and because now we do see some frag grenades being thrown out, and Twitch drone is going to be able to shut that down. We're going to have to rely on the impacts, which are actually, the first one wasn't able to hit, but the impact was big enough on the second to clear out those X-Kairos.
Yeah, there is only 6 left, so they should be able to reattempt it, but not as sufficiently as they may want. They could go for more of a prone angle to jump into. Maestro, Evil Eyes also being dispersed by the Gone 6 in the hands of the Lion. McStuffins has been doing a phenomenal job throughout these few games. They do have the Lion scans, and they're doing a great job contributing. Lebanon Valley, within their approach, have not been able to take as much control as they were anticipating, especially not with this 1:36 remaining. They have 5 defenders they still have to find, and they aren't looking in approximately the right angles. There's a lack of information, and that's where you start to get concerned. They don't know exactly where all of their competition is. This terminal even finds a frag. Every single player on Rio Grande has been able to find a key position play.
3v3, 3v2 now. This is just Psyduck and Liquefy left on this Lebanon Valley side, and they're going to be able to escape the wrath of Caboose and that Alda as well. And now Liquefy has shot a couple bullets. They are going to know the general position, especially Azura, who's not going to be able to win that engagement, but they actually might be able to get picked up. The Alda is not finding it, and instead, it is going to be that LMG from Fika. Captain Clutch fires some bullets. They're able to put Psyduck on the ground. Do they have any Finka boosts? Doesn't seem like it, so now it's just going to be Liquefy up against Psyduck, and they know exactly where Liquefy is.
Yeah, this is the scariest position imaginable for this Hibana, where the Wamai has the advantage, but what's going on there? Great use of the ACOG, the amplification. They were just caught off guard. How did you not know the Hibana was pushing up that location? You had a Maestro cam. Massive blunder on the side of the defenders, but LVC making great work and being able to win that round gives them the 1-2 scoreline. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm still questioning why they didn't go to kitchen service in the previous round.
I mean, we can speculate a lot of times, but there's certain times where something is so out of the ordinary that it's kind of impossible to really locate why they did it. And it's I talked about, last map, how this game a lot of times is patterns, statistics, previous records, everything like that. And then there's times where it just kind of defies that, where we cannot rely on what we have seen before. We can only rely on what we are seeing currently, what the teams are choosing to do, and then kind of make our analysis, what we predict, what we see based on that.
10 seconds left before insertion.
With the action phase about to commence,
5
what will
seconds
come into
remaining.
fruition for this round? What exactly are the defenders able to bring to the table? It seems like they are once again on the side of Rio Grande, looking to play in a way that they are off-site. A kitchen window rush, in all reality, would actually be a phenomenal course of action, as these players, Captain Clutch as well as Caboose, are just not prepared to go for any sort of immediate rush, immediate push within the site. The Mozzie, inside of VIP, is going to be playing their life. They've previously been able to get critical frags. The angles that they are contesting just aren't the same as previously thought. They have the option to contest or play their life and run away. They are going to play the safer option, which is rightfully so, as McStuffins also finds the Oryx, the other roamer on the side of Rio Grande.
Want to see who's gonna kind of be that main player on Rio Grande. On Lebanon Valley, it seems that kind of everybody's doing their part. It seems that everybody is getting the appropriate amount of kills that they need to really make way. But Azura with a little bit of a flank's able to drop that diffuser, and we're gonna see a 4v4 as bullets continue to fly for a little bit. But no damage done to anybody. That Finka Surge is going to get a little bit of a damage boost or damage buff, as now Terminal takes so much damage, they're not even going to be able to survive any much longer.
McStuffins collecting onto their second on the round. They've been doing a phenomenal job on the Lion once again. They still have 3 EE1D scans that they have within their pocket ready to be used. Malusi being caught off guard, or not Malusi, sorry, but Rooney being caught off guard and not capitalized on by the Senate, even as they push in towards the main lobby. A minute to go. Lebanon Valley has the control that they need, but they just have to apply a little bit more pressure. Get one more frag and continue to push up, allowing for 0 breathing room from the defenders.
Seeing the proxies go off, and here comes that res. The LMG is going to start to do its work. Actually, not the LMG, excuse me, the FAMAS. And the smoke grenades, is it going to do damage to the Senate, is the question.
Will not, and 4v2, 20 seconds. Plant going down, there's a lot of coverage. There's nothing that these remaining 2 defenders are able to do. They're going to have to swing around from every conceivable angle, but there's not much they can do. Forced to stand still once again. There is still a third EE1D, as they've all been saved for this post-plant. Caboose looking for the Twitch, they'll be able to find it, but they're gone down to a extremely limited amount of HP. And they don't have a lot of long-range capabilities. That SMG-11, it doesn't have the ACOG that it once did, not to mention the fact that every single aspect of this gun is not meant for long distance. It's a short range, extremely high fire rate SMG. But regardless, time tick down. There's no chance for Rio Grande to get into the site, as McStuffins is going to be able to find the final kill. Great use of those Lion EE1Ds post plant, as it completely stalled out the remaining 2 players' chances of getting into the site.
Here we go, Lebanon Valley. We're reaching round 5. We're a couple rounds away just to kind of get there, to get to the point where Lebanon Valley is reaching an apex point where they feel confident in themselves, in their ability to win these gunfights against Rio Grande. And I think that on Coastline, confidence is a very, very big thing when it comes to Coastline overall. When it comes to just kind of how you enter the site, how you carry yourself all around the map is very, very crucial. And I love seeing that from Lebanon Valley. As somebody who, we saw them on the first map. They were struggling a little bit. We saw them on the second map. They've improved a lot more. And now that we're on Coastline, we can see that kind of starting to step into their own. And I love to see that, especially because Lebanon Valley, you mentioned all the way back, they are the David compared to the Goliath right now.
Yeah, we are going to see a rehost come in really quickly. So we will be coming back to you guys get to see our beautiful faces just for a little bit longer while we get this lobby reset up. So I have a question for you. You mentioned the David versus Goliath analogy once again, and it does seem like the team that we thought as they were the the lower seed going into this fight, and they have a much different track record during the regular season. Do you see them actually being able to continue? And is this a true David versus Goliath, or is this just two teams that happen to be on level playing field but just have different seeds?
I don't think it is truly a David versus Goliath. Kind of looking at what we've seen, I think there's a 2 game difference in between the two in terms of record. Lebanon was still the 4th seed. They weren't, the bottom tier of the 6th or the 5th. They were the 4th, and they did beat the number 1 seed. So they already kind of technically already beat the Goliath if we're talking about who the true top dog is. But I think these two teams are definitely matched right now in terms of skill. What we have seen on all 3 of these maps on the first half of Coastline, that Lebanon Valley are starting to really wake up. They're starting to feel like comfortable, like I said, and that's starting to show in their gameplay. And especially now as we're reaching the second hour right now, as I believe we started at around 9:30 or no wait. That's 3. Oh my gosh, what is time anymore? That's almost 3 hours that you mentioned all the way back, is that this is the time where, you start to feel tired and you got to work through that, as this is the turning point.
Yeah, the stakes with every single round that passes, every single map that is won, the stakes of each and it keeps mounting. The first round, you can use the first round, lose the first map, shrug it off, say, all right, I got 2 more. But every single round, as we continue up this longer and longer series, each and every round has more and more consequence than the last, and the implications
Mhm.
of those rounds continue to mount. This is a massive turning point. Coastline shows who has fragging superiority in a lot of cases, who knows how to position themselves in angles that the attackers or defenders are not going to be looking for. So as we go back towards our matchup, we need to wonder what exactly are going to be the changes. Which team is going to take this fragging superiority, and how are they going to use that as we go into what could be our final map?
Yeah, I mean, with the next map up being Cafe Dostoevsky, you can take a little bit of those previous map experience, as I don't know, I think we might be doing a little bit of a gentleman's agreement, because there weren't the bans were actually not put in, so they might be just doing, the casual, like, hey, don't
Don't
go
do
these
it.
operators, guys.
Yeah. Well, great. I appreciate that from both teams, as it does show a good bit of camaraderie. So, thank you to both of them as for being very understanding. We do appreciate
Attackers
that
need to locate
greatly.
and defuse as many
But
bombs as they
enough
can.
dilly dally. We're back on to the second floor, hookah and billiards. We have 2 more rounds within this rotation, which means that Rio Grande is going to be having the ability to get these 2 rounds. They have the option. They can get to an even 3-3 split, and perhaps this rehost is exactly what they needed to say, okay, let's debrief. We have a little bit of time before we get into this next lobby. What was going on? What were we doing wrong? And how do we fix it? So great
10 seconds
job
left.
in that regard. Now we just gotta wait and keep going. We gotta
5
keep
seconds
on
to go.
fighting to see which angles are we gonna take, which one are we gonna compromise, and which areas of the map are we just gonna
Objective is to
stop
locate a
worrying
bomb
about.
and defuse it. Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, something that we haven't been able to see too much is the Twitch. And we talked about the Twitch a lot, because that is kind of LVC's way a lot of times of dealing with something like an electro club or a bandit battery or anything like that. They throw that Twitch in there, and then they just try to get that Kaid claw off. And Rio Grande, they just haven't been the best at dealing with it. And right there it is. I was mentioning in the second map that the Twitch just didn't have the impact. Well, now it definitely does. If a team just is not able to kind of shut down your way of shutting them down, your counter attack, then you keep running that day after day after day. And I mean, obviously we're seeing that Lebanon Valley currently has a 3-1 lead, and a lot of that is simply because they're able to get into the building really quickly.
Mr. Davis is going to find the opening kill. Goodbye to Captain Clutch. They're not going to deploy any more my pucks or magnets for the rest of the round. Terminal also taking a good bit of damage. If we look at the overall control that the defenders have, it's still partially substantial. They know where they can rotate, but clearly not, as Thorn of Caboose will be dispatched by the Senate. This leaves a lot of the defenders in a rotation frenzy trying to make their way back to site, because we saw this same flaw on the side of Villa, where they were all caught off guard, caught on the roam. But now we have all three. We have Quixie, Terminal, as well as Azura playing along Luggage, Billards, and Hookah respectively. This gives Lebanon Valley so much room to rotate up if they see fit, even when they are droned out. We have a C4 capable. Terminal could throw this towards the white stairs, catch both of these players off guard, but do they know they're going to rip it? Not able to throw it, even take it out. Liquefy connects onto the head. 2v4 as the entire defense continues to fall apart.
And here we go. Azura trying to reload, trying to stay behind this bar. Here comes that Lion scan, as Lebanon Valley might be able to walk back on up. They're not going to be able to capitalize on it, but it did allow for a rotate. And now just a tactical retreat trying there from Azura, the only one left on the side of Rio Grande, is that Thorn isn't going to be able to do much. A 1v3, Azura having full health, but not having too much else in their pocket. They're going to be able to down and kill one. It is a 1v2, currently a 1v1. They're going to be able to reload. They're going to be able to kill Liquefy. Kill Liquefy. All right, well.
What?
Sometimes it be like that, Binks.
What?
Sometimes it be like that. Well,
nerves getting the best. Oh my goodness. I feel for Azura. That was their round to take. So very, very close, and they had every single aspect of it down. I'm not even sure why Liquefy stuck that plant. You had 5 seconds to go. I don't know why. Oh man, that was a very scary round. A lot to debrief. A lot of mistakes made on both ends. On the side of the defenders, we saw that they had a really hard time maintaining their control of any aspect of site, where it felt like they were constantly allowing the attackers to get into positions that favored a 2v1, like in Luggage, where you could get a 2v1 or force a rotation into an area that's already controlled. There was nothing on the side of the defenders where they were controlling the narrative, saying, all right, you're going to push into here and you're going to like it. Or in most cases, not like it. What I need to see from Lebanon Valley, though, is that they are extremely aware of where every single player is. If they are clearing a site and there's a defender all alone, take an extra 5 seconds, drone, and clear them out immediately. Once you dispatch them, they're gone, they're off the board, keep going. They have the ability, 1 to 4, they have shown us that they can work like a well-oiled machine, but I need to make sure that that machine can stand the test of time.
now if Lebanon Valley, if they're able to get a 5-1 lead, I think that shows the progress that they've kind of gone through. Sometimes what will happen in matches is you might have one team, they clearly win the first map. Second one, it's a bit closer, and you might have, the other team actually take it. And suddenly that other team, when we go on that third map, they just start to skyrocket. They have taken that momentum of that second map, and they have really utilized it all that they can, and they just continue to go on for it. A great shot by Terminal, and that is a shot that right now Rio Grande, they really need, because they need this round to make sure that they essentially don't lose at all right here.
Yeah, a lot is on the line. Great cage tricking. I don't know if it's going to be detonated in time. Yep, looks like all those pellets are off the board. You waited just too long. Great job jumping over the Mozzie pest, but it's still being watched, which means it will be eliminated. And that means they have no options. They have to go in through the Hall of Fame door. Look at all these angles being watched. Sprays out Azura, makes sure that her presence is known, spraying from side to side. They have no options, giving everyone on Lebanon Valley no way to push in, as Terminal will also be able to find McStuffins. Every single aspect of this round seems to be falling apart.
Absolutely. And I mean, you win some, you lose some. If you're LVC, that sometimes what happens is you're just not able to rely on the old strategies that you had. I mean, there is still time for them to win the round. It depends on if Rio Grande are gonna honestly try to beat them or not. I think that is really up all in their hands. Is this, we do see the Senate and Liquefy push on up, and the potential first kill is not gonna happen. Terminal and Senate are gonna trade some damage as well. It is a little bit of a bloodbath for LBC right now on Coastline. This last round is surely going to go on the side of Rio Grande. So we are ending up at a 2-4 advantage, Lebanon Valley College.
Great job by Rayo. They really showed that they understood the defensive end there. And they were able to isolate a lot of kills. And that came from the use of the K trick, as well as constantly shutting down the information gathering ability of Lebanon Valley. That gives me a lot of confidence in their, once we have this switch, to go and say, all right, now it's our turn to get all of this information. Look at how they set up their board. Ayana, Twitch, Flores. They are playing to have information and use the two nades, or three sets of nades that are brought from Ayana, Sledge, and Finka. There's a lot of versatility in this lineup,
Attackers
and
need to
I'm really
locate
happy
and
with it. I
defuse
don't
the
even
bomb.
think it needs too much of a six pick.
You say a sixth pick?
Oh my goodness, attacker repick.
Location of a bomb.
Sixth pick.
You know
You
what?
some kind of siege boomer?
Oh my goodness. Now I'm getting made fun of. This is phenomenal.
Yeah, the attacker repick instead of that sixth pick. We're seeing how this defense is going to be set up, and whether Rio Grande, whether they want to, drone out the site, change things
5
up,
seconds left.
because we still have the Thunderbird in play. We do not see a dock,
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
which I think, much to the relief of Rio Grande, they have just that heal power that LVC has had, especially in that last map, was just too powerful for them. And now Coastline with a little bit of a smaller map. The attack of Rio Grande could be better as well. They have less to focus on, possibly less angles to watch, which is really a struggle that they had in Villa. The first person gonna be spotted inside of luggage. Some bullets being traded, and it is going to be Rio Grande taking the first kill of this half.
That's a really great way to start things out, as it shows that they have a lot more dominance pushing in, but it was on an angle that was very easily contested, just shots that did not line up from Psyduck, who we've known to be a very good shot throughout the series, just not able to find their mark here on Coastline. But 2 minutes, time continues to tick down, and I should remind all of our viewers that this is Rio Grande's map pick, so they should, in theory, have the advantage to win and continue winning this map. But lo and behold, it is Lebanon Valley who has control. But things continue to change and evolve around us as a very quick and efficient clear on the side of Rio Grande. Now here is how you want to use the fuse. You want to displace the defenders to the point where they run towards you and they have nowhere to go on site. But it's not being done. They're getting rid of all this utility. The defenders are running around, but kitchen window isn't open. Why aren't you contesting these angles? You are making yourself more vulnerable. Azura will even fall to the C4. Rayo, you got to capitalize on your utility from all of your other players.
Yeah, and you had we saw McStuffins was essentially just kind of running for the hills there. And now it's just two members of Lebanon Valley who completely could still win this round out. The Diffuser isn't in the hands of the defense, and now it's a 2v2. That is possibly the worst situation you could have if you are Rio Grande. A lot of bullets being traded. The LMG, no time to reload if you are that Fuse, and Senate is going to try to relocate themselves, as we do see Terminal walking down trying to get a different sort of angle. Is 30 seconds left. There's really any way that this round could swing. One kill, I think, can make the difference between a round victory and a round loss, and a lot of it comes down to how aggressive Terminal is going to be. If Terminal is going to be able to get a kill here, and it is going to happen, Terminal is going to be able to win that engagement, which is now going to allow them to pressure onto Kitchen, which means that, yeah, like I said, Senate cannot worry about the ceiling and the floor at the same time.
It's really interesting just considering the fact that Rayo could have lost that round as it went all the way back down to 2v2. This is a point that I need to make again. When you use utility, and I love the Fuse, but when you use Fuse's utility, it does nothing. It does next to nothing if you don't follow it up. That window, once again, it needs to be open. You have to ensure, make absolute certain that there's someone on a window, someone pressuring a hallway. Because I saw numerous amount of players run right into the hallway, and they were very, very vulnerable. They ran right outside that kitchen doorway. They were staying, they weren't aware of the angles. Why are you not pressuring it? That round should not have been anywhere near as close as it was.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Now the lead that Lebanon Valley had could
attackers have
start
discovered
to
the location
slip
of a bomb.
away. It seemed like it was a very large lead that they had before. And it feels like in the blink of an eye, it's almost gone. One round is the difference between a tie or Lebanon Valley kind of continuing the streak that they had before. And it's hard to say, I think, whether or not Lebanon Valley could hold on to it. What we saw in the previous round can absolutely mean that they can push on the calmness that we saw from the members of LVC, especially, we look at Senate, we look at SIDA. Those are members that they're have a very calm head. It's something that you can expect that when the going gets tough, you can really rely on them, especially, McStuffin. So we haven't seen too many clutch plays come out besides that, that first half of Oregon. But I mean, hey, they are still there. They are still trucking, and they are still a very consistent clutch player.
Well, they are going to have to rotate right back towards spawn because Case is going to be a really important aspect of this assault. You're not going to be able to actually insert as much objective pressure onto your opponents if you don't plant the Case. But regardless, 2 minutes and 10 seconds, not much is going on, but a great setup on the side of Lebanon Valley. They are aware of every single aspect that they have to go for, and I have been a huge fan of Psyduck's ability to hold off site. Even though they've been getting droned out, they're doing a phenomenal job of taking away a lot of time. Speaking of taking away time, Nick Stuffins is going to be able to find the opening kill onto the sledge. That's an absolutely huge pick, is how are you going to assert any dominance up above? You're going to be relying on the 3 breaching charges that are in the pocket of Fuse and possibly some Rotero drones, but those will also be off the board thanks to Psyduck finally finding their kill and proving that they are here to stay in this match. Looking for a second one, though, that will not come into fruition. Terminal to find their frag on the round. And here comes the Fuse charges. Be ready for displacement, but if you're not waiting up above, what pressure? What is this doing to really halt the push? This is a delay of time that the Jaeger is taking a lot of damage from, but wait, what is that? Is that a healing station, you say? Does that mean that they're able to rotate around quite easily? Where is the pressure rail? You need to make sure you have eyes on site, because right now these defenders are rotating off of site with a minute to go. You cannot have this happening.
Here's the thing as well, is that Rio Grande isn't bringing a hard breach. They're not bringing anything that, if the Fuse destroys a Kite Claw, bandit batteries, it doesn't really mean much because they don't have any hard breach that would be able to break the wall anyway. So essentially, yeah, you're right. The Fuse isn't really getting much utility usage anyway. Yeah, you're destroying a couple of things, maybe some Kona stations, maybe an ADS, but beyond that, it's not really too scary. There's no deployable shields that are really in play, and beyond that, you're not getting much. The Senate
15
is
seconds
going to be
remaining.
injured. They are going to be able to be finished off with that frag grenade.
10 seconds remaining.
Gonna have to be a little scared of their own frag grenade, as McStuffins is going to be able to push on up. If they're able to kill the diffuser, no, it's going to happen. It's just going to be too late. That could have been the round if they played their cards especially well, but instead it's just going to be Mr. Davis. They actually spot somebody in the rotate, but just too quick to spot it out. The 1v3 might be too impossible to accomplish, and now we're going to be at a 4v4. Rio Grande has started kind of mounting their comeback. A lot of times when we've seen a comeback, we've seen an unstoppable round streak. Is that going to be the case?
I don't think it will, but regardless, this round is ticked away. Mr. Davis has not been able to make any attempt to retake the site, vertical, long angle, you name it, there's someone watching it. Rayo round will be able to win that round off of pure fragging power alone, and in all honesty, that is not a convincing round. That's not the way you want to be experiencing everything, as we once again will have a timeout to get our players back in the lobby. But Lebanon Valley College, you need to take a step back, roll your shoulders. You guys can win these gunfights. Use the advantages that are being fed to you. And within those, you'll be able to find a lot more success, but the defensive end is proving to be more difficult.
And that seems to be the story of the match so far, is what team starts out okay and then starts to struggle in the second half. We saw it for Rio Grande on Oregon on the first half, or excuse me, Lebanon Valley on the first map. We saw it on Rio Grande in the second map. And now kind of seems to be Lebanon Valley in the third map. And if we keep to that pattern, that means that next map, Rio Grande's going to start to come out on top. And then they're going to start to struggle in the second half. It's just the prophetic visions. Things.
Yeah, I think you have a point there, and we're right back into our game, as it feels like no time at all. We're past 12 o'clock, so happy new day, happy Tuesday to everyone. And you could tell that these teams are starting to feel the weight of playing for this
Attackers
long,
need to locate and
but
defuse as
they're
many
keeping
bombs as they
up
can.
their ability to play. They've both had to play for the same amount of time. They both have the same amount of mental fatigue.
Attackers have discovered
Who's
the
going to push
location of
through?
the
Who
bomb.
is going to make this series their own? Who's going to be crowned the finals of the NECC Rainbow Six Siege Emergence Division? With Prep Phase ticking down, the lineup on the side of Rio Grande have a lot of characteristics to provide change. Now, within these castle barricades, I will admit I am not the biggest fan. The one in Courtyard is great, but the exterior billiards window is no good. Especially within the attacker repick, it allows for a sledge or anyone to be taken, a Gon 6 to be used. It just does not have the same weight as it used to. You want to make sure those are set up in rooms that provide cover towards the defense and are put in a way that it needs to be a ranged utility waste. But if it's off a repel, then it doesn't do anything, as we should see the sledge rotate right around to a billiards window, use their hammer to break that open, and it had relatively little influence on the round.
Definitely, for sure. And now Lebanon Valley, they've electrified that double wall, and Rio Grande has the Twitch as a possible form of, denial. We're kind of looking in a mirror here a little bit. The only difference is that it seems like Rio Grande, they're not opting to immediately enter by Hall of Fame. They're trying to go for a different style of a pinch, possibly. Mr. Davis is going to be able to get spot out. They're going to go into theater and join their buddy by Penthouse. That is Liquefy on the Thunderbird, still having the C4, having the Kona station as well. So if things get a little dicey, then they can back off and get healed up, and especially be helped by their friend Mr. Davis. Right now we've reached about halfway through the round, and not too much has happened on either side. It's just Rio Grande is when do they want to try and push up here?
That
Attackers have
is
located a bomb.
indeed the question of on everyone's mind. It's going to be Quixie. The first to move up, spotting out the head of the Jaeger, will be able to capitalize on the kill. What is this? This was nearly a 5v5 post plant. Plant will be successful right next to the door. They don't have to worry. They can go and play a long angle. Meanwhile, we also have Quixie, who's maneuvered themselves into a key position. Swing looking for 1, 2. They'll find it. That's a triple kill for the Twitch. With that F2 leaving 2 remaining defenders having to contend. Quixie will now fall to the ground. Sherman able to find Liquefy, all left up to the Senate. C4 will be thrown out, not able to connect onto anything. There's too many angles to contest. They'll be able to find one, but not the cross from Captain Clutch. And Rio Grande will be able to take the round advantage.
There it is. Just keep on trucking, as that round streak has yet to be popped. As Rio Grande take the lead for what seems like the first time, I believe it's possibly the second time on this map entirely. And they have really come back from that 4-2 side that Lebanon Valley had them in. They've gone on 3, and they continue to possibly go on forward, as Penthouse Theater is going to be the next location for LVC. It's not the greatest of defender sites. It's, we don't see a lot of teams go here, especially in that higher, we talk about tier 2 pro league. Penthouse Theater, it's ever since the rework, you see a little bit more of it, but blue bar or double bar, excuse me, is usually the preferred tertiary site. But we'll see what Lebanon Valley choose to bring to the table. They've got the Capcan, the Castle. Those are the two differences that are being brought to the table, and it seems like those are fairly good options, especially if you want to make sure that your rotates are pretty clean.
Great use of the rotates. Great use of the Kona stations. This is a defense from Lebanon Valley that should be able to bring a lot more success where previous attempts have failed. But it's going to come down to their ability to get the opening frag and maintain a man advantage. In the previous round, within their own site, a plant went down right next to the doorway without adequate coverage. That is something that should not be able to be happened. Someone came up blue stairs. The Twitch of Quixie came up blue stairs without any contention. Be aware of where your site is and the angles that you need to hold, otherwise you will be punished. Twitch drone will make it to the site and quickly dispatched by the defenders. But I am extremely concerned and curious to how Lebanon are going to counter this attack.
Getting that advantage, as the Senate needs to make sure that anything that Lebanon Valley can get, they really need to keep. Frag grenade gonna be
What?
I was gonna say, it looks like Caboose was holding on to that a little bit too much, and right now that bubble that Rio Grande has kind of been on seems like it might be ready to pop. As a little bit of a wriggle, I don't really know why it took the Senate so long to even try to fire. It seemed like the arm was so in the vision for so long, as right now Senate hasn't actually been killed. They might be able to get revived by Psyduck, and yep, that's exactly what's going to happen.
A Kona station.
Yeah, no, that's some big thing with the Thunderbird.
Yeah, it's a really great use of the utility to be able to revive your teammates and not even have to look at them. But repel in through double window. This is quite an aggressive approach from Rayo. It's going to need to be coverage from the Twitch. C4 from down below will be able to net them a kill. Mr. Davis will take out the Senate. No more kills from the cave. They want them all to themselves. Meanwhile, the Habana outside on the DJ booth will also take an immense amount of damage. Flashing out the Capcan. Won't be able to do much, as there's no real action to contend everything. Quixie will be able to find Liquefy, and it's down to a 2v3. The round suddenly seems a lot closer, but there hasn't been nearly enough clears, as both the Capcan as well as the Jaeger will find the 2 remaining kills in the round, as we're even back out 5-5, as LVC proves that they still have something to contend on Coastline.
5v5, and we are going to finish it. And actually, we're going to go all the way in regulation, excuse me. Overtime, we've managed to avoid overtime in these previous two maps, especially in the last one, with it being very, very close to Rio Grande. And I think this one could be it, that we could, make the final step into going into overtime. But we're just gonna kind of have to look at what these two teams are starting to offer us. Kitchen is where we are going to be heading, and we see some Bandit, which is,
Locate and defuse bombs.
I don't know if I agree with bringing both the Kaid
Mm-mm.
and the Bandit as well. Like,
Well, it depends on the extension that they're going for. If they go for an extension up above and they need that extra coverage, then sure, the Bandit and Kaid can work. But if you think about the true hard breach capabilities on this site, it becomes really, really questionable. Where sure, you can reinforce and electrify up above, but all you're going to do is use a Kate Claw to get barrels. But what is that compromise from? Up above. And what operator are they most likely going to take? A Flores or a Fuse or a Twitch. There's just no reason to be placing this utility, especially considering that it's so easy for these attackers to get rid of it. And I'm not even sure where Mr. Davis is going, as they have 2 batteries in their pocket, and I don't even know where the first 2... Oh, they were placed up above for VIP exit, which, once again, a Cade Claw would have sufficed from down below, or even up above doing the exact same job. So you have a very valid point with the Bandit. I think either a Wamai in this case, or if you still want that SMG capability, then you could rotate over to... I'm trying to come up with anyone that comes to mind, but a Smoke actually would be a phenomenal pick.
yeah, Smoke has not had too much of an occurrence. He's been kind of relegated to the sidelines in a lot of these rounds. We've seen him have, you look at Oregon, that was when Smoke definitely had the biggest of impacts. As it's Rio Grande who are going to be able to get the first kill in this one. That is going to be Psyduck, who, since the rehost, has had a little bit of a struggling time currently. And now Terminal finds their second of the round. That's going to be Liquefy, who is having a little bit of a better rehost, as Mr. Davis finds a C4 kill. So that means that currently Rio Grande has the advantage. The Fuse is kind of displacing them, as you said, but doesn't do much more than that.
Shooting at the... Oh, that could have been devastating. McStuffin's able to escape and heal back up thanks to one of those Kona stations. Nades also being thrown in. It's absolute havoc from up above, but the same problem that was experienced by Rio Grande is going to be, once again, clearing with utility. You have to clear and have the shots on site, but within this scenario, Lebanon Valley doesn't make too much of a good use. They still have a lot of winning capabilities from holding these off angles. You'll see the Sledge and the Twitch at the same time. Choose your gunfight. Looking for one. Going to rotate not to find the second one. Mr. Davis on the Bandit. Also to find Terminal. That means we're down to 2v3. And once again, this match is just flipped upside down on its head. They'll jump in, go for the aggressive plant, but is there enough coverage? It's from up above. They'll find the headshot really quickly, rotate around. This leaves the Fuse up above. 39 seconds, a 1v3, case down in sight. They'll jump right on over towards the courtyard. You have a slower ADS speed because of that LMG, so you have to be really aware. Not going to spot out Mr. Davis, who's still sitting quite comfortably on the white lobby stairs. They'll swing around, collect onto their kill, and it's going to be LVC on map point.
Yep, map point. They would get a lead in terms of maps overall, and that would mean that, we would be one map away from crowning the Emergence champion. But it's all in the hands of Lebanon Valley. They're going to go to hookah and billiards, and the last time they were here, it did not go well for them. Essentially, Rio Grande was able to put down that diffuser in almost a 5v5. There was no site coverage from the defense, and that is a really big problem on a mostly defender-sided site.
I personally believe that on the side of Lebanon Valley, they have every single capability in the round. It's not been them getting outplayed by Rio Grande. Rio Grande has been doing a phenomenal job of capitalizing on the mistakes made by LVC. That's such as overextending outside of the site or not being able to adapt properly to how the push is being executed. So within these last 2 rounds, it has been a phenomenal. I talked about the good type of back and forward. This has been by far the good back and forward where LVC has understood the different problems within the round, as well as really thinking about how they can improve. And this pulse pick going down below, I'm a huge fan of.
Now, getting about 30 seconds gone. Last map, we saw very quick plays from some of these attackers, you know, with Villa just getting so far into or around the site. It seems that Rio Grande, it's not really their style so far on Coastline. It's kind of, you know, drone out, get around, and then maybe if they feel confident going in or around the site, that's where they can. But yeah, that's where we see the droning really come on through, taking out Liquefy and making sure that there isn't anybody around to kind of cover from that first floor. And that means that your first floor is clear and Hookah is a lot more safer than it was before.
Oh, they have 3 more players to find. For Rio Grande, they're going to make up their approach up through the blue stairs. They haven't been able to find any peak that they need. Great use of the window as well. These castle barricades are finally being taken care of. It sprays around. You're right in the side of the nade. Wait, what? It's not going to do any damage to McStuffins. They escape looking for a frag. Not going to matter. Not able to find it. Sending up to find a kill onto Azura. Plant also being attempted. There's a double kill for Terminal. All left up to the lonesome bandit down below. Plant going down. It is not going to be in time, which means they're stuck in a 3v1. Boost has been overhealed by Akona Station. Running away, Mr. Davis has a lot to think about and a very limited time to do so. They will be able to shoot out the drone down below. Every single attacker is alerted of their approach, not able to swing to find the attacker's head, and we are going to be seeing overtime for the first time in the series.
And who is going to, you know, start on attack, start on defense? It's Rio Grande starting on the attacking side, and that is really going to benefit them at this point. They did so much better on the attacking side, 4-2 compared to 2-4, and if you do the math, 4 is more than 2. So, going on to Penthouse Theater, Lebanon Valley is kind of testing the waters here instead of starting on something like Hookah or Kitchen, which they haven't had a very consistent track record on. I do see Penthouse Theater that they would feel more confident at.
Yeah, I think you have a good point. There's a lot of problems that I have within this round. I get that Lebanon was able to win out this objective, as we both have mentioned in the past, but it's a learning aspect of you still need to change things up in overtime. Doing what's comfortable is not always what's best. You have to switch things up because both these teams are phenomenal learners. There's a reason why you're still like you're going to a school. Like you guys all have the phenomenal capacity to learn. You have to keep your opponents guessing and on their toes, which is something that I just don't necessarily see from going to this objective. But I have been wrong multiple times, and I would not complain about being wrong again.
Yeah, this is definitely a match that he's taken all the time it needs. It is going 6-6 rounds, possibly, you know, all the way, and we potentially have the chance to go 2 more maps, too, depending on who wins this one, who wins the second one as well, or the next one. And that means, you know, the best of 5. Sometimes this is just how it ends up. It ends up being a very, very long process. But Terminal wants to get this one started off the right way, taking out Psyduck. That means it's Psyduck ending up possibly, you know, 1-8 so far. They have not been really showing up in the kill feed for themselves after this rehost.
Senate able to find a refrag onto Captain
Attackers dropped
Clutch.
the diffuser.
That means that it's a 4v4. Floor is losing a lot of that utility. But this has been a very interesting approach so far from Rio Grande. They're going to be trying to rotate around getting into control of VIP because so far they have not been able to maintain it. They have not been able to gather it. And that causes for a lot of concern because if they try to go for the same window repel in, they're not going to find it. Both Frostbite's going to be shut out. Not going to have any influence on the round. And every single aspect of Lebanon Valley's approach is going to be towards stopping a window repel in, and there isn't really too much to be said about a split push going towards theater. As I say that, we notice that every single aspect, they got the Hibana pellets detonated, they're exploding. You have Terminal waiting for a push from down below. The entirety of this push has been rotated around. Double window doesn't matter anymore as they have different angles to contend. Shooting through the wall, not able to find the kill, but they will light up McStuffins a considerable amount. 50 seconds as the push is already well underway. Creeping in, you got to check every single one of your angles. That's going to be 2 quick frags from Mr. Davis. Looking for 3 Capitals back on the repel. They'll be able to find the Senate, but the damage has already been done. It's just Terminal as well as Boost on separate sides of the site. Swing from the Capitan. Mr. Davis able to collect. They're good for 3. All left up to Caboose. Pushing up. They have the LMG, 94 bullets. That's more than enough to find the kills. That's a double. They have to find the Capcan, though. This SMG is a phenomenal fire rate. Will he have to swing to the right corner? Seeing the Capcan. No, Mr. Davis with the 4K, ladies and gentlemen, to give LVC the advantage they need to win out this map, if possible.
And the 4K, without moving really any inches, without moving from that corner spot, nobody was able to root them out, really be aware of their positioning overall. And now you're going to have Lebanon Valley on overtime match point. It is going to be Penthouse Theater that Rio Grande is choosing to go. And I don't think that Mr. Davis is going to stick with the Glass because Penthouse Theater isn't, the safest of sites for something like a Glass. He's not able to sit back in ruins and snipe from afar.
Well, you could also go on to, it's a building, hopefully Mac, our observer unnamed, is able to rotate around towards the glass spot. It's right next towards, yep, thank you, the vents. So you have to stand out there, and that gives you a great angle looking towards Penthouse Theater as well as the run out. In times you can maneuver it a whole bunch of different ways, as well as watching VIP. You can stand outside VIP ledge and have a nice long angle if you open up the wall enough. So I do understand the Glass pick. It could work, but lo and behold, it is going to be rightfully swapped over to the Ayana and the Blackbeard over to the Hibana. So no surprise there, and great prediction on your part.
Yeah, it seemed like it was kind of preparing for a hookah style or a kitchen style defense, but the attacker repick that allows for Mr. Davis, who's currently the top fragger on Lebanon Valley by a good margin, currently only having 5 deaths to their name, the least, almost least in the lobby, tying a couple people on Rio Grande. But overall, I think Mr. Davis has definitely been the person who, at least after this rehost, has been leading the charge for the rest of Lebanon Valley.
Mozzie Pest will not be able to get taken out by the drone, which means that Hibana will either have to go in, put themselves at risk, or find a new way to allow for information to be gathered. So great use of the Mozzie terminal has made a phenomenal impact on this game. 15 and 5. That is a 3.0 KD. So they know exactly how to maneuver around the map. Whether or not it will be able to work out this round is yet to be seen. That none of the defenders or attackers have had any damage done to them. They all have the capability of pushing into the site, as even with the adrenal surge, no difference has been made. Relatively little map pressure as we hear the Hibana pellets begin to detonate. They could have been Cade tricked. There's a lot of different possibilities, as the first gunfight will be well underway. Terminal, who we know is very capable with this commando, searching to find this Ayana. We don't know if they have a drone position. We don't know what information could be helping them, and neither does Mr. Davis. They're pushing in relatively blind, but they have their teammate. They have the Lion to assist, who still has 2 EE1D scans. Finally, the VIP wall will be opened. Terminal to find the kill onto the Ayana and rotate right back towards Billard's table. They're on a drone. They've been spotted out. This is all on McStuffins. They need to find this kill, especially considered Quixie has been able to find a kill onto Liquefy. Meanwhile, Psyduck gets the refrag onto Caboose, sprays through the wall. You have to get this kill. McStuffins finally finds it in assistance with Psyduck. We're evened out to a 3v3 with 45 seconds to go. The Senate will be healed right on back up. There's 1 Adrenal Surge remaining, and with 40 seconds, this could go either way.
Oh, Quixie's gonna be able to. Are they gonna try to go in the corner? I don't know if they spotted anyone through the breach, and that could mean a kill could possibly lend itself to them. But Quixie could find himself a kill as well if they're looking straight into it. We're gonna see. Ooh, a great shot from Psyduck. I actually had to check if that was them that got the kill because it just seemed so effortless, and it essentially was. But the thing is, Psyduck and Senate are on very, very low amounts of HP, and with 4 seconds left, I don't think that it is going to happen. Senate is actually going to try to put the diffuser down. Yep, we're going to see him hop right on over, so we are going to go the full distance, 1 round away between who's going to take Coastline.
Well, I asked you. Coastline's going to tell us who has fragging superiority. It has not told us that. It has told us anything but that. It's told us these teams are both equally frag capable. So very refreshing to see as it goes back and forward. And this entire series is really standing the test of time. This final round, we could not ask for more rounds. This is our 15th and final round on Coastline. A beautiful location, but it has to come to an end. One of these teams has to have the map advantage. One of them has to be crowned tonight. We are not ending with a tie. That is no capability here, ladies and gentlemen. They're getting the trophy, they're getting the shirt, and they are getting that invitation to nationals, that guaranteed spot. So as we go towards our final round, really interesting composition. They're going to be going back towards the kitchen site, a site that they've had so much difficulty defending, but we can't forget they were in the end able to combat Rio Grande by using obscure angles. I have to highlight the Senate's ability on the Cade to rotate all the way. Oh no,
Oh no.
that's a game crash. Are we going to have a rehost? Prep phase is almost over.
I don't know how the rules. I believe that because it was in the prep phase, and even in
it was still within the prep phase.
So yeah, it is definitely possible that we could get a rehost, which is just, man, we cannot catch a break.
Right,
honestly,
confirmed. We are gonna have a rehost. It was
So-
on the attacking end, so very, very devastating. We're gonna Defenders won! Just kidding, everyone. We are going to return to
Crazy.
menu, get another lobby opened up as we have 1 round left to be played on Coastline. I think this is the last thing all of us were expecting to have happen.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, everything builds up to this point, and man, oh man, we're left wondering why in this world we have to have a game crash on the 15th round. This night has been long enough, but you're stuck with us for the next 5 minutes as we try to figure out how to get players back into a Rainbow Six Siege lobby.
See, I know that for some colleges that finals are this week. So to have, this game, possibly we are probably going to go till at least 1:30 in the morning, which I don't really want to think about, but it's also meaning that these players are definitely going to start to, I think, struggle in terms of, mental awareness and in terms of trying to stay awake. I'm also going to kind of suck in the morning if some of them are going to have finals and gonna have to get up bright and early for that. I know I will. Binks, you might have to as well, as we're trucking through this late night grind. We're currently 3 hours into this best of 5 currently. We're almost done with map 3.
Oh man, it's so weird to hear map 3 and think almost done. Oh, we're at the we're
Nope.
past the halfway point. I think that's how we
Past
have
the
to look at
halfway
it.
point.
Past the halfway point. Fingers crossed. But between these two teams, LVC has done a phenomenal job adapting throughout the series. Of course, they did lose a bit of traction, and Rio Grande did a phenomenal job of taking full advantage. But kitchen dining has been a site that we've seen or not kitchen dining, kitchen service is a site that we've seen so many times that
Mm-hmm.
it's adapted. LVC last time was able to win it out, but for this final round on Coastline, it's going to be Rio Grande who has the advantage of knowing how it was defended in the past, as well as knowing what defenders had been picked. So they have a lot of time to talk about which repick lineup they can talk about specifically how they're going to attack this exact site.
Yeah, that's something that this kind of affords you, is that the break that we have, both of these teams now kind of have a little bit of a benefit of what they want to do, how the defenders can talk about, how they want to play with the setup that they have, how they want to, put their roamers, how they want to use their gadgets that they have. Everything like that is just, we're just kind of waiting in anticipation after what this final round of Coastline could possibly be, because I think this could decide whether or not we possibly go to a map 5, depending on how Cafe goes. If it's very one-sided, then whoever wins this, if they're not successful on Cafe, one round could decide whether or not we're here for another 45 minutes.
Yeah, it all comes down to that one crucial round. I need to remind everyone this is the map pick of Rio Grande.
Mhm.
So it's really interesting to see that it's gone this far. I think every single scoreline that they had throughout the regular season has become obsolete. We can't even look at the regular season because I think if we're looking for most improved, 7-3, 7-3 previously, they've taken this team to 2 maps now where it goes all the way. We narrowly avoided overtime in our last match of Villa
Mhm.
and double overtime. It's bonkers. I think that's the word we're gonna use. Absolute bonkers.
I wonder if we had infinite overtime.
Don't introduce that to my mind, please.
Imagine
I'm
that.
about to
Oh
spontaneously
my.
combust.
Yeah, that is a definite option that is on the table for us right now, because I don't know if you guys know, I'm casting from a closet right now,
Really? I
which you
couldn't
could.
tell by the
Yeah,
hangers.
I know, with the hangers, with the blankets right now, I am casting from a closet, which makes the acoustics
Yeah, great
pretty good.
acoustics. Yeah.
Yeah, but overall, I've been standing a lot compared to Binks, who gets the luxury of a chair.
There, I'm standing.
No, I didn't mean you should handicap yourself like that. I
I
just
can't.
meant
Yeah,
that
it doesn't work with my camera. You're right.
my legs
Man,
gotta.
I should just stay sitting.
Yeah. Oh, you poor thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you with your nice lights that you have, and your fancy little folding bed that you have
Anyone in
behind
chat?
you.
You guys can vote on a color, and I'll make those my color for the rest of the day.
They're actually voice activated too, which.
Yeah, nice and fancy. Everything needs to be voice activated. It's 2022. You have to have it that way, but
Yeah. We also got that folding bed behind you, Binks. You got to pull that
no,
out for
we're not
us.
doing this.
It's cool
Ladies and
though.
gentlemen, I
Let's
present to
go.
you my
Let's
room.
go.
Give me 2 seconds. Why? Why? Oh my goodness. We get this rehost any faster.
Look at it. Oh my god.
It's
Oh
a
my
bed.
gosh. It's so cool.
Ta-da!
Whoa. Wow. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Hope you're
Amazing.
happy.
Thank you, Binks. We know
I
that was a
genuinely
very
hope you're happy with that.
I know that was a very hard sacrifice, getting up, slowly bringing down the bed, and then pushing it back up.
Oh, it's so heavy. Man, oh man. Thank you. Thank you for making me do that.
Of course, of course.
Thank you
Oh.
for reminding me. Having to pull out where I'm going to be sleeping, look and think, no, 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 not yet, not yet.
Yeah, you have to gaze at it long and be like, oh man, I could be in that, but I'm not.
Yeah, it's really
You know how?
standing the test of time.
Yeah. You know how there's a debate on whether cashiers should sit or not. I think there should be a debate on whether casters can cast from their beds. I think that'd be a good thing.
Oh no,
I
no, I'd fall asleep.
all in favor, Binks. Come on, majority. All right. Oh, boo. Binks says no, guys.
No,
Majority fail,
unfortunately
unfortunately.
not.
All right. Well, we can talk about the game a little bit. So let's coastline. We talked about coastline a
Well,
lot.
let me
Half
get to
A.
my notes because there
Okay.
there are a few
Yes.
things I meant to talk about this in the debrief, but
Yes.
at this point, this is going to be our debrief as we only have one more round to see.
Yes.
Throughout the map, I need to highlight the use of castle. It was phenomenal. I believe that was on the side of Lebanon Valley as well as Rio Grande. They both have taken it, especially throughout the series. It has been very well countered, but it did get its job done in every single aspect, and that has also been adapted to take the pulses. It's still that same UMP. That leads me to my next point of the pulse pick down below. It didn't actually turn into anything because it was cleared out really, really efficiently. But I wanted to see them start play with pulse. The ability of pulse to be able to throw up a C4, that was something that we saw that was heavily missed inside of Villa.
Mhm.
I don't understand why you would play Villa without actually considering, hey, maybe I need to take the pulse to see what's going on above me, not have to worry about a fuse charge being thrown down. It's different aspects like that that we constantly have to worry about. Speaking of fuse, I'm going to make the same point. I think I've said it enough. When you deploy utility, that utility should not be deployed. It's like throwing a nade into sight knowing that it's not going to hit anyone. What's the point? Sure, you're getting rid of a bit of your utility, but there's so much more that you could have done. It's like throwing a nade knowing it's going to get caught by an ADS and not have any impact. You need to shoot that fuse cluster charge into sight and have multiple people waiting. Have the control over the entire round to be able to say, all right, we're going to be going right on into it. Like, we're going to have our player, and I'm going to use kitchen as our example. Have someone inside a service. They're going to be running all around, not worried about the angles. Have someone watching bathroom. Have someone watching the hallway. Place someone inside a sunrise. That is such a glorious place that you can take very easily as an attacker and hold a long angle. Because I guarantee you're going to catch someone running off guard. Have your holes already open. Do a breaching charge first or have a fuse charge waiting. Because the moment you catch them off guard, you have the round to yourselves. I have to be completely honest. Those rounds by LVC that they lost on kitchen, they had so many opportunities to win them, and it came very much from a frag. But I'm going to keep talking. Not really. We're going to go to a break. We're going to be right back as soon as this game is going on because we're not too sure what's going on with the rehost. Be right back. And hey, would you look at that? We are back, ladies and gentlemen, to Coastline for one final round between Rio Grande taking on Lebanon Valley College. Round 15, we see all these swapping. Oh my goodness, all this overtime match point. We're here. We are ready to get it done. Now, I do believe all these players are going to have to take the exact same operators, and it's going to be the same site. They have all this time to discuss. They have all this time to theory craft. But this is what it comes down to. This is what it is truly made of. The final round that could easily decide the series coming up.
Yeah, this is it right here. I think it was about 20 minutes. I believe that around there was the time in between Recoast and where we are now. We had some bugs going on, but we are finally reached the apex of this entire map.
Attackers need to locate
Overtime
and defuse the bomb.
match point is going to be kitchen where we are going. We're seeing a couple attacker repicks, which I find that a little funny that we had attacker repicks even though they knew exactly where the site was.
Yeah.
As we see Azura swapping onto that sledge, Quixie on the Capital, Captain Clutch on the Lion, Terminal on the Yana, and then all the way at the top on the Ying, it's going to be Caboose. So the Ying could make a difference here, but I think it depends on where they want to put that
10
Ying,
seconds to
whether or
insertion.
not they, McStuffins is going to be able to catch it with that
10
ADS.
seconds to
A
insertion.
lot of this is just where Rio Grande is kind of wanting to send their attack. Is it going to be vertical? Is it going to be from delivery, from sunrise, from blue? Where are they intending on going?
Now, the typical push would dictate that you want to go top down. You want to make sure that you have at least some resemblance of top down control, or you go straight in through service, which could easily be the route in this case. But a very slow start, as LVC also only opting to have 2 players on site, which means a full service rush could actually result in an astounding success, as there's no way for them to rotate through. Zero just watching, waiting, being really patient. Look at this utility dump. It does look like it could be a rush right onto site. Quixie getting briefly blinded, looking for the angle. They'll find the opening kill. Going for the plant almost immediately. It's the 2-minute mark. The Senate, the next to fall. Oh my goodness, they seem to have a perfect read on the situation. Covered within sight. Everyone forced to rotate and scurry back. First to try to contest it is going to be the bandit of Mr. Davis TV. Spraying out, needs to reload the mag. 12 bullets won't be enough. All 5 players have just been stacked. He has to move. They have the EED1D cooking out. Every single aspect of this round has been read into. Psyduck to find one, not able to find a second repick as Mr. Davis has to make their way in, but it's going to be Caboose with a double kill, and there's the nearly flawless round as Quixie from Psyduck is going to be able to win it, and that's going to be the map pickers, I guess you could call it here. Oh my goodness, it's going to be oh my goodness, I'm losing the name. Oh no,
Rio
no,
Grande,
no.
Rio
Rio.
Grande.
I'm thinking Rio. I see Capital.
I know,
It's
yes, the
Rio.
Brazilian. It's the Brazilian. It's throwing you off, but yeah, that's the 20-minute plan right there. It took 20 minutes to go on up, and I think, well, it definitely showed that they were confident in their strategy there. The Capital just throwing it on forward, the Ying as well, just hucking those Candelas on forward, and it worked out. They cleaned house in that last round and were able to claim Coastline, their own map. The next one of Cafe is definitely going to decide whether or not we're going to go till 3 a.m. Binks.
Ooh, who can't wait to
3
know that
a.m.
one. But regardless, before we get to that point, we're going to be back in 3 minutes as we get everything set up for our 4th map. Hey, look at that. We are back on Cafe. Rio Grande taking on Lebanon Valley. We have a brand new map. We're going all the way to Russia, and it looks like this one could once again go the mile. This is now Lebanon Valley's map pick, and if they are able to win this one out, we're going to be going over to our decider of Clubhouse. Yes, of Clubhouse. But we don't have to think about it that far ahead as we are in the band phase. Thatcher first to go, and we can assume Thatcher, that Jackal, Osa, or possibly I already said Jackal. Jackal, Osa, a lot of target picks in this case. Jackal will be the one to go, but no surprise there.
Yeah, definitely not. And as it comes for defender bans, usually Mira kind of falls out with Cafe. Usually it's more important to kind of ban the Kaid and the Valkyrie on this map because, Valkyrie, there's so many spots on Cafe where you can get a very, very good view of a very, very large portion of the site, especially, on the third floor. On the first floor, you can be very sneaky, but Valkyrie is actually going to make it through. Mira is going to be the one banned by Lebanon Valley, who is starting on the defensive side.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment on like which which side is favored more towards each team, but with every map, it seems to fluctuate a lot, and it really goes to show how much these teams, the depth that they have within their lineups and how they are able to switch so quickly from attacking to defending. But within Cafe, third floor bar and cocktail means that you're not going to see as much play on the lower two floors, but it's going to be extremely important for these teams to make their way in and contend from
Defenders,
different
protect your
repelling
bombs
angles,
from being
especially
defused by
on the
attackers.
roof. So I'm really interested to see how LVC is going to try to defend against that and if they're going to take a more proactive or reactive approach.
Yeah, and we're seeing the smoke being played by Liquefy. And smoke on coastline, it feels like smoke overall has kind of lessened a lot. We haven't seen smoke a lot during this entire match. He's just been a pick here every now and then, but for Liquefy bringing them round one, it seems that he's going to be returning to his status
5 seconds
on
to go.
Cafe, and I know that is something that, some people love smoke, love the SMG-11. To me, smoke is, I know that Ubisoft said that they don't like operators that are like kind of perfect, like, that you can bring them in almost every situation. And for me, smoke is kind of like that. So,
Well, it depends. I think as long as you have alternatives, you are in a much better position. And Smoke does have different alternatives that we are starting to see selected. So I think if they continue with that sort of idea of the meta of like if you have more than one person that you can take to counter things out or to delay time, like I think if they gave Warden attacker smoke grenades, that could be an aspect that would greatly allow him to become a lot more of a smoke counter where he delays entry through being able to see through smoke. But there is your opening frag for the fourth map, and it's going to be McStuffins to fall to the Twitch of Quixie.
and immediately, I don't think Terminal was able to get any information on that at all. But all they know is Lebanon Valley is going to be, down one player. I want to mention the little pattern that we had is if patterns will hold, Rio Grande will get an advantage on this map. And then once we enter the 7th round, it will be Lebanon Valley who then start to kind of mount their comeback. So just kind of take that with a grain of salt that is what we have seen so far, and it is Lebanon Valley's turn to start low and high.
Picks still not coming out. Waiting for this Gemini will show how clear the site is. They have an idea of how much ground they're able to make, and this could easily prompt this Ayana to drop right in. But look at that. They've been able to drone out the bandit. That is the second thorn in the side of Rio Grande as Azura will be able to take out Liquefy. And that's from the window. You got to be aware of your positioning, especially when in a position like that. This means that Azura is able to keep on staying in extremely strong position. And they know where the bandit is. It's just a matter of making sure they don't repel in. You hear the C4 rip. Why are you waiting so long? They'll be able to get out of the way. No damage done. So None the wiser. It's going to be a big drop and push on the side of Rio Grande as they have a lot of control, but Mr. Davis is going to make sure to take a little bit of it away. Terminal to find the bandit. It's going to be Mr. Davis to find a second one. Psyduck also to fall. It means the captain's going to have to ace clutch on this first round to help his teammate to win it out, but he's in such a compromising position. The Flores is looking to pass between the other side. Flash being thrown, won't be able to connect. The floor is still looking, and they're going to use their RCE Rotero drone. Great use, and it's going to be Terminal pushing in by Tarp to win and capitalize this first round. Rayo taking it.
Honestly, that is a really smart play. Using the RCE Rotero to, root them out and just kind of get them away from that rat position is something that, we talk about, Flores drones have the ability to kill. Well, they don't really do that very often, but they can do exactly that. When you need to root somebody from a very, very specific position, that is exactly what you can do as a Flores, and I love to see that in that situation. Lebanon Valley opting to go back to the third floor,
Attackers need to
bringing
locate
a
and defuse
Legion
bombs.
this time, though, bringing a Frost, not bringing any sort of, Thorn this time. And will that be a better opportunity? I think that bringing the Legion and bringing the Frost is better because, third floor, it's got a lot of windows. Legion, he's able to cover certain entrances that these attackers can come from, and you need to make sure that you have a general sense of where these attackers are coming from.
I'm sure I've mentioned I'm not a fan of returning to the same site, and I feel Cafe is no exception to that rule. LVC really has to change things up. They weren't aware of their positioning in a lot of instances, and the switch to a more trap-orientated lineup does not seem like the right way to go about fixing that, because it will still give a lot of freedom towards the side of Rayo to extend. They have gone from 2 shields to 1 from Liquefy, and it feels like those shields still aren't going to be able to do a sufficient amount of damage, and like putting the Legion Frost combo was phenomenal back in the day. Where if you're under Frostmat, the 10 damage from the Legion trap will actually ensure that the down person will die, making Frostmats and Legion a great combo. But now, when you're downed, Legion Goo Mines will not do a single thing to you. So I don't entirely understand the placement, because if you're looking for that Frostmat, you're going to see the Goo Mine. So 2 minutes and 15 seconds, and the entire push from Rayo is well underway. It's looking to be going for, once again, the same cookie cutter top-down push.
Currently, right now, it is the Habana that is just breaking open some holes, making it so that it's a lot easier for these attackers to see the general position of everything that's going on. So one Capcan trap was all that Quixie was able to get there, but I mean, was it worth it? Well, we're going to have to see how later in the round. But right now, deployable shield is gone, but whoever was behind it is gone as well. And currently, Rio Grande is focused a lot on the site, which is very important, but they need to make sure that they do not get flanked. There is somebody on that second floor. Yeah, make Stuffins very, very slow up the red stairs. You've got Liquefy hanging right under New Balcony. Rio Grande, excuse me. Rio Grande need to be very careful because this round can implode very quickly.
Yeah. Floor is already getting lit up. It is going to be Caboose to be able to secure yet another kill onto Psyduck, making it even harder. The Jaeger's gone for the flank, but there's nobody there. They've alerted everyone to their position. 5v2 as they'll finally be able to take out one of their own, but it's all left up to McStuffins and Liquefy, who are both not even on the site. That's a triple kill for Caboose as Liquefy now has to rotate up into enemy territory. Taking a whole bunch of damage will be the Twitch and easily spotted out. Plant has now been denied, but nothing they can do as Caboose will secure the 4K. Huge round for them, and no wonder it's Rayo who's constantly been able to just completely monopolize the third floor.
Well, it worked out for Lebanon earlier, trying to go back to the same site, so I think it was definitely in their best interest to try it, but you don't go it a third time. That is like the golden rule, is that you do not go a site a third time. So now it's the first floor kitchen is where we're going to go. And it seems that they are going to be trying to, play a little bit both. We've got 2 wall denials. We've got that bandit, we've got that mute, and we've
Attackers need
also
to
got
locate
a
and defuse the
alibi,
bomb.
a Jaeger and a Thunderbird. With Psyduck on the Thunderbird, that is almost a no-brainer, it feels like. But with
Attackers have
Liquefy
secured
on
the
the
location
alibi,
of a
that
bomb.
is a different option that we haven't seen too much of. We have seen an alibi earlier in the round, but overall, I think that the story of this round is going to be whether or not Quixie is going to be able to get on that second floor. And I believe the point of this fuse could be to destroy utility, which is the better option.
We can also look at it. If you think Freezer's safe, it really isn't. That's all destructible. So those bandit charges could easily be dispersed. We have floor zeros that could go through drone holes. Of course, you then have to contend with the mute. So there are different options, but it looks like Liquefy is going to be holding up onto the second floor. And even throughout all the drones, it's a great drone selection spot from Azura. But the entire push from Rayo has to be fast. It has to be efficient. And Caboose is receiving all the information they need that there is an alibi inside a train. Spray will come out, not able to line up and confirm any sort of kill, as Liquefy is looking to get a potential rotate out. But they're unaware that they're already pushed in. What are you doing, Liquefy? You even have someone on the cams. Caboose also able to connect onto Psyduck, as the entire round from Lebanon is seemingly falling apart. Round and round we go, as McStuffins will be the next to be caught lacking, as Caboose from up above is able to take them out. You have 2 of your teammates who are dead and should be on cameras. You should not be the one looking. Mr. Davis also alive in sight. Senate having to hide in the corner, as it's just fire from up above. Finally, a kill going the way of LVC. They'll get diffuser down inside of the freezer. That is something they can play for, but Terminator able to find Mr. Davis. It's all left up to the Senate, all alone inside of kitchen cooking. Looking at the double window, they're not able to find anyone left and right. There's nowhere safe for them to look as a zero straight to the wall. The Barry 9 able to find the head, and it's going to be Rayo going 3 rounds in a row.
And I think something to think about as well is something that you and I are experiencing right now, fatigue. Is we have been going for 4 hours now, almost 5, I believe, and it's something that we really have to keep in mind is that Lebanon Valley, this is their map pick, but we also have to keep in mind if they are the entire team is more tired than all of Rio Grande, or Rio Grande, then you're automatically going to be at a disadvantage. And now they're going back to bar. That's I really don't like that choice, but I feel like they're kind of stuck, that they were not successful at kitchen, they were not successful at bar, and they don't know where else to go against this Rio Grande team. So maybe they'll just try bar again. They'll bring out the dot. They'll bring out the Tachanka. Something that maybe will help them win it out in the end.
They just need something new to bring this round in, and I think these operators do have what it takes, but
Defenders, protect your bombs from
it's a
being
matter of
defused
how
by
exactly
attackers.
they're going to play them. They're taking the LNG, and I genuinely support this. It's a change because the traps clearly had no chance of working, but what did they just sacrifice? They sacrificed a lot more of their utility once again. They still have 1 shield, so they're continuing with that utility of being able to hold down, hopefully, inside of Piano. But who are you going to have do that? How are you going to use the Tachanka in a better fashion than you did the smoke, where the ability to deny a certain area is limited? You have to throw yourself out or try to use the ricochet, which has to be preset. You have to have it a very good idea of exactly where it's going to go.
Attackers are moving out to locate a
But
bomb and defuse it.
regardless, I believe that within this entire round, it's a make or break for Lebanon. They have to.
Attackers drop the
And
diffuser.
I cannot stress this enough, that if they don't actually get into a position where they can win this round or have a really convincing shot of winning the round, they're in dire position. It's going to be 4 consecutive rounds. A 4-2 split would be the best option they have. And For the most part, Cafe is supposed to be defender-sided, but Rayo is proving time and time again to have a great ability here on the side of Cafe.
And right now, with it starting off a little dicey for Lebanon Valley, the Senate's got to be very, very careful. Because if Lebanon Valley just ends up always being the opening death, then there really isn't going to be an easy way for them to win out these rounds. But, oh man, that was a great shot by the Senate, taking out Quixie. They're going to go back into Pixel. Even though that deployable is gone, they're still going to try to hold it. That's a very bold position by them.
Yeah, but if they are able to catch the Sophia off guard, that could be huge. They'll get stunned out, forced to rotate, but that doesn't mean the Caboose didn't have a great scare of their life. A minute 32, and Chaos is seemingly evaporated. It's the calm before the storm, as all these players are going to be dropping in through the red stairs hatch, looking for some angles that are unused. Liquefy going to use the amplified scope to be able to contest and take out Caboose, healing themselves back up with those stim shots. They have the Kona station, so they can crawl right on over. This double heal strategy, once again, proving to be extremely efficient. Psyduck also able to find Captain Clutch. That means it's all left up to the Habana, as their comrade also hits the floor. It's going to be an ace clutch scenario. They're going to go right into the Capcan trap, as well as the unwelcoming arms of McStuffins, who will hold the hallway. Missing their stem. It's absolute chaos, but we love chaos, as LVC is finally on the board.
Yep. And they've got a couple more rounds that they could possibly win to make it a 3-3. They want to, if we're going with pattern, then if Lebanon Valley is able to at least get closer, say the 2v4, then they're looking a little bit better. If Kitchen is successful, then they will feel good about themselves. If it's not, they have to question whether or not they want to go to Kitchen again. It's just you don't feel confident if you are Lebanon. If you lose this site, you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's not somewhere you really want to be at all.
You have a good point.
Attackers have located a bomb.
In this round, there's a key aspect that I'm looking for. I need to see awareness from LVC. It's extremely late. Okay, let me change this. It's extremely early in the morning. We need to see that they are still able to be aware of their surroundings. They're still continuing to set up even long after the attack has already made their way into the building. So this roam that is very much needed, considering that they're probably, there's not a fuse, but they're still going to be focusing on it with the sledge. They have to ensure that they're ready for that. They're not on cams when they shouldn't be. They have coverage from their teammates. Communication is extremely key within a situation like this. It seems like there's going to be an opt to have very little resemblance of aromas, at least for the players are going to be on that first floor.
Drone going on out for Azura. They have the fuser in their hands, currently doing pretty well for themselves, having 3 kills. I mean, it's going to be pretty hard to beat the top dog currently of Caboose, having that 6 kills. But, I mean, Psyduck being on that 3rd floor, they might be walking into a world of hurt. Oh, no, but they miss. No, they missed the shot. And now Psyduck is kind of stuck, and they get out. Binks. They just kind of.
Oh, never mind.
Oh,
We were left in this position for a short amount of time, but it looks like the one roamer of Psyduck is completely cleared out. Nothing else to worry about, and Quixie is going to make quick use of the floorboards using that sledgehammer, forcing Mr. Davis to have a much more complicated rotate back to site, as they are no longer safe to use prep. This creates a really interesting aspect, as almost all these players, the Senate has to start considering when are they going to go for this C4. It's going to be cooked, waiting for the hole. If they would have just thrown it, he would have been able to secure the kill. Looking up, trying to find this sledge, not going to be successful. C4 still has not been tossed, and every single angle seems to be quite ferocious, or growingly ferocious and scary for each player on the defensive end.
Oh no, Mr. Davis is going to... Oh, even though they are concussed, they are going to be able to find the headshot onto Caboose. And they're looking for more, but they're actually going to back all the way into prep. The Rotero is going to be shot. It's not going to be able to be detonated, but they have to worry about Quixie, who's pushing on up, and they just were not prepared for Mr. Davis in the corner, who's looking to get their third of the round. And they're just going to go into the corner of prep. Is it going to... I was thinking, were they going to be able to stay alive as the C4 gets thrown out? Doesn't be able to find anything. And now a 3v2 as Rio Grande has the advantage. Not anymore.
15 seconds to go.
2v2, 15 seconds to go. Pressure's on. You need to get into this site terminal. You don't want to lose this advantage that you've worked so very hard to get. But there's the spray from the Senate. They'll find the head. But it's a quick shot from Captain Clutch, taking hits from Capcan after Capcan. It's going to be McStuffins, who's waiting at the back of sight, ready and waiting to win out the gunfight and bring it closer with a 3-2-2.
Well, I think that's the definition of success right there. If you are Lebanon Valley ending up with at least a 4-2 or winning on Kitchen, is that is the victory. Because you're ending on a 4-2. You could possibly end on a 3-3 depending on how Reading and Fireplace goes. And from then on, I think for you just blast on forward. You continue on your on your attacking side and possibly win Cafe.
Yeah. How... I don't... It's crazy to think that we haven't seen this site thus far, and I'm really interested. We've seen teams on occasion go for a rush push. Judging by the fuse pick, that is not going to be the case. So whenever you're going against any sort of Reading as well as Fireplace or Dining, you want to make sure you have vertical control. Vertical control can completely open up the side of Reading. The entirety of Cocktail, you break into that, you gain the ability to look into the back of sight, to get the wall open, to get rid of a Cade Claw, to block any rotations in, most importantly. Meanwhile, down below, as highlighted by our beautiful observer, Unnamed Gamer, they are going to be waiting to go for a potential run out. And sledging right here is probably the last thing you want to do, as Liquefy will be granted a free kill, as Caboose is going to be relegated to the bench for the rest of the round. Rotating back to site, that was a great pick and denies so much of the verticality that we were just previously mentioning.
And with Sledge off the board, that is just it's really heartbreaking.
Shots still ringing out. I've got to wonder what's taking Rio Grande so very long to get in without even droning. Psyduck will also be granted a free kill when the attackers are in a very vulnerable state. That is now 2 picks that have gone the way of LBC, and they are in a very, very comfortable position as they only have to contest the Fuse, Iona, and Flores. 2 of those being very explosive, and the Iona having the nades. It does present an interesting capability, but have they droned out? They still have not. Psyduck's going to collect onto a second one due to the lack of droning on the side of Rio Grande.
And Rio Grande now, we're going to see Captain Clutch throw out a flashbang. Don't know if it's going to do too much, simply because they're kind of running in blind, and there isn't really much you can do about that if you aren't prepared for what's about to come. We could just see with Terminal just kind of throwing a frag grenade down White Stairs, not aware where anybody on Lebanon Valley is. We can see just this push is not successful for them. They're completely running in blind, trying to find some semblance of success, and you're not going to find that against this Lebanon Valley team that still has all 5 members alive, still has all its secondary gadgets, all its main gadgets, and is possibly going to go on a flawless round. And they exactly are.
That is 3 rounds going the way of Rayo and 3 rounds going the way of LBC. It's back and forward, and honestly, you can't even tell a difference at this point Right? You can see that it's massively made in the adaptations that LVC were able to make and play in a much more comfortable regard. So, as the roles are going to swap, I really enjoy seeing the fact that these operator selections on the attacking side are once again comfort picks. If we look now towards the side of Rayo Grande, they need to ensure that they are ready to play in that comfortable manner. Where once you get to this point, the strategy aspect goes a little bit out of the window. You
Attackers need
have
to
to be
locate and defuse a
ready and
bomb.
waiting, understanding the way that LVC is going to play, and have extreme situational awareness that clearly was not present in the previous round as they were unable to drone out the entirety of the third floor.
Oh, kitchen.
Attackers have
It's
located a
the
bomb.
first site that we're going to. And I'm looking at the operator lineup. I'm looking at what Rio Grant is bringing. And you mentioned the efficiency of the
10 seconds
castle
remaining.
in the last map and just how it was being used. And something to note is that it's being used in part with the Aruni. There is
Attackers
not
are
a
looking to
kite
defuse a bomb.
being played because kite is banned. There is not a bandit being played. There instead is going to be a mute. So they're going to have to possibly put somebody on that second floor if they want to defend that vertical play. Who is it going to be? We see multiple people on site. Nobody in regular bakery, but oh man, that prep wall is broken open, which I think is a very interesting play.
Yeah, it allows a lot of different angles to be used by the defenders. Although it looks like it was a Jaeger that was holding it, which is really interesting to think about, as they don't have any sort of amplified scope. They have only access to all of the 1.0 scopes in the game, and they're opting for the reflex. But proximity alarm will beep like of the alarm, and they will shoot it. Something I wish I could do to my alarm tomorrow morning when I have to get up early. But regardless, 2 minutes to go, and once again the alarm going off. You can't hit snooze on this one. You gotta hit. You have to destroy it as the entire push from Rio Grande or from LVC slowly continues forward, feeling the waters, trying to understand what approach was taken by their opponents.
And the castle barricade, there isn't. We see a couple people having the ability to deal with it. We see Zofia grenades, we see regular frag grenades in the hand of Finka, but other than that, you're just gonna kind of have to beat it up the old-fashioned way. And it's not something that you really want to rely on just because the amount of time it takes makes a decent bit of noise that's gonna attract those defense to your position. And now a whole flurry of bullets going on through. It's gonna be Rio Grande who actually end up on the positive side of it. Twitch and Zofia are currently gone, and now in a 4v3 without a minute left. Who's gonna get the advantage early in this second half?
Great kill from Psyduck, and it's going to be McStuffins to be able to secure a kill onto Caboose through the C4. Now, I've previously criticized, I wouldn't want to criticize them for not going for the second floor, but it doesn't matter as they're still able to get into the site and get the plant, but they don't have too much coverage. Psyduck looking above, doesn't know where they could be with the plant, will be successful. Terminal and Quixie both have to push up. Terminal is able to find the pick, but that's a triple kill for Psyduck. They're ready to go. They're still awake. They are vibing. But do they know about the flank from Quixie? They do not. And from behind, through the vault, Quixie is able to win it out. It does not look like there's going to be any claymores. They're looking left and right. They'll get all the way towards the case, take their time, and that's going to be the round going the way of Rio Grande.
There we go. A great play there by Quixie, just being stealthy, hopping on in, using the fact that, you know, these attackers did not have the information on where the mute was. So now you're going to have Rio Grande take back the lead that they once had at a 4v3. And going over to the third floor as the defense, I think winning kitchen was a very, very good scenario for them because it takes a little bit of that pressure off. You know, you win kitchen, so now you're able to go bar. If you lose bar twice, that's gonna suck. But you know, you have won kitchen before, although it was close, you still won it.
It doesn't matter as long as you get the job done. And I think that's a big way to look at it. Rio Grande, now with this third floor bomb site, they played a really intricate defensive setup, and it shows a lot of complexity and willingness to increase that complexity this far into the series. So what I'm curious to see is if we're going to see that same complexity taking that castle and going for those barricades. I need to see from LBC that they're switching to someone who has great destructible capabilities. You're not only going for the use of castle barricades, or you're going for melee or breaching charges. I'd love to see the sledge pick, as it does have a place within this meta to getting those windows open. Oh no, they don't even have breaching charges.
Yeah, that's the thing, is the castle barricades, they're more effective the less soft destruction that you have. So it's, people think as castle barricades, people used to think them as kind of like actually a hindrance, and they kind of didn't really do anything. But if you think of them as utility soaks, and if those attackers don't have the right utility that they don't want to waste, like you don't really want to waste a frag grenade on a castle barricade. Like that is definitely a good usage of a castle barricade. But oh, there we go. There's the first kill that is going to be Quixie. So we aren't going to see, the clutch from them coming out this time. Instead, they are just going to be sitting on cameras.
Highly unfortunate, as they have been a very present player within this game. Meanwhile, Davis is going to make a big hole into Piano as this clears well underway. They need to get it fast, though, as Azura will be able to take out the Senate. Caboose taking a massive amount of damage, throwing a Toxic Babe in through the hole, and they're debating going for that hatch drop. That would definitely alert the attackers to their position, so they'll take a much more passive angle, waiting just at the top to see if they overextend, as they would most likely see their feet first. Throwing a flash, that won't be able to connect onto anything, and great upside down repel. This covers the entirety of the white hallway. The moment a player inside Piano tries to rotate out, this is the angle that they are forced to contend with. Look at that. They're extremely aware. You have the Aruni of Azura once again playing patiently, waiting it out. Second Toxic Babe will be tossed out, not going to do any damage to the attacking team, and with a minute to go, they've not been able to take much control, but the defense of Rio Grande seems spread very, very thin.
60 seconds left. Azura near white stairs. They could find a kill, but they are going to back off and go back towards this site. And this is a very, very big round for Rio Grande. If they find, a victory on this site that allows a little bit of a buffer room that I think they very, very badly need. They are on, map point. Not map point.
Silly match point. But regardless, swing from behind is going to be liquefied to find Captain Clutch, as the entire defense is falling to smithereens. Mr. Davis find a frag of their own, leaving all left up to Terminal and Azura. They have a lot of work to do, but it is very much doable. Frozen in place unless they have a mute jammer to assist them. They will be. Mr. Davis' plant will be successful as McStuffins finds one liquefied through the wall. And LVC proving that they have attacking capabilities, evening it out 4-4.
And I believe that Rio Grande, their next plan is probably to go back to bar, simply because, you'd rather take your chances going back to the third floor that is more defender sided. You do have a decent plan on what your attackers are going to do. And you'll say, yeah, we'll try that one more time. Maybe change some strides. Maybe make sure that Quixie doesn't go down within the first minute, because Quixie is a very good player, and you don't want to lose a very good player.
Yeah, it's really important to maintain the foundation that you have within the round. Each of these teams have proven that they have a lot of depth behind the frags that they're getting. They have the information to support them. When you take away that aspect, it makes it a lot harder for these players to continue to frag out in the way that they were in the beginning. So what I'm looking for here from Rio Grande is that they maintain their player count, and they're able to hold the line within all of their setups to guarantee that they are well set and able to continue with each and every round as you get even into the dying seconds of a round.
10 seconds
There we go. We see just kind of seeing what the operator choices are, seeing if they want to possibly change any of them, especially with the mute, the Jaeger, the castle being spotted. They're just gonna stick with the same one. Lebanon know that they beat him once before, they can beat him again, especially with Quixie putting up these castle barricades. I like what they're doing. I like what Rio Grande is kind of doing, just locking the smoke of Caboose in there and saying, all right, good luck, don't die.
Well, I guess the hope is that they don't die, but they are more than aware. Quixie taking their time. They're playing it a lot safer, and I am a fan of this. Where the entire push from the side of, or hold from Rio Grande is completely structured around playing safe. Now, here's an interesting aspect where the thermite charge will successfully ring out and we enter the same gridlock as before, as the smoke is trying so hard to contest. It's going to take a little bit of damage through the drone hole, a little bit of deja vu. It's a question of when they will learn about how they want to push it out. But those toxic babes do a great job of slowing down the push. However, there's no one holding Pixel. So if they do drone it out, they'll realize there's nothing stopping them from just running into Cigar, turning towards where the smoke is playing and having a very free frag. Very great potential for LVC if they drone it out. But lo and behold, Rio Grande is still holding strong.
And bullets, the LMG's got so much of it, and it is just bursting through that hole, actually bringing out the impact, and it's going to be zapped right to the ADS. So that is going to be a very, very big thing. Trying to, break open a wall with concussion. Not exactly the best of success, but Quixie is actually finding Psyduck a little bit of revenge for last
round.
Advantage. Yeah, that last round, and that means that with it's Rio Grande who has the advantage, but sadly that kill from the Senate might just change that.
50 seconds to go. Great use of the E1D. It's now going to be stuck on a recharge. Quixie was spotted out by the drone. We don't know if they know it, though, as the Senate is making their way. They know that they have the information. Whether or not the castle is hurting now, they're stuck in a rock in between a hard place, as Liquefy is just waiting. If they are able to find that kill, that's huge. They could easily capitalize. They won their one. That gives them a freedom to rotate. Terminal also able to rotate and find an unsuspecting attacker. Mr. Davis, Stuffins using that EE1D, they'll be able to secure the refrag onto the castle, as there's no possibility for a second swing. Spray through the wall, because they can see the foot will be Caboose, all left up to Captain Clutch, as they will easily clutch out the round, and once again give Rio Grande the round advantage.
And Rio Grande at round 10. And they're one round away from map and match point. It is Kitchen, where are gonna be playing again. In this round, it was closer than you would like if you're Rio Grande going back to this, because it essentially was all up to one person. Quixie. Oh my god, it's a very, very long yawn. Quixie kind of was in that 1v1 position, and you don't want to leave that to them again. It's just not something you can really rely on. So overall, you're just going to kind of have to change what you want. There isn't a castle. This time there is no Aruni. Instead, there is a Thorn and there is a Mozzie. So the changes are there for Rio Grande that they have made. And the question is it going to help them win this round, get to map and match point, and possibly finish out this game?
This seems like it's never going to end, but of course, all great things must come to an end eventually, and Rio Grande has proven throughout their setups they have the complexity, the depth that it requires to stump the cunning, smart LVC, where they've done a phenomenal job adapting. But lo and behold, this is the second time we see this kitchen site, where LVC should have a good understanding of how they need to attack it. It's all going to be a matter of if and when LVC reach the building.
I wonder if Caboose was pondering whether or not to break open the window and possibly try something. They're going to break open a top floor window, and there isn't going to be anybody there, though. I think it's that on that eastern side. And ooh, that could be a very, 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 very big thing. If nobody shoots, that is so much information that you are leaving open to the defense.
Yeah, lots of information being given up, but they will still be able to continue their push on the southern side as that camera was successfully shot out. But when you have a lack of information on the exterior, it kind of gives you the same thing, where you have an idea of where the opponent isn't. Nade being cooked out and thrown through the drone hole is going to be able to secure both a bandit charge as well as the mute jammer. Meanwhile, Liquefy takes out Azura. That was the bandit. Freezer wall now opened, but have they figured out and are they aware of the two roamers? Both the Thorn of Caboose as well as Quixie are on the roam. Quixie to find Liquefy. They have control of White Stairs, which means this freezer hole no longer has as much of an impact. Caboose will fall. They are down, which means if the mute of Quixie is able to rotate fast enough, they should be able to get a revive, get their down player back on the board, and they'll also be able to swing and get a potential kill. Meanwhile, the Senate is going to find Captain Clutch. So it is effectively a 2v3, one player on site as Caboose is finally revived. We're down to an even man count, but they have sight if they so choose. But the information, once again, is not there.
And the adrenaline surge. There's still 2 more remaining, but it's not going to help you in that situation. Or it is actually going to help you in that situation. It's going to mean that Quixie is not going to be able to fight back. So you've just got 2 left, Caboose and Terminal, with Caboose on critically low HP, but it could make a game-changing impact as they're trying to sneak down White Stairs. And if Senate is not aware of the position, but I believe it seems like, ooh, they are 2v2. 20 seconds remaining. Caboose is still available. They're going to be able to
15 seconds
down.
remaining.
That means that a lack of information might be crucial to help Rio Grande win this one out. And that means that Psyduck is going to have to stick the diffuser. Oh no. Now, Psyduck doesn't really have an option. They have to go for it. And that means that Rio Grande is going to win round 10. They are going to get to that 6th point. And now we are on map and match point Bings.
We've waited the entire night to see who could be crowned our champion, as it seems Rio Grande have a grandiose plan to be able to get there. 6-4. This means that if you're an LVC fan, you better wake up. You better start cheering, because this team has to win 2 consecutive rounds to take it to overtime, and I would not put it past them. This means we have to go to a 3rd bomb site, the one that is not selected as often. 2nd floor reading room and fireplace. Now there's a lot of different capabilities. LVC have a lot of ways of attacking this site, and they have a good idea of where it's going to be because it's 2 consecutive rounds. Both upstairs and downstairs are not an option. As we go towards it, operator selection is actually quite interesting. Great use of the Malusi. Terminal with that Mozzie, as we saw last round, was extremely effective. So the entire setup seems to be based around slowing your opponents down. If you slow them down enough, then you should be good. But then an extension to both reading room as well as fireplace, you want to ensure that you have 2nd floor. I say as a rule of thumb, you want to make sure that you defend it either with your life or with a rotate back, and you rotate back around the 45 seconds to 30-second mark within the round, depending on how the push comes. As an attacker, I cannot stress enough that you want to have control and have vertical pressure on the objective around the minute 30 mark to effectively be able to, 1, attempt to get kills, and be able to assert your dominance on a site to have an effective plant with the least amount of casualties possible.
And Azura could make a huge play here. They are going to be able to find a Twitch drone. So that is going to be utility denial, even though they might not find a person, at least so far. And it is going to be utility gone off the board. And yeah, Senate, nobody's even going to try to go test the waters there, because you are on a risky play. It's not something that you really want to do. The wall.
2 minutes to go. Pressure is mounting. It's only a wonder of when this bubble is going to burst. Reinforcements, 4 remaining in the pool. That is really concerning, not to mention the fact that Caboose has taken a substantial amount of damage. Azura from the same LMG is going to fall to Psyduck. And it seems like this entire setup appears to be compromised from an unknown angle. Sprays still coming up huge. There's 3 players. Fuse is going to place a fuse charge onto the train hatch. Not going to find anyone. It seems they are unaware of the presence that is inside of this bathroom. Quixie next to fall, as they won't be able to take out their counterpart of McStuffins. And a great use of the Adrenal Surge means that the Lion will be up in health. Terminal next to fall. It seems like everyone is just falling like absolute flies. Captain Clutch, the only defender remaining at full health, will try to find any sort of frag possible. Caboose also spraying. If they take any tiny bit more of damage, they will go into the down but not out stage, or even worse, they will die. Breaking down the castle barricade, they have to go for the res, but they won't be able to get to it in time. We're down to a 2v3. These players are going to have to clutch up if they want to win the series. EE1D will be cooked out. Still pressuring this train hatch. They don't know where these players are located. Playing it really slow. You have to applaud LVC for not getting too aggressive. They understand that they have a man advantage, but they know how easily they could lose it. Waiting, swinging around, using the amplified scope. This is McStuffins. They have another E1D that will be cooked out, forcing the remaining 2 defenders to remain still. 3 Wamai magnets are in the pocket of Captain Clutch, but it doesn't seem like those will do much. Swinging, they have to find the Malusi Banshee. They notice exactly where the Wamai is located and have to spray towards it. Plant will be attempted inside a fireplace. It will also be successful, but you have to swing up, Caboose. You'll be taken out. All left up to the Wamai of Captain Clutch. They'll find the first frag. 2 more droned out. The odds are stacked against them. It all comes down to this round, ladies and gentlemen. Swinging around is going to be McStuffins all the way inside a train to use the long angle, long line of sight to ensure that LVC has 1 more round in this game.
They still have 1 more round to fight for the right to a 5th map to win potentially this one and then the next one and then the entire thing to win the Emergence Division of NECC, and where we are possibly going to go to either continue the legacy that is this match or to end it all. For Rio Grande, it is going to be the 3rd floor. They're going to try their luck with the Castle, the Aruni, the Mute, the Jaeger, and the Smoke. Azura on the Aruni. I am loving to see her on the Aruni, to see them, they possibly, if they possibly could have gotten Castle in the last round, do you think things could have changed at all, Banks?
Easily. That was a man advantage where there wasn't any pressure, but there was no urgency to get the teammate up, especially when you're playing on something like the Aruni with the metal arm, the power punch even. That's something you have to be a lot more aware of, and getting your teammate up, an extra rifle, an extra angle being held rather than having them on the cams. That's something you have to consider. And it's Quixie, 8 and 8. Almost your top rank. They are holding their own, especially with the operators they are taking. As a fellow Canadian would say, the worst gun in the game. They're still making great use of it. But I digress. 2 minutes and 52 seconds, and our final round in relegation for map 4 is well underway.
And going up to the roof, the standard part that is Cafe is busted. Those soft hatches, any old shotgun wielder, any old Gon 6 soft destruction will be able to destroy those. The breaching charges of the Sophia will be able to do it. But the Twitch drone going on and trying to snake its way into the site, destroy some utility, possibly some U-jammers, possibly some ADSs. That is the goal, and you can already see it is in the cigar, zapping away. Eventually, it's going to get taken out, but not before it does take out the mute jammer into Cigar, and Azura is going to be the first casualty, and that hurts. It is bitter. And now Lebanon Valley is going to be up 5-4 with the Aruni down.
Absolutely devastating. But they still have the ability to bring it back, but not if McStuffins has something to say about that. They'll get their second kill in the round, all from the skylight. They're swinging around angle to angle. They have a great read on the way that Rio Grande wants to play this round. And with a minute 33, it looks like Quixie's also looking to go for more of an aggressive peak, but there's nobody on the rappel that they can hear. It's a really big stall out possibly from Lebanon, but it seems like they have no reason to push up aggressively. There's the run out from Quixie. They'll find Psyduck. There's no more Adrenal Surges. That is an absolute pivotal pick and one of the best ones, in my opinion, for them to get. Shooting out the drones, extremely important. You don't want to be droned out. Giving away your position could mean the difference between life and death, especially within these final dying seconds. Time continues to tick away. Liquefy inside of Cigar, looking to get even more aggressive, but there's Quixie. They'll find 3 for the round. And what happened? The man advantage is gone the way of Rio Grande. They're looking for more, but Mr. Davis has something to say about it. They'll be able to find a pick onto Quixie. No more kills for them. It's going to be after Terminal as well as Captain Clutch. They need to win this out. Their team does not want this to go to overtime. They want to win this series. This tournament is theirs. C4 from down below won't be able to connect. McDavis lit up all the way down to a sliver of HP. Sprays coming down. Not able to find the thermite. Plant will be successful, and Terminal has to push up, trying to find that final kill, that final bit of HP that needs to be dealt onto the thermite. Won't be successful. Down to a 1v2. McStuffins and Mr. Davis have to find this. They cannot allow the mute to have any say, any sway within this match, forgetting where the thermite ran. Mr. Davis will be able to capitalize on the final kill, and we're going to see overtime, ladies and gentlemen, as I continue to mix up my words.
And overtime, we are going to see on the attacking side is going to be Lebanon Valley. And I think right now it's hard to say who has the advantage right here. With Lebanon Valley attacking onto Kitchen side, if Rio Grande allows themselves a lead with winning on Kitchen side, I think they could possibly put the nail in the coffin, because then once they swap to their attacking side, they can have the advantage of going anywhere that Lebanon Valley chooses to defend. And the thing is that Rio Grande has won all the sites that Lebanon Valley has chosen to go to in the past. They've won Bar. They've won Kitchen. I mean, you could say the same thing about Lebanon Valley. But I think that Rio Grande has a better chance at winning this defense than, Lebanon Valley does.
Yeah, that's a really fair assumption to make. We've seen that, especially within these recent rounds. It's been Rio Grande that has been able to prove that they have a lot more depth. But LBC, we can never count them out. They just ran 2 consecutive rounds in a row, and it was in a more convincing way. They were able to win out their reading approach as well as Bar. So this is a very different realm, but I wouldn't put it past them to have the ability to win this round.
Well, we can see the renovations being made all the way at the top by Caboose. I wanted to see if they can get some angles into prep. And there we go. There is, interestingly, that a breaching charge was being used. There's no castle in play, so, well, what's one less utility that they'll have for the defense. Anyway, going on this side, we do see Terminal on white stairs. Nobody's really going towards that side, so it seems like Terminal might have to rotate, because Bakery seems to be the area of contention right now.
Yeah, unable to find any of the defenders there, but as I say that, Senate will be able to find an opening kill into Quickie, who previously had a huge 3K that almost allowed Rio Grande their slot in winning this championship. With 2 minutes to go, Azura playing a very pivotal role down inside of coat check and main entrance, because if they are able to successfully hold on to that, that's a key flank that needs to be held. And it seems like a lot of the players on Rio Grande are a lot more extended than we're used to seeing them, as Castle wasn't even selected for this defense, which means a lot more angles are going to be open and ready to be used.
Shock drone putting forward, and it's not really going to be able to do much to side, make sure that the information is getting spot out. But oh, nope, there's Terminal. It has been snagging those drones, and that means that we might see some crazy contention being played caboose from up on top, able to find one, and we are back at a 4v4, and the red stairs is still a very hot area that Lebanon Valley just cannot afford to even try to go near. We do see one maybe trying to go near red stairs. Right now it does seem to be a dual push, but not if Caboose has anything to say about it.
50 seconds remaining. They're finally going in towards the freezer, but we've seen Rio Grande do a phenomenal job of rotating around these sites, especially being able to get on and off. I need to highlight Caboose for that. Psyduck droning out up above to be able to find the Mozzie, but too little too late, as if you're looking up above, you're looking all around. The remaining 3 attackers have relatively little grasp of exactly where the defenders are going to be lurking. In all honesty, we can see that McStuffins is going to be able to find Caboose. That's an absolutely huge kill. That's your highest fire rate person. But there's a zero. They'll swing with the MP5. Not expecting the second player of Thermite. We're down to a 2v2. Captain Clutch playing the tight angle. They have to deny this. Terminals on the flank as well. Swinging, trying to find the Lion. They will not be successful. All left the terminal. They're stuck inside of VIP. C4 will be cooked. Get caught. They're going to be able to pick that back up, but they've given away their position. They've also been tagged out. C4 will be thrown, not going to connect, running all around. Every single angle has now been compromised, as on the cooking side, it will be the Lion McStuffins to win it out, and it's going to be LBC to be able to gain the round advantage, finally winning out kitchen service.
And one defense away from winning Cafe. One defense away from putting us towards that map 5.
Yep. Who doesn't love it? Who does not love it? Every single aspect of this match has been unpredictable. Rio Grande has seemingly been ahead within Cafe, but LVC slowly lurking up, reminding us, no. This is our map pick. This is our championship to win. We are not going to be giving this up so easily, and they're going to make sure Rio Grande is really fighting for it. If they want this map, they are going to have to put every single aspect into it. And once again, this will not be settled within relegation. We need overtime rounds. And this could easily go all the way to the 15, just like our previous map of Coastline. There is no arguing, even if this goes the way of a 3-1 and Rio Grande wins it out, that this was the closest it could have been, as each of these teams proven time and time again that they are both so well matched for each other.
5 seconds remaining.
With Quixie and Caboose being above that a double-digit margin, they are obviously what I'm looking at for Rio Grande to get on this attacking side, with Mr. Davis wanting to peak early. There has been a lot of people on Lebanon Valley who've been, very, very aggressive with how they want to peak. It seems like they're not going to try anything like that in this round. Instead, it's just going to be side up all the way on that top floor, wanting to, possibly work their way down,
Bomb located by
eliminating any Rio Grande players that they find able to take out those bandit batteries and make sure that Habana of Azura has a wonderful time.
Time continues to tick down. Rio Grande has the pressure on them. It's a very weird feeling to think that they could have to contend and go to a 5th and final map of Clubhouse. Very, very scary to think about, making great use of those Twitch drones. But continuing to tick down, they won't be able to do anything to disable these Skyros pellets, as they will all be detonated on the kitchen wall, opening up the long angle that Mr. Davis is on the other side of, looking to find any sort of attacker that is not ready for them. But keep in mind, Rio Grande has the amplified scopes. In theory, they should, if they peek the right way, know exactly where to look. Not to mention the fact that Mr. Davis also has to worry about the floor above them being ripped out, and every time they look up, they are giving away that angle. They're giving away a little bit of time that they could need to react to a player actually peeking them.
The vertical play has been very, very big. Here comes the frag grenade, if it's possibly going to find anybody. It does not seem like it is, but Rio Grande is going to be the first elimination. It is going to be Quixie. That's a huge loss. You've still got Psyduck on that second floor. They are going to try to make their way down reading, but there we go with Terminal taking out Scent. The impact, Mr. Davis, is that a rotate? Is that a line of sight? I don't exactly know what the goal of that impact was, but nonetheless, it is leaving us with about 30 seconds left. Captain Clutch is going to put in that Rotero, try to find some information, try to find anybody that they can just kind of root out of their positions.
26 seconds to go, and he has sprung the trap. Mr. Davis is going to spring onto the head of Azura, giving away their position, and it's just a flurry of blue, but the Flores pushes in without their head up, and it's going to be going the way of LVC. They're pushing us to a fifth and final map, all off the inability to check the corners. Clubhouse is where we are going to have to settle this one.
Cool.
You know what? I gotta be completely honest. I did not see LVC being able to pull this one out, and I'm absolutely astounded at their ability to continue to keep fighting no matter how late into the night it gets. I tip my hat to them, and I'm extremely excited to see what they are able to bring out for map 5, but we need some time to get some water. We're gonna take our 3-minute break now, and when we come back, we'll have map 5, which is Clubhouse. Take it easy. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have had 4 extremely riveting matchups, and what's this? Literose has left us. I am joined by my great friend Infernosis. Look at that. It's great to have you here for our 5th and final map, which is going to be Clubhouse. We've had University of Rio Grande. They've done a or Rio Grande. They've done a phenomenal job so far. They weren't able to win out the last map. A phenomenal comeback from LVC, Lebanon Valley College, as they were able to win 4 consecutive rounds in a row, or 4 or 3 rounds in a row, to be able to come back all the way to win it out and bring us towards Clubhouse. So I feel like this is going to be a very climactic finish.
I'm excited to see how it's going to go down. I've got a lot of energy despite it being, 1 a.m. where I am right now. This is still about 3 hours away from when I actually fall asleep. So we're still good. We still got the energy. We're going to bring up the tempo and get on into it. We'll jump on over to the map almost instantaneously, and we'll see what the band phase is going to bring to the table. Clubhouse, our last map, the penultimate one that will decide the victor here for this best of 5 series. And we got Rio Grande that gets to start off first with their veto phase, and they'll take Capital off the board, removing the asphyxiation bolts and those smokes to deny sightlines as well as deny the possibility of being able to sit up inside of rafters a little bit easier. So with that ban done, Lebanon Valley have to claw back, and they'll do so with the Thatcher being banned for the attack for the second attacker veto.
Yeah, very interesting to see the Capital clear target ban towards their opponents of Lebanon Valley. But Mira, once again, unable to escape the ban phase just because of how powerful those 2-way Black Mirrors are, or so the 1-way Black Mirror. But I also want to highlight, Scott, someone who escaped the ban phase. That is going to be Maverick, who we actually saw all the way back in our first map on Oregon get a fair bit of play. So we know that both of these teams are very, very efficient while using that blowtorch, and they have the ability to get into any external wall that they have access to.
Now, with the attacker repick as well being employed in obviously the recent update here to R6, one of the big things you have to keep in mind is that Lebanon Valley College, starting off in the attack, have a major advantage. They zoom on in with their drones, they gather a ton of intel, and they can build and pick apart Rio Grande's defensive approach by selecting the right operators for the right situation. When you're talking about this side as a whole, your safest objective of choice will be that basement floor. So Lebanon Valley need to prep themselves first and foremost for this defensive assault down onto the site. Whether or not they can actually make their way safely to this point will be held mostly accountable, considering the fact that if Rio Grande decide to go for a roam, which they have Quixie over there in the Vigil, as well as having Terminal on that Mozzie, I'm expecting to see the roam up to the second floor, if not just the first. They need to make sure they can survive that. They need to make sure they can keep their utility alive to start to apply pressure downwards to that basement site, because if they can't clear those sight lines, they can't make it to the site, and it's too open of an objective to keep them at face value to be able to, I guess, try to get that plant down if they want to go objective-wise. But, I mean, these players are gunners, right? They're going to go for these kills. That's what they're best at.
Yeah, Rio Grande has been quite notorious for going for a very large extension off-site. So I'm interested to see if it's going to be the same situation. They have taken the Vigil, Mozzie, as well as the Mayan Jaeger. So it's interesting to see they aren't going for more of an SSG-style roam where they actually go and place a castle barricade and have a full-blown extension. But that doesn't seem too needed, as they still want to have a very much lingering presence towards the basement site.
Let's keep in mind as well, with only 30 seconds passing, Lebanon Valley, it would be very misguided for them to have already made their way into the building. This drone phase extends beyond just that initial prep. That's for the defense. The attack still need to do the waiting game, still need to play smart, and, well, using one of your Twitch drones as a way to maybe circumvent through tons is not the right idea. There's a quick pest placed, and now you'll have more information if you're Rio Grande, and you'll have it be the drone that's more effective. I mean, at the very least, you're taking it away. That's a congratulatory for you. But notice what Liquefy is doing now. These X-Kairos pellets, with Hibana having survived that veto phase, allows for them to very effectively get some initial damage off to this hatch and maybe clear it thereafter. But honestly, if they just have a sledge, they can slam down these floorboards or the Buck Skeleton Key and clear out this Electroclaw quite effectively. It's not in the smartest of positions. It's fairly easy to snuff out. It's just a matter of finding that exact location.
Quixie also done phenomenal work being able to find the holes within LVC's attack and just have those critical flanks at a time when they're still not expecting it. Has been able to turn rounds that were so clearly going the way of the attackers. With that being said, that means that a lot of capabilities that Lebanon is opening currently are just as much going to be their undoing, but Quixie will be spotted out and will take a critical amount of damage, forcing them back up to the second floor, and they still have to be cleared out. So with a minute remaining, Lebanon has control of a lot of the middle floor, but there's so many holes that have been set.
Wants the shock to not see Rio Grande extend up to the penthouse to actually deny, or should I say Logi, to deny the actual pressure in kitchen. Everything else culminating though for Lebanon Valley. They'll find the first blood. Storm Psyduck finds, unfortunately, another kill after if you're Rio Grande. Equal footing now for them. A 4-on-4 affair until Azura can get their hands on yet another one. This is Liquefy, the Habana of Lebanon Valley, now sleeping with the fishes. Left with just 3 players standing. Instead, it has pressure now over towards the Mimo side. With Moto available to them, they can quickly work over to clear out Util side, maybe get a plant down over towards Church, but Azura still not dealt with. The AUG in hand finds Syrup Psyduck. You only have 2 players to actually push through and make that one. Azura finds 3 kills in this round, and Captain Clutch will deny the possibility of a 4th, but what a monstrous round for the first player here in this first round, and we'll see if they can keep up that tempo.
It seems like the first round has always been a good indicator of which one of these teams has a lot more dominance. And it really shows that Rio Grande has a phenomenal approach to holding down Clubhouse Basement. Even when we look at the roam, which still was not taken care of by LVC, it ultimately came down to them having to ignore the roam and constantly watch their flank while pushing into the site. It just seemed like it was doomed to fail from the start if they weren't actually able to get into sight. And Scott, we haven't even begun to talk about the blunder that was the hatch inside a kitchen that I felt they wasted so much time. And if there had even been a C4 that was tossed up, which wasn't on the side of Rio Grande, things could have been that much worse.
Now, I've had the pleasure of seeing Lebanon Valley progress as a team and make absolute strides in the way that they play on Rainbow Six. They initially had problems on somewhat simplistic maps like Oregon, where defensively they would gun out. This is why I mentioned earlier, that's what they do best, gunning, because I can trust in the fact that they have that skill. However, they're tactically, objectively, utility-wise, a lot weaker than their gun skill. You can put their gun skill at like an 8 out of 10. You can put the utility at a 4 out of 10. And they've done major improvements to bring that up to a somewhat equal level, but Rio Grande has obviously put a huge force for them, and we're tied 2-2 in this map so far. I can only think that Lebanon Valley are somewhat struggling. We can see that there, like you mentioned, too long on the hatch. They did not properly play the utility they brought to the table. Now foregoing that skeleton key we talked about previously, now they have Mr. Davis over on the sledge. Hopefully the hammer will be enough, but Rio Grande a little bit slow to reinforce that outside CCTV wall, and that almost cost them an early light, but Lebanon Valley are still swift, and they're going to start to push through Jacuzzi once Serbside can get their hands on a hard breacher to push on over.
We've seen this Twitch be extremely critical in being able to come in and get all of this utility right off the board. You don't even expect it. They even left one of the Jaeger DSs that they didn't spot out. But that doesn't change the fact that every single round, it appears like there's a shock drone making its way in. LVC, while still struggling with utility, have gotten the aspect of getting drones and having the information for their team ready to go. But reinforcements, once again, as you mentioned, late reinforcements as an extension, as there's a relatively small amount of utility being expended by LVC on this eastern side.
I feel like Mr. Davis absolutely ruined that highlight of the highway play. You have nades. Wait for your teammate with flashes or something to assist, but thankfully your teammates step up elsewhere. You'll lose Syrup Psyduck? No, absolutely forego that thought. Lebanon Valley bleed 3 almost instantaneously, simultaneously, I should say. Thankfully, Mr. Davis, still from highway, has not been dealt with, and their thirst for blood will not be quenched. They'll take down Quixie, now down to the 3v2. CCTV window, the next angle we'll see Rio Grande attempt to peek from. They know where Mr. Davis is lying, but Liquefy's in sight. They're now in bathroom. Jacuzzi was mildly successful for them. They'll try to swing out from it, but Azura, the player from last round, managing to find with the AUG once again Liquefy, and you're left with just Mr. Davis. Can they survive this fight? A 1v3 is hard to come back from. They've already had to find 1 kill. They'll tank a boost, but the same can be said vice versa. They're looking worse for wear, but they got plenty of time here, Binks, with 53 seconds still on the clock.
Yeah, whenever you're stuck in this 1v3 scenario, which we've seen Mr. Davis in multiple times, one, we learned in the first map, don't go on your camera when you're taking a gunfight, but as we've progressed, there's been so much expansion. Isolating the 1v1s is absolutely critical. Having your team get on drones. There is only 2 drones left, and you can assume that they're not in good positions. Mr. Davis does possibly have one in their pocket that they can use and have one of their teammates watch, but time continues to tick down. 26 seconds to go. They're spotted out. This means that every single player on Rio Grande can just take it easy, not have to swing the angles they don't have to. But if Mr. Davis is able to properly isolate these ones, then that would be a very plausible feat. But lo and behold, they don't check the right angle, and it is going to be the round going the way of Rio Grande.
Timeout now being employed, or kind of being browsed for Lebanon Valley College. I would not say this is a bad decision. Use that timeout, talk things through. It's tactical at its finest. Slow down the momentum of Rio Grande. They've now beaten you on the 2 hardest objectives to push, but keep in mind, Lebanon Valley fans, and Lebanon Valley as a whole, that means this next objective is one that should favor you. It is the weakest objective on this map, bar the quaternary that's never played, and it's because the attacking side have a direct access to the objective and all of the sight lines it gains. That CCTV hardwall that Rio Grande were way too late to reinforce that last round, what we called the somewhat slow prep phase that trickled into the actual play phase, a major problem for the side of Rio Grande. They need to start to tone in, but thankfully for this objective, they don't really have to extend, and in fact, extending past the objective is very much so frowned upon. At best, you put a player down in lounge on the first floor, you put a player inside of garage up through rafters, and maybe a player down below to assist them as well. Those are points of emphasis for Rio Grande, but they don't have to extend to lose a life because there's easy points to retreat back to the objective and stay alive for the last few fights, which is what Lebanon Valley usually take their round victories on, but they've been cut short because of that, and Rio Grande have done a much better job to find the kills on sight.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as
Jumping
they
back
can.
into the prep phase. What I'm looking to see from LVC on their attack is they've been doing a great job with their lineup, but it's about making those small different changes. For example, noticing that it's CC and saying, well, we can continue to use the Twitch drone, but if they start to watch for that, we won't have any opportunity to actually get any sort of Electroclaw off the wall. What I would love to see is they take the Maverick, because we've seen that both these teams are capable of using the Maverick and using that blowtorch to a great extent.
Seconds left.
But if we really consider how much utility, how much time they're wasting by needing to use these different hard breaches, especially the Thermite in combination with the Twitch, it seems like there's a lot more inconsistency that's just not being accounted for.
Inconsistency is kind of the bane of an R6 player's existence. Lebanon Valley are gunners through and through. That is the 3rd time now I've mentioned that, but they can be inconsistent. We're seeing that right here. Where's that gun skill? That has been, I would say very evident throughout all these maps. I don't know for sure, but I can easily assume, because that's the way they win the majority of their matches and getting to the finals at this point, this is the wrong time to be inconsistent. They'll very quickly get control of the CCTV hardware. They'll breach it down using the Twitch drone to zap away those bandit batteries, and that's an easy sightline now towards CCTV, but they still have 2 major areas they need to clear out. They need to make sure construction is clear so the Rio Grande cannot escape to there and play for the post plan afterwards, and they also need to clear out garage and more specifically rafters. If Lebanon Valley can take control of construction, which Syrup Sidek is doing right now, applying pressure from Master Bedroom, as well as having Mr. Davis hold highway with that window control, then they need to get control of rafters, and that's the bigger fight. And guess what we see right now? Only McStuffins trying to take garage by their lonesome. This seems like a major shortcoming for Lebanon Valley's attack right now.
We've seen multiple times on their attack, especially if we look back towards Cafe, where they spread themselves a little bit too thin, and it allowed Rio Grande the opportunity to really use that, and they push forward and allow it. They just push right through the hole. Once they have the hole, everything begins to crumble. They have to ensure that within this minute 30, they have a clear narrative. If they don't construct the narrative, what they want to do, where they want to get their plant, LVC will once again crumble.
Quick opportunity for Lebanon Valley. Immediately snuffed out again, though. Liquefy, what are you doing? Quick sprint across. They're now inside CCTV. A player pushing from Doro, though, and Captain Clutch will find the kill. But out before Terminal can find first blood. But that Commando, the Mozzie Roam, once again paying dividends for the Rio Grande side. The recovery does not seem likely for Lebanon Valley. They've been able to step up fairly quickly on top of the side of CCTV platform, but you don't really need 2 players there, and they had 2 players there. No control over Rafters, no real pressure that's substantial towards construction side, and it feels like a very limited, stylized approach from Lebanon Valley that ultimately will fall short if Rio Grande can just quickly turn to deal with the situations at hand, and they do that effectively. Captain Clutch gets an easy shot across the Serb side, Doug. The Senate bites the Nitro cell from below of Quixie, and now you're left with just Mr. Davis once again all by their lonesome. They'll take one to the wayside. Now they've dropped through Hatchet Construction. They have to sprint through Lounge, watch the floorboards from below. They know Quixie was just here and run up red stairs where they catch Quixie off guard. 2v1 opportunity. Time is running out. 8 seconds on the clock. Quick rotate through one player on Rafters and they'll swing and get the kill. Caboose finds the final blood and Rio Grande take round 3.
We've seen multiple times that Rio Grande has been phenomenal at just positioning themselves, especially in the late 2v1s that they're able to set up. As soon as they lose a player, they know exactly how to play around the clock, as well as play around the swings. Being able to set up that cross angle and almost ensure that it's not going to be a 1v1, it's going to be a 2v1 favoring your team is absolutely essential. But Scott, I have to wonder about that entire setup. We saw that there was no reinforcements left on the walls or left to be put up, but half the walls that were in sight seemed to be all soft, and somehow it still favored the defenders.
You really expect most of the reinforcements defensively will go into the CCTV hard wall. You'll usually place 1 to 2 on red wall connecting to red stairs. You'll fully reinforce out garage, and you probably will take control of construction wall as well. It did feel like Rio Grande maybe overexpended. I think maybe they put reinforcements on lounge wall. I'm not too sure, but it did feel like they were very flimsy defensively. There was a lot of gaps, but take note, Lebanon Valley failed to find those gaps. You mentioned finding that hole, finding the weak part of a defensive structure. Lebanon Valley have not been capable of that. They find the occasional kill, but that's it. It's just the occasional kill. It's a consolation prize. It's a participation trophy in these rounds, getting a little bit to your scoreboard, a little to the KD, but only Mr. Davis has a positive KD. And that's something that's quite shocking for Lebanon Valley. They structurally are not attacking these objectives wisely, and Rio Grande have a very, I would say, standardized defensive hold, though it is a little strange in some ways. It just feels like Lebanon Valley should be doing a better job to actually approach the objective and apply pressure from more than one direction, but they're falling short because they're letting their players get cut off by the Rio Grande extension, which, to be likely, Caboose may find another kill here early.
It's very worrisome, and the Twitch drone finally getting shot down before it can do any damage towards the defensive end. But I would not count LVC out of it so far. We saw the exact same score line over on Cafe. It was 3-0 before LVC was able to bring it back, winning 3 of their own. This is the first time they get to attack the same site for a second time. And as you mentioned previously, as you've seen LVC adapt and evolve throughout the season and become a lot better, they rely on that gun skill and understanding what did and didn't work. They are a team that loves to learn. This gives them a chance to learn and adapt to what did not work in previous rounds. They can now readapt, reattempt, and have another chance at taking this basement site.
Once again, looking at an opportunity to maybe send the Twitch drone in through tunnel. Notice the Azura gate, the Surya gate there by, wow, I'm absolutely blanking here. I'm not sure why. Azami? That's it. I was just mixing words. That's not even the thing. Man, I am losing it. It's 1 a.m. and Aruni, yes, it's 1 a.m. and I'm struggling.
It's not 1 a.m. It's 2:31 a.m.
It is 1:31 a.m. for me, actually. I will stand corrected.
Whoa.
But the Surya gate blocking the initial path. They can bait out for the util to do so, but at the same time, you also have to worry about the pest that's placed. And that was the problem we saw in round 1 initially when Rio Grande picked this up and they gave away that Twitch drone almost instantaneously. That was a huge facilitator of information gone, and that cannot be allowed to continue. They've managed to remove the Surrogate. I'm not actually sure what they expended to do so, but notice how quickly Lebanon Valley have gained a position of dominance. Liquify finds first blood. Syrup Psyduck has control of utility, and they do have assistance from Mr. Davis, but Azura, the main problem in round 1, is still alive here, and they'll take the Senate out off the clock. Syrup Psyduck does find an LMG kill through a wall. wall, finishing for 1. It's a 3-on-4, but Syrup Psyduck's losing that next fight, and Caboose has not been dealt with upstairs in stock. But Liquefy has gained a position through Church. They're now going for that plant. Quixie on the flank catches them off guard. Main stairs, McStuffins is trying to pick between a player that can shoot back and a camera that cannot move and do much for them. And it's down once again for the 4th round in a row at this point, Binks. Mr. Davis, all by their lonesome. 8 seconds left, and 2 players they must mow through. They'll DB in 0-1. Second can't go. You've got 2 seconds. You have to push here, Davis, and there's not enough time. Defense of Rio Grande will once again win another round.
That was once again a round that LVC could have taken. They had the capability, they had the site control, and I understand that the Cade wasn't droned out, but they were still on the 2nd floor while there were players inside of site. Rio Grande had no reason to rotate back early on in the game, but if they don't go your route, it's the equivalent to staying in strip club and saying, I'm on the roam. There's no reason. They're going to come for me eventually. Plant goes down. Nope, they're going to come for me. It's a matter of knowing exactly where you need to position yourself. And I'm not going to take away from Rio Grande because they've done a phenomenal job of positioning themselves in key places to enable themselves to continue winning this round. Like, for example, I know for a fact that Azura would not have peaked. They were playing the safest angle they could to the point where the buck of Mr. Davis, even if they tried extremely hard, would not have been able to find them. On the side of LVC, you have structure behind your attack, but you don't have a clear idea. You have the introduction, but you have to work in reverse. If you have a certain spot that you want to plant, then you have to say, all right, how do I clear this out? So if we go and we look at this site, I want to go for a gym plant. Okay, now let's work in reverse. If you want to go for a gym plant, you're going to have to get Jacuzzi wall open to make sure that no one's staying along the long hallway and can swing and kill you from the window. And you can continue that entire mentality until you have an entire approach lined up and you know all these different approaches that you have to be aware of, all these different capabilities that the defenders will have. And what's best is this attacker repick phase that you now have at your disposal means you can constantly adapt your strategy as you plan.
Now, Binks, one of the main points I want to point out for why we see Lebanon Valley fall short in that round, you have 2 Claymores. 2 Claymores, and Caboose still gets a flank position from upstairs in stock on the 1st floor and catches you through a hatch you had just previously used. So you can't tell me that Lebanon Valley were unaware that that hatch was opened. They themselves opened it with the buck of Mr. Davis. So that was one of their major shortcomings. The second one was, despite their speed and ability to get towards the site, they didn't really vie for that control. They didn't use that tempo to their advantage and instead let Rio Grande restructure themselves on the objective to prepare for the next kind of pacing of assault that Lebanon Valley were wanting to bring to the table. But a difference in pace here. A minute has passed and Lebanon Valley already have a player ready to push through highway, and it's none other than Mr. Davis. And for the first time I think we've seen since this last objective, Mr. Davis is the first one off the board. Highway has failed once again, and the Senate will lie down to make the shot of Azura much, much easier, and they'll get the kill easy. 5v3 early. That's only a minute and 20 seconds have passed.
That was 2 kills through a drone hole, and now Quixie on the opposite side of the map, I'm pretty sure, was also able to secure a kill of their own. It seems like every single aspect of LBC's push thus far has not been able to come up with any net positives. Nades are being caught. Captain Clutch is also able to take out Psyduck, and it's all left up to Liquefy on the roof, who will most likely take a much-needed tactical timeout to really talk and think about what is going on.
Yeah, you already take your timeout earlier. You obviously can't have another one, but 60 seconds in a 1v5, it's an impossibility at this point, Vince. You're expecting too much. Take that time to talk things through. When you don't, Liquefy drops down Logi Hatch. They get killed instantaneously afterwards, and now you're looking at a 5-0 scoreline where you learned nothing throughout that round. Honestly, Lebanon Valley didn't play that horribly. Small mistakes by the individuals, like lying down from the Senate through the drone hole, and that's exactly where we saw Azura actually playing, and you knew that because they were shooting. You see the tracers, and you had a drone that saw that information. It's a matter of using the information you've gathered effectively, and that's the problem for Lebanon Valley. They're not effective on these pushes. They're doing the same exact thing, and it feels like a very limp arm. It feels like they're trying to force their way forward, but the second they reach a brick in front of them, they let their elbows bend, and they ultimately fall short because they can't apply pressure forward. And Rio Grande, they're not a brick wall. They're not. In fact, they're very much more like cardboard. Defensively, they've got a lot of holes, a lot of gaps. All it takes is a little bit of pressure by Lebanon Valley, and you start to see that come to light, but they're failing to apply the pressure, and Rio Grande survives so many times, completely outplaying Lebanon Valley.
Going back towards the CC defense, you mentioned cardboard and how all these walls, if you shoot through cardboard, it is going to break, and it's the exact same setup. A lot of these walls that Rio Grande are opening up are ones that can easily be abused by the attackers, where it's just these external garage walls that are taken out by a bandit. We've talked about how pivotal Twitch has been in getting rid of all these bandit charges. What is stopping these players from going and taking out a few of the bandit charges on the garage wall? It opens up so many angles, and it's just constructing your attack to have a clear narrative of how you're going to get into sight.
30 seconds have passed in Lebanon Valley, looking to make the motions towards the objective. Hopefully they're not just going through the motions. They'll actually pre-throw utility to allow for the Twitch drone to step through the drone hole there on that southern subroof. Or sorry, eastern subroof. I was staying corrected myself. But the problem is they didn't actually stay aware that there's players there. You don't need to clear that wall at the very beginning of the round. You can come back to it after you've cleared out every other direction. And in fact, I would recommend that if you're Lebanon Valley, because you failed to clear out rafters the last time you saw this objective, and that was your main flaw. Because you applied pressure on construction, you had the pressure on the opposing side of red stairs as well. It just fell short on Garage's side. Great opportunity by Mr. Davis. They'll use trigger discipline to the finest. They'll find a kill there to Quixie, and that's first blood in favor now of LVC.
That's exactly what you want to see as an LVC fan. It's a change. It's a positive change. They have the opening pick, but they also have control downstairs. But that victory will not be long-lived, as Terminal will be able to take out the Ayana, leaving them relegated to the bench for the rest of the half. There's nothing they can do but watch the drones, but there's no drones left, Scott. With a minute 23, there's only 2 drones, and they are in the pockets of both the Jackal as well as McStuffins on the Thermite.
The term drone economy means so much more than having drones surviving or just using the drones, right? Who cares if you use the drones if you don't gain anything off of it? And that's what LVC are doing right now. Feels like they're going through the motions. I get it. It's a tumultuous battle. We're 5 hours into this. But at the same time, have some energy, have some Timto, some Gravado, because right now I'm feeling no mass to the pushes of Lebanon Valley. It feels very much so that they're just going through the motions with no spirit or heart behind it. And they need that heart. They need that drive. They need the power. And they're losing already another man, which cuts down their manpower quite a lot. The Roni comes through for Caboose. They take down McStuffins. You're down to the final 35 seconds. They find another opportunity to cut one of your players' heads off, and Liquefy falls short. The LMG, though, of Sarb Psyduck finds a refrag back to Azura. You cut down the best man now for the side of Rio Grande, but you've still got to cut down more, and Sarb Psyduck will be denied of just that. Senate with 16 seconds left, has to push through, F2 in hand, swings to Captain Clutch, and they'll clutch it out for sure. Rio Grande will have a flawless half on the map of Clubhouse, 6-0. Devastating LVC here from map 5 of this grand final.
This is so crazy to think about how we've gone from 2 maps that were consistently going to not double overtime, to a final overtime point, to just Rio Grande coming and just running away with it. Now as they switch towards the attacking end, the pressure is on for Lebanon Valley. They have to have a flawless half to win this out. And Scott, I'm going to be completely frank with you. I don't see it as too much of a possibility.
I mean, it's a very difficult one to overcome. Lebanon Valley are a team that, gun-wise, I feel like they're evenly matched against Rio Grande. I feel it. There's no way you survive 4 maps up to this point and make it to the grand final if that's not the case, right? And weren't they at some point in favor on that 4th map and Rio Grande made the comeback? I think I was seeing it in the message logs before talking about it. They had them on the back burner. Lebanon Valley have been in this game. Where's the Lebanon Valley of the last few maps? It feels dissonant. It feels kind of lackluster from them. And I think defense is their only hope. They have to survive and keep close corners. They have to play the utility effectively. And even if they can't play the utility to a precise tee, they can't play the utility perfectly, they can at least use it as an effective means to bait out Rio Grande and cut them down as they approach. And that's the important factor. Lebanon Valley, they like to get greedy. They like to push. We saw that in the attack. They ego swung almost every single corner, throwing drones to bait them and then trying to swing off of them. They don't have the drones, but they have the favor side of defending, of forcing Rio Grande into their hands instead of going into Rio Grande instead.
Time ticking down. What could be the final round within this series all comes down to Rio Grande and how they choose to approach this CCTV site. Syrup Psyduck is down below, playing inside a lounge, but seems quite unaware to the sledge that is lurking around Blue Stairs, and they'll be able to secure the opening kill. Liquefy is the next person up on the roaming kill list. They're playing all the way back inside of Bar, and it seems like they are not willing to give up their positioning just yet.
Give up maybe the term that Lebanon Valley are trying to avoid. It's 6-0, and the pressure is on for sure. But notice the very tactical and very methodical approach of Rio Grande. They're not over-pressuring towards highway windows. Notice that's what Mr. Davis did just last time. They're not trying to over-analyze Rio Grande's defense like we saw Lebanon Valley do. Instead, Lebanon Valley are playing a little bit more in your face, but Rio Grande are aware of that and expecting it at this point. But maybe not expecting the quick, cheeky toss there of the Nitro Cell of Mr. Davis. Put your best fragger up in the face of Rio Grande. That candid attitude, maybe. They'll manage to find one kill because of that. And Liquefy will come on over to assist. They play Red Stairs, and they cut down Captain Clutch. That is your pressure. That is your push towards CCTV and Cash. Completely snuffed out. Now you only have highway players left standing.
That's, to say the least. You have these two players that have to play outside on these angles, not to mention the fact that they are constantly being pressured. Mr. Davis being able to secure this extension forces every single aspect, and the fact that Quixie is now rotated into CC, he knows someone's on their way as they all rotate, trying to find this final mute player. They'll line up for him even. That's a third for the mute, and it seems like this entire push just can't make it past CC.
Caboose managing to swing out. They cut down Mr. Davis. The 3K denied, potentially afterwards. Liquefy still alive, though. They could go for their 2K, tying up with Mr. Davis, maybe closing that scoreboard a little bit more effectively, but Caboose is all by their lonesome. A player in bathroom, you see their rear! They poke it out, and unfortunately, they don't catch on, and Azura will have to find a kill instead, but they're now left all by their lonesome. About 5 to 10 HP to their name. They have exothermic charges because they're a thermite, but where do you place that? What do you do? There's not very many options. The leg potential, though, to be shot towards Jim is high. 15 seconds left. They'll swing to construction. They tag McStuffins, a possibility, but denied now as they manage to survive the initial engagement. And the next duel will determine everything, but the duel is not needed in a one-on-one manner. Play cheeky from down below. Use the Nitro Cell, much like we saw Rio Grande duel on the CCTV site from Quixie, and you'll find yourself a nice round win for LVC.
I love the assist from the proximity alarm. It's such an aspect that you'd never expect, but when it's left up, when it's there in such a key position, you hear a beep. That's better. It's faster. If you have someone on a cam say, okay, blow it, there's a little bit of delay. You have to wait for them to make sure that they're actually pushing. A proximity alarm, you don't have to wait for it. It will give you that audio cue no matter what, and it is very, very loud, just like the annoying alarm clocks you have to deal with in the morning.
Yeah, much like this one, though, you'll see a lot of pro players pretty much instantaneously break them, which is a major problem because then you look at proximity alarm and say they're a little bit overtuned. They're not very strong. They're not as viable as they could be, but in ranks like this, attackers are a little bit slower to clear out the utility that's in front of them. Maybe tunnel visioning, maybe not as high of reflexes. I'm not entirely sure what it ultimately comes down to, but it makes it much more difficult for an attacking team to push knowing that that utility is in place. And there, Lebanon Valley obviously do a great job of working in tandem for their utility and being quite effective across the board. Note the round already going underway. Prep phase through. They're going to quickly reinforce all 3 walls of Church, leaving 2 soft when it comes to that util wall and making sure they catch those hatches at well. Ultimately trying to slow down Rio Grande's push as much as they feasibly can, but the ultimate problem comes down to Habana was let through in the ban phase on Clubhouse, which means those X-Kairos pellets will make very quick work of all these hatches. And if you bring a Maverick as well, it's even easier, and you get the possibility of nades. But no, they're not going to bring that instead. They'll bring the Flores, which is also extremely solid with those Rotero drones.
Spawn peek here from Liquefy. Not exactly what you'd expect from a team who's 6-1, and they will get off of the A window right at the right time that it causes pressure for Rio Grande, but they aren't expecting the push to already come in through construction. You always need to expect that there's going to be a clear, and this will force Psyduck to begin their rotate back down and a loop possibly into garage. A really interesting route, as I feel like they're just putting themselves in more harm's way.
Honestly, that play was a major misplay for Lebanon Valley. Maybe over trusting of your individual over on red stairs. Sorb Psyduck is a good spot to deny that CCTV hard wall, which is actually left soft here. So CCTV soft wall. They didn't see anything, so they didn't call anything out. But that's not where we saw the buck push through of Quixie. Quixie goes through construction, circumventing and actually putting themselves in between a pincer. But when half that pincer isn't working, it's a pair of scissors that can only kind of crimp and kind of mess with each other. You can't cut. You can't find any effectiveness. It's not going to go through that nice fabric. And that's what we see as Lebanon Valley lose Liquefy early on that quick transition. Now Sorb Psyduck has to step back to the site and pray that these quick use of the gumball machines can be as effective as they want them to be. But I did not like their placements. Two of them in church, and you're only able to stack one player behind those actual half bars.
Nades also being cooked, thrown into sight where the ADS is. They're nowhere to be found. And with a minute 10, it seems Rio Grande have a certain grip on the site. They have almost complete access to the side of Armory, and it's just a matter of time before they actually assert their dominance. All of blue has been left uncontested, and every single player on the side of LVC have almost retreated to an angle that is almost unattainable.
Great job to find two frags. Terminal Azura each find one. Terminal now with a second. And you may be looking at the final death throes of Lebanon Valley. They managed to tag Terminal back, but you're looking at SMG-11. Nade is tossed, but it's not the frag that does it. Captain Clutch gets that done with the Arrow 33. Use the drone effectively. Master Terror drone being detonated on the wall there as well. And they find the final kill. LVC will be sent out of here in the grand finals. They'll be your second place team, but Rio Grande in a fabulous 7-1 showing on our final map in a full best of 5. They came into this map with a vengeance. You cannot see that battle of attrition affecting them whatsoever as Azura drops 11 frags to get their team through this one.
I think the moment that we had to take this entire series to round 5, which was Clubhouse, I was absolutely astonished that they weren't able to win it back on Cafe. They came so very close. And the moment they stepped onto this map, you could tell this team was done messing around. They wanted it to be over. They wanted to go to bed. It was getting late. And they put every single thing out there for that final map. And that's something you have to respect.
LVC did a really good job of keeping this one close. When bat 5, it felt like a different roster. It felt like a different team. I've been able to cast LVC for the past few seasons here for the NECC. I even helped them a couple times with some of their strategies on Oregon, like I had mentioned before. And a lot of their utility placements and the way they approach maps is very cookie cutter. It's very copy and paste. They'll take things that work in the amateur scene, in the pro scene, and T2, the semi-pro scene, and they'll start to try to use that themselves. But it does feel very much so like it is copied and pasted. It doesn't have depth. It doesn't have understanding. And that's something they've toned in so effectively that they reached the grand finals here for the NECC for their division. They get to this point, and that's off the back of all of their successes that they've had and the work they put into this game. And Rio Grande, the fact they come out the victor in this means they've done even more work. They worked even harder, almost doubling if we see the result of that last map. If we don't see anything else here inside of it, I know it's close throughout the rest of it, but they have done so much more work. They found the success they needed to, and they come out the better team, which is very important in this aspect because they get themselves the trophy, they get a shirt, and they get that Nationals bid.
You have to congratulate Rio Grande. They have come through this entire series, the highs, the lows, through all of it. I'm so happy to have you here for the final map, Scott. It was very, very nice to be able to see you again. But on that note, that's it for the NECC. Rio Grande, your NECC Rainbow Six Siege Emergence champions. You should be keeping an eye on them, especially in Nationals, because I have a feeling that they're going to be moving up within the ranks. They have a lot of potential, and every single one of those setups did have the depth that you talked about. And it's just those little moderations, those little bod review aspects that can just take them to the next level.
I mean, the battle of attrition has to end. Big congratulations, not just to a victory and a well-done job there for Rio Grande, but to both teams that survived this very tumultuous 5+ hour endeavor that this has been. Everything reaches a point. It all has reached its conclusion. A big shout out to everybody watching along as well, cheering on your team and shouting them out along the way, giving them that extra boost in confidence. Shout out to the production crew here for the NECC and the staff that are still up and waiting to see the result so they can stay up for another 2 or 3 more hours to log all the results and prep everything and be ready. And another big shout out to our observer who's actually from the UK, and it's extremely
8 in the
early.
morning. 8 in the morning.
Yeah. So big shout out to them as well. But this has been it for the NECC. My name's Literose, joined here by Binks. I do not believe we have an interview, but maybe just in case, stay tuned for a little bit longer until the broadcast ends. You never know here, Binks. But stay tuned.
You're right. We never know.